Chapter 401. The Slakoth Forest. Kane's goal in entering the forest was clear: train his Pokémon, increase their strength, and capture more Pokémon. This time, Kane carried several hundred Pokeballs with him, not only to boost his score as a hunter but also to prepare for the future addition of many new members to his team. Instead of purchasing Pokémon from the Hunter Guild, he preferred to capture them himself to assign them directly. Had he known this earlier, Kane would have captured Pokémon en masse during his time on the Trial Island, where the overall quality of Pokémon was much higher. But there was no turning back now. Fortunately, with Kane's system, identifying the quality of Pokémon was far easier than for others. After an hour of initial exploration, Kane conducted a simple survey of the Pokémon distribution in the mountain at the back. There were three main groups. The most numerous by far were the Wurmple and their two evolutionary lines, Dustox and Beautifly. These two groups had the largest number of Pokémon, which pleased Kane. Bug-type Pokémon didn't have a high growth ceiling, but their advantage was their rapid evolution. With a little training, they could quickly become battle-ready. For this reason, Kane planned to sweep through all the Wurmple in both groups. Another advantage of bug types was their sheer numbers, which increased the likelihood of finding high-quality individuals. If the Wurmple were managed and trained properly, they could become a consistent source of useful Pokémon. Inspired by the Wurmple, Kane also considered the idea of bringing Weedle and Caterpie from the Kanto region. With good management and training, these Pokémon could be just as effective as Dustox and Beautifly. In terms of attack potential, Beedrill had the highest offensive capability among the four species. It seems we shouldn't waste the resources of this mountain. I'll have to ask Sky to gather some people to organize the area and turn it into a training ground for internal use, Kane thought. If a group relied entirely on purchasing Pokémon externally, it wouldn't be sustainable in the long term. The ideal solution was to have their own source of Pokémon, and the bug types from this mountain were a solid option. Using his system, Kane could filter out low-quality Pokémon, and over time, the average quality would significantly improve. Aside from these two groups, there was another major one, the Slakoth in the Slakoth Forest. Upon seeing this group, Kane was quite surprised. Kane was well acquainted with Slowking, the final evolution of Slakoth. This Pokémon had battle stats comparable to those of Legendaris, but its ability tree severely limited it. Many Pokémon abilities didn't add much, but they didn't hinder the Pokémon either. Slowking was different, with excellent innate stats and being a normal type, it could learn a wide variety of moves and take on any opponent. But its truant ability drastically reduced its potential by half. Perhaps the creator of the Pokémon world decided that Slowking was too strong and gave it that ability to limit it. After all, without that limitation, even legendary Pokémon would struggle against it. Kane had an idea for Slowking: use the move skill swap to replace Slowking's truant ability with another. It didn't need to be an especially powerful ability, simply removing truant would suffice. This would exponentially increase Slowking's strength. However, the move skill swap wasn't permanent. Eventually, abilities reverted to their original states. This posed a problem: the lazy Pokémon suddenly forced to move, could it adapt physically and mentally to this change? Probably not. Even with its natural talent, Slowking would need basic training. Ideally, 3 different Pokémon would use skill swap on Slowking continuously to keep it free of the truant ability, allowing it to adjust to being active both in training and battle. If trained from its Slakoth stage, by the time it evolved into Vigoroth, skill swap might no longer be necessary. However, once it became a Slowking, it would require this support for the rest of its life. In summary, training a fully functional Slowking would require at least 3 additional Pokémon capable of using skill swap and always being by its side. The training cost would skyrocket. If successful, it would be worth it, as Slowking would be more powerful than legendary Pokémon. But if it failed, the investment would be a total loss. For now, Kane saw this as merely an experiment, with no plans to seriously capture and train a Slowking. The Slakoth Forest was aptly named. Upon entering, Kane saw many Slakoth sprawled on trees or the ground, not even bothering to reach for nearby berries. Only when extremely hungry would they make the effort to move the berries to their mouths. They paid no attention to Kane, as if inviting him to capture them. Had Cain seen any Slakoth of particularly good quality, he might have been tempted to capture a few, at least for his subordinates to use as trump cards. But that wasn't the case in the Slakoth forest, where most Slakoth were of generally low quality, ranging from yellow to the occasional light green. For now, Cain wasn't interested in capturing them. Slakoth had little value, primarily because they were extremely lazy. Their levels could only increase slowly over time with daily feeding. Few people had the patience to endure this process. And for those who did, when Slakoth finally evolved into Vigoroth, its strength was considerable, but in time, it would evolve into Slowking, returning to being a lazy Pokémon. After a brief walk through the Slakoth forest, Cain noticed some signs of Vigoroth and decided not to venture further. The forest could be a hidden treasure worth exploring in the future, but for now, his priority was to train and strengthen his Pokémon. End of chapter. Chapter 402. A big deal on the horizon. Slowpoke, Psyshock. Sneasel, Ice Beam. Skorupi, Bug Bite. Cain stood calmly beneath a tree, directing his 3 Pokémon to unleash their moves. The 3 Dustics of varying levels in front of them fell to the ground immediately. Cain pulled out a few Pokeballs and captured the 3 Dustics. He had already spent 3 hours in the Dustics forest on the hillside. With the help of the system, he had captured all the mid-quality Dustics with decent levels. These Pokémon already had a basic level of strength and only needed a bit of training from their trainers to become useful in battle. This type of Pokémon was ideal for Cain's subordinates at the moment. He also eliminated all the low-quality Wurmple. Cain had conducted a preliminary selection of the Dustics group, removing the bad and keeping the good. Bug-type Pokémon reproduce quickly. Cain only needed to periodically revisit to clean up a bit, and the overall quality of the Pokémon in this area would significantly improve. Additionally, thanks to Cain's efforts, the Dustics would not become a pest, and the forest's energy would remain balanced. After finishing with the Dustics group, Cain had over 30 Pokeballs in his pocket, most containing mid-quality but high-level Dustics. He had also captured a few high-quality Wurmple, which he could use to reward people with great potential, further strengthening his team. I think I'm done here. Now I just need to clean up the Beautifly group, and it'll be ready. If I control the quantity and quality of the Pokémon on the hill, I can fence off this area and allow a few deserving or promising individuals to train here and capture whatever Pokémon they want. Although, adding more variety would be nice, Cain thought as he made his way to the forest where the Beautifly group resided. Unlike Dustics, Beautifly had a calmer temperament, but their combat capability was no less formidable. As Cain ventured into the Beautifly forest, he encountered an unexpected person. "Is it you?" 2 voices said simultaneously. Cain found himself face to face with a girl around 17 or 18 years old, accompanied by a Roserade. The girl also seemed surprised to see him. Cain clearly remembered who she was. Once, in the Johto region, they had crossed paths while he was attempting to capture an Onyx, a mission published by the Hunter Association. The girl, named Karen, had been fighting 2 Onyx when one of them came close to Cain, who seized the opportunity to capture it. This led to a confrontation between them, ending in a battle. The girl had called him crazy, and, realizing she couldn't win, had fled on her Skarmory. At the time, Karen had a Roselia, which had now evolved into Roserade. This caught Cain's attention because evolving Roselia into Roserade required a shiny stone, a rare item in the Hoenn region. The fact that Karen had obtained one meant she was either lucky or had help from someone else. Moreover, the quality of that shiny stone seemed high, as the system displayed the following information. Pokémon. Roserade, blue. Gender? Female. Level. 32. Type. Grass plus poison. Ability. Technician. Held item. None. Egg moves. Synthesis, Razor Leaf, Sleep Powder. Basic moves. Absorb, Growth, Poison Sting, Stun Spore, Giga Drain, Leech Seed, Magical Leaf, Grass Whistle, Toxic Spikes, Sweet Scent, Venom Drench, Grassy Terrain, Weather Ball. Learned moves. Worry Seed, Snore, TM moves. Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Shadow Ball, Energy Ball, Grass Knot. If Roselia had previously been light blue in quality, that might explain it, but if it had been dark green, that shiny stone must have been of the highest quality. Karen! Cain exclaimed, recognizing the young woman. Crazy! Karen replied, using the nickname she had given him during their first encounter. Cain frowned at hearing his nickname. Crazy, he thought. One fight, and now he had a nickname. Karen's face turned serious. She hadn't expected to encounter Cain in this remote forest, it truly felt like fate. But now, Cain was more relaxed. In the past, Karen had managed to escape thanks to her Skarmory speed, but now Cain had both Honchkrow and Tropius, who could easily outfly the Skarmory. Additionally, Roserade, which seemed to be Karen's strongest Pokémon, was completely vulnerable to Honchkrow, giving Cain a significant advantage. Seeing that Cain wasn't attacking immediately, Karen also felt more at ease. No matter how strong she was, facing someone considered crazy was always unsettling. What are you doing here? Cain asked, frowning. While this place didn't belong to him, Cain had mentally marked it as part of his development plan, and he didn't like seeing intruders. Karen pursed her lips, clearly thinking, why should I tell you? However, noticing Cain's growing seriousness and the intimidating stance of the Pokémon surrounding him, she decided to speak. Aren't you also a hunter? What's wrong with a hunter coming to the forest to catch Pokémon? She then added, but you, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the Johto region? As you said, I'm a hunter. It's not unusual for me to appear in a remote forest, Cain replied calmly. Then, have you also come for that mission? Karen's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had gone to great lengths to secure that mission, traveling to numerous places and paying a high price before tracking her target to this location. Karen's words made Cain think quickly. He felt a slight excitement inside. A big deal was on the horizon. End of chapter. Chapter 403. Absol. So, why don't you tell me what your mission is? Maybe our missions overlap, Cain suggested in a nonchalant tone, trying to mask his slight internal discomfort with a light cough. Karen looked at Cain curiously, but he had already regained his usual calm expression, showing nothing out of the ordinary. However, Karen wasn't naive enough to reveal her mission immediately. Instead, she watched him cautiously. What's going on? Is this lunatic trying to steal my Pokémon again? Her demeanor was clearly defensive. Cain felt a slight headache. Wasn't it just about an onyx, he thought to himself. Now I could buy you a dozen of those if you want. Wait, I don't have that intention. Last time, I was in a hurry, so I did what I did, and I only attacked because you attacked me first, didn't you? Besides, it was just a common onyx. If you want, I can compensate you with several Pokémon of the same level, Cain explained. Cain reasoned that, given Karen's strength, the Pokémon she was after must have great value. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to reach 4-star hunter rank and finally form his own team of hunters. With the help of the subordinates he had just recruited, this would be an excellent chance to boost his strength and earn money. Karen seemed intrigued by his explanation. So, he's not going to go all out for a mere common onyx, she thought. He seemed a bit crazy before, but now he actually seems quite reasonable. This was a job I waited a long time for at the Hunter Guild. It's not so easy for me to tell you about it, Karen said. Oh, really? I also waited a long time to get a mission from the Hunter Guild. What city did you accept yours in? Cain asked. Obviously in Verdanturf town. Then we're different. I was in Mauville City, Cain replied, smiling inwardly. Cain continued, but in such a deep mountain, for 2 high-level hunters to be searching for a Pokémon, it's unlikely to be something that appears frequently. I'd say it's likely our missions overlap. Karen eyed Cain warily, then briefly displayed the 4 golden stars on her chest before quickly hiding them again. The message was clear, Karen was now a 4-star hunter. This surprised Cain a little. Karen was slightly weaker than him, but she had already reached 4-star hunter rank. Had she spent all her time capturing Pokémon? Does this person really enjoy catching Pokémon, or does she need the money to train them? Cain thought. Observing Karen's Roserade, Cain leaned toward the latter conclusion. For a Budew to evolve into Roselia, it needed a strong bond with its trainer. If Karen were the type to catch Pokémon for fun, her Budew might not have evolved. Could it be that all her Pokémon were earned through her own merit? Cain thought with admiration. If so, she's truly a formidable fighter. I'm almost at the same level, but I don't like those shiny golden stars, so I don't wear them, Cain lied with disdain. Karen seemed even more skeptical, clearly not trusting Cain's story. I'll give you a hint, it's said that when this Pokémon appears, it's often accompanied by some unknown disaster. So. Karen hadn't finished her sentence when Cain interrupted, a gleam in his eyes. I already know. Our missions really do overlap. That Pokémon is exactly the one I need to capture. Oh? I didn't even finish telling you that. How do you already know if our missions are the same? What I just said wasn't in the mission description. It's something I heard during my research. Why don't you tell me what Pokémon you need to capture? Karen challenged. A rare Pokémon known as the Living Disaster, Absol, Cain replied straightforwardly. Hearing the name Absol, Karen showed a surprised expression. This was because Absol, being able to sense disasters, often appeared at disaster sites before they occurred to warn people, allowing them to prepare in advance. However, in ancient times, people misunderstood Absol's intentions, believing its appearance caused disasters. Thus, whenever they saw an Absol, they attacked it immediately, calling it the disaster beast. As a result, Absol was forced to live in the mountains, staying away from humans to avoid being hunted. Today, most people understood what Absol truly did and no longer hunted or called it the disaster beast. Only a few elders, clinging to old beliefs, continued spreading those rumors. Karen had heard this story from an elder, marking the first time she encountered such rumors. But Absol's habits had already formed. If it wasn't a major disaster, it typically wouldn't leave the depths of the mountain. So, our missions really do overlap. What are you going to do? Want to fight for it? I'm not giving it up, this Absol is worth a lot, Karen warned, on alert, with a Pokeball ready in her hand. If Cain gave the order to attack, she'd be ready to send out her Pokémon and face him again. Cain slowly shook his head and raised both hands in front of him, indicating he had no intention of fighting. So, what's your plan? Let the one who captures it first win. Karen relaxed slightly upon seeing Cain's hands but remained cautious. Cain shook his head again, this time cutting to the chase. Let's do this. While we know there's a high chance Absol is in this forest, finding a Pokémon in such a large area is extremely difficult. Why don't we collaborate and capture Absol together? Cain proposed. Only a fool would act alone, Cain thought to himself. He had no information or clear leads, running into Karen was pure coincidence. He had merely guessed that the Pokémon she sought was Absol. How would he find it without following her? And considering Absol was a rare Pokémon with great value, Cain needed the points to advance in rank. Together? And who would it belong to if we captured it? Karen asked. It belongs to both of us, Cain replied without hesitation. To both of us? But this is an individual mission. Karen recalled confirming that her mission was for one person only. It's simple. We split the mission points and reward money equally. Everything we gain from this mission is divided in half. What do you think? Cain flashed an innocent smile. He looked like an eccentric man with questionable intentions. End of chapter. Chapter 404. Protected by Luck. Karen also had her own plans. She didn't completely trust Cain, but considering his strength wasn't bad at all, refusing him could lead to a fight. Moreover, there was another crucial point: this Absol, hidden deep in the mountains, probably wouldn't be easy to capture, and she wasn't sure she could do it alone. If she worked with him, capturing Absol should be much simpler. Alright, but let's get one thing clear, I'm leading the capture of Absol. Without my instructions, don't make any moves, Karen said, pretending to be very serious. Cain raised his hands, indicating he had no issue with that. After all, his presence here was merely to take advantage of the situation, an easy, low-risk task. He had no information to begin with, so he couldn't lead even if he wanted to. Thus, two people who initially had their differences teamed up and began venturing deeper into the forest. Who knows if Absol, with its ability to sense disasters, would realize that two people with questionable intentions were slowly approaching. Cain and Karen didn't walk very close to each other. There was some distance between them due to the mutual distrust from their first encounter. Deep in the mountains, there were many wild Pokémon, and as they went further, some attacked them directly. Additionally, without realizing it, they entered unknown Pokémon territories. To protect their turf, these Pokémon also launched attacks. To progress faster, Cain had his Honchkrow, Sneasel, and Skorupi fight at full capacity, focusing primarily on training Sneasel and Skorupi, while Honchkrow took care of the rear guard. Plant and poison-type Pokémon were very common in the forest, giving Sneasel and Skorupi a significant advantage against them. Similarly, Karen summoned her Skarmory to advance more quickly. Since her Roserade was less effective against plant and poison types, Skarmory became her main offensive Pokémon, while Roserade took on a supporting role, using moves like grassy terrain to recover energy. As the number of wild Pokémon increased, the distance between Cain and Karen gradually shortened. They say bonds between comrades are forged through shared adversity. Cain and Karen, fighting wild Pokémon together for a common goal, began to form a connection. Karen started setting aside her prejudices against Cain, at least no longer viewing him as a threat. However, she had no idea that the only reason Cain was being so friendly was the hunter points he would earn by capturing Absol, given that he had no information of his own. If she knew this, she probably would have fought Cain on the spot. After 2 hours of trekking through mountains and rivers and continuous battles for their Pokémon, Sneasel was holding up well, while Skorupi had quickly leveled up to 25. Cain had already started consciously developing Skorupi's poison-type abilities, knowing that when it evolved into Drapion, it would lose its bug-type and gain dark-type, retaining only poison. Ahead of them, a lake appeared in the middle of the mountain. Karen signaled for them to stop, and Cain approached slowly. According to my information, someone spotted Absol at this lake. However, due to their lack of strength, they didn't stay long and left quickly, Karen said, glancing at Cain before continuing. Do you have any information to share? We've come this far, there's no reason to hide anything. Cain looked at the lake, watching how the blue water reflected the surrounding forest. As I said before, this is your show. Let's go with your information, and if we don't find anything, I'll see if mine is useful. I don't want to interfere and mess up your plan, Cain said calmly. Karen eyed Cain with suspicion, feeling something was off. Well, staying here won't help. Let's investigate, Karen decided, opting to press on. After all, they'd find out whether Absol was here by moving forward. The area seemed too ideal for only one Absol. Perhaps they could even find other high-level Pokémon to capture. Karen knew that as a low-class trainer, everything she had was the result of her hard work. Without her income as a hunter, she probably wouldn't have reached her current level. It all started with a lucky break when she captured a Budew, which, through great effort, evolved into Roserade. Roserade had decent talent, which led her down the challenging path of being a trainer. However, she didn't know why, but she had always been lucky on her journey. Whenever she tried to capture a Pokémon, if she reached the right place, the Pokémon always appeared. She had never experienced going to a location and not encountering the right Pokémon. She always attributed her good fortune to the protection of the Father Sky, considering herself a trainer who refused to give up. This was why, the last time Cain wandered around the Rocky Mountain for nearly an entire day without seeing a single Onix, Karen stumbled upon 2 Onix immediately. This showcased her exceptional talent for luck. Following her intuition, she believed there was a high probability that Absol would appear here. And sure enough, as they ventured further into the area, they found a tuft of white fur in a bush. Although Absol symbolizes disasters and is a dark type, its fur is white, making it distinct from other Dark-type Pokémon. Its pure white fur gives it a more sacred appearance than any other Pokémon. Cain rubbed the tuft of white fur between his fingers and said confidently, "This is Absol fur. Absol is definitely here." Karen said nothing, staring at the fur in Cain's hand. Her intuition was growing stronger. She felt that Absol was about to appear. As if confirming her thoughts, on the other side of the lake, a Pokémon covered in white fur appeared, with a bluish-grey side-like horn on the right side of its head and a tail shaped like a side of the same color. This Pokémon was the walking disaster they were searching for. Absol! Absol! Cain exclaimed upon seeing the Pokémon. Absol stared at them with its two eyes, making them feel as if its gaze could see through everything. End of chapter. Chapter 405. Absol appears. "Hey, crazy! That's Absol, right?" Karen asked, nudging Cain beside her to confirm. Unintentionally, the sense of mutual hostility between the two had subsided quite a bit, and they even started to seem like battle companions. "That's right, let's go. Let's check it out." Cain nodded seriously. With a leap, Cain mounted his Honchkrow and headed straight for Absol. Karen saw Cain's move and quickly got on her Skarmory, flying as fast as she could toward Absol. It was a crucial moment. She had to hurry to ensure Cain didn't get ahead of her. Absol stared at Cain and Karen, who were flying directly over the lake toward her, showing no intention of fleeing, simply watching them in silence. A minute later, Cain was the first to cross the lake, looking directly at her. The system activated immediately, scanning her data. Pokémon. Absol, light blue. Gender? Female. Level. 35. Type. Dark. Ability. Super Luck. Held item. None. Egg moves. Feint Attack, Sucker Punch, Mega Horn. Basic moves. Scratch, Feint, Perish Song, Future Sight, Quick Attack, Leer, Pursuit, Taunt, Bite, Double Team, Slash, Swords Dance, Night Slash, Detect. Learned moves. Icy Wind, Role Play, Throat Chop, Iron Tail. TM moves. None. This Absol was of exceptional quality, in addition to being quite rare, which significantly increased her value. If not for her low base stats combined with her legend, she might have had the potential to be a legendary Pokémon. Although Absol's base stats aren't high, her 130 physical attack points, paired with a speed of 75, are still quite remarkable. As a Pokémon, Absol holds great breeding value. She can appear before disasters occur thanks to her psychic move, Future Sight. This is a move Absol learns from birth, and as she grows stronger and older, her mastery over this move improves, allowing her to foresee the future with greater precision and at greater distances. Additionally, Absol is generally a calm Pokémon, and with her premonition ability, she tends to approach humans of good character naturally. Of course, with her move Perish Song, she can also be extremely terrifying. Her attitude can completely change depending on the person or Pokémon she encounters. However, now that Cain and Karen, with clear malicious intent, stood before her, and she showed no signs of wanting to flee, was it because she sensed something? Or had she discovered something? Karen arrived a step behind Cain at the shore, but seeing that Absol had no intention of fleeing, she was also surprised. Roselia, standing beside her, tugged at Karen's clothes with a hesitant expression. Abs tilde tilde. Absol let out a soft sound, her voice light and playful, as if providing comfort to the hearts of those who heard her. The psychic power of this Absol is quite strong. Although Cain didn't have much psychic power himself, he could feel a strong wave of psychic energy emanating from Absol. As a Dark-type Pokémon, possessing such strong psychic power indicated that Absol was quite powerful. It was as if Absol could hear Cain's thoughts, and her red eyes locked directly onto his. The eyes, the window to the soul, if observed closely enough, they can reveal something of the inner state. Suddenly, in Absol's red eyes, a faint red psychic glow appeared, directly connecting to the minds of Cain and Karen. Telepathy. Cain was slightly startled. Help! I need help, Absol said clumsily, still learning to use telepathy. However, Cain understood her message. Was she not fleeing because she was seeking help? Cain remained silent, but Karen interjected, "You need help? Are you asking for help from us?" For some reason, Karen could sense a feeling of plea from her. However, Absol didn't speak again, only looking at Karen once, then at Cain, who remained silent, before turning around and letting out a soft cry, signaling them to follow her. With a mindset of "let's see what happens," Cain followed Absol. It didn't take long before Absol led them to the entrance of a cave. Absol entered the cave directly, and Cain and Karen exchanged glances before following her. This cave was unlike the one Cain had entered before, which had been dark, damp, and slippery. This cave was quite dry, and the temperature was comfortable. As they ventured deeper, they discovered why Absol had sought their help. At the back of the cave, there was a pile of dry straw, and besides the Absol from before, there were 3 small Absols. They were her children. Cain was stunned. Had this Absol given birth to 3 children? It was the first time he'd ever seen Absol pups. The Absol mother looked at Cain with a hint of doubt, then let out a soft sound, inviting them to come closer. The Absol mother, since early morning, had sensed through her powerful future sight move that something was stalking her, but she didn't have the ability to escape, as she had 3 newborn pups. Most importantly, one of her children had been sick since birth and had yet to recover. She had tried everything she knew, but nothing had worked. Absol's future sight move could only perceive some things, and unless it was a major event, she couldn't see a clear image. So she knew someone had malicious intentions toward her but didn't know who. In the afternoon, following her 6th sense, she felt she should appear by the lake, so she went straight there. She didn't want her pups to be endangered because of her issues. If someone was going to attack her, better it happened at the lake. However, when she saw Cain and Karen on the other side of the lake, for some reason, she felt that the man, clearly malicious, had the ability to save her pups. And with the woman, she sensed something very special, as if this person was extremely lucky, as if she were blessed by the heavens. For some inexplicable reason, she chose to trust them, even when the man showed even more malice after entering the cave, but she still chose to trust. This was her maternal 6th sense. In fact, when Cain saw Absol and her 3 little ones, his first thought was, "This is a big deal. How many resources could be gained from for Absol? Surely the pups of a light blue quality Absol would also have remarkable quality, right?" End of chapter. Chapter 406. 6th Sense. After understanding Absol's purpose, Cain continued walking slowly forward. Honchcrow and Sneasel stayed close by, ready to respond to any sudden attack from Absol. Although they also understood Absol's purpose, their priority was always Cain's safety. As Cain approached, he could clearly see the 3 Absol pups. Immediately, his eyes widened. What had he seen? A red Absol. A shiny Absol. Without needing to ask, given how rare Absols were, and with the added peculiarity of being a shiny Pokémon, this Absol was more valuable than the other 2 combined. Pokémon. Shiny Absol, blue, weak. Gender? Male. Level 5. Type. Dark. Ability. Pressure. Held item. None. Egg moves. Baton Pass, Magic Coat, Mega Horn, Play Rough. Basic moves. Scratch, Faint, Perish Song, Future Sight, Quick Attack, Leer. Learned moves. None. TM moves. None. Weak status? Without a doubt, this Absol's condition was the reason the mother Absol had brought them here. But considering Absol's ability, it didn't make sense for her not to sense Cain's malice. Could it be because of Karen's presence? Cain glanced at Karen beside him, her eyes gleaming, clearly showing an expression of greed. However, that greed quickly faded when she also noticed the peculiarity of the little Absol. "Cain, what's wrong with this shiny Absol?" Karen asked cautiously. Cain slowly shook his head and said nothing. The system could only scan from a distance and couldn't determine a Pokémon's condition without close contact. But the mother Absol clearly wasn't going to let Cain get any closer. Noticing that Cain's malice was becoming more evident, she began baring her teeth. She was starting to regret bringing Cain and Karen here. Despite her pup's condition, she shouldn't have put her other two children in danger. Miss Tilda Tilda. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed in Cain's mind. Cain's face changed immediately. He glanced at Karen and Absol, who hadn't heard the sound, and then sighed in relief. The source of the sound was Mismagius, who had been hiding in Cain's shadow. Fortunately, no one else had heard her. Otherwise, Cain would have had to do whatever it took to ensure Karen didn't leave this place. For now, no one could know about Mismagius's existence. Once his expression returned to normal, Cain understood Mismagius's message. Her innocent and simple nature couldn't bear to see Absol and her pups in such a state. However, Mismagius didn't clearly express her feelings, only conveying her sentiment. Meanwhile, Roserade, by Karen's side, had been tugging at her clothes since they entered, signaling her not to attack the Absols. Absol had a bad reputation among humans but was known to be a kind Pokémon among others. Like Diglett, wild Diglett were generally not attacked by other Pokémon. Karen also sensed Roserade's intent and, for some reason, had a strong feeling that she shouldn't capture these Absols. Despite their great value, Karen believed there was a certain honor in hunting. Cain, how about we leave it at this? Absol is a rare Pokémon and isn't commonly seen in the human world anymore. I have a feeling that capturing them will bring bad luck, Karen said quietly. At this point, suggesting to Cain to abandon the capture, Karen genuinely feared Cain might suddenly explode. Cain remained silent, saying nothing. Karen grew bolder, as her sixth sense strengthened, convinced that capturing Absol would lead to trouble. Hey, Cain! I'm talking to you! Don't capture Absol, okay? If not, I promise I'll help you find other valuable Pokémon next time as compensation. Karen trusted her sixth sense deeply. After all, it had brought her to where she was now, standing out among her peers despite her humble background. But seeing Cain not move, Karen prepared to face him. Today, even if it meant fighting, she would protect the Absols. Karen, you're from a humble background, right? Cain suddenly asked, leaving Karen perplexed. But she replied, yes, why? Does that matter? With your current attitude, are you saying that if I insist on capturing these Absols, you'll fight me? Cain asked coldly, his voice and expression growing more serious. Karen was startled by Cain's expression, but trusting her sixth sense, she gritted her teeth and replied, exactly. If you truly insist on capturing them, then let's fight. In reality, Karen didn't want to confront Cain, and if she could avoid the fight, she would. God, please don't trick me, okay? This lunatic in front of me is a bit scary, I don't know if I can beat him. Karen muttered to herself. However, the mother Absol behind Cain began to relax as she noticed the malice in the man before her rapidly fading. But she didn't fully understand the conversation. No malice? Why did it seem like they were going to fight? Cain was also at a loss. He didn't have many options. His best card right now was Mismagius, and since he was in the relationship improvement phase with her, he didn't want to risk damaging that bond over some Absols. Was it worth it? Cain decided to bet on Mismagius, who would be his true weapon in the future. Once their relationship improved and Mismagius developed a proper perspective, they wouldn't face situations like this. But for now, Cain had no choice but to relent. However, he didn't want to leave empty-handed. His mind raced, and he found a solution, Karen. Karen was a civilian but had reached his level and was also a hunter. If Cain wanted to form a group of hunters, he'd need someone trustworthy to lead it when he wasn't around. I'm willing to let them go and even help them, but on one condition, Cain said. What is it? Karen, still on guard, felt Cain's danger level rising and didn't lower her guard for a second. How about joining me? Let's form our own hunter group and earn more money to train Pokémon, Cain proposed directly. What? Karen was left speechless. Was that what he wanted? Was he willing to give up some wild Pokémon to have her on his side? End of chapter. Chapter 407. Persuasion. What do you mean? Karen asked cautiously. She had reached her current level entirely on her own and had never considered joining an organization or following someone else. It's simple. You're someone who started from the bottom, a civilian, right? I started the same way. We're both hunters, we capture Pokémon to gain resources and improve our skills. So why not join forces? A partnership between two strong individuals. Kane explained. Originally, he hadn't thought about this, but the idea had suddenly occurred to him. If he wanted to form a hunting group, who would manage it when he wasn't around? Miyamoto? Alec? Sky? Clearly, none of them would be suitable. These three could survive in the wild and battle others, but Pokémon hunting wasn't just about strength, sometimes, it was more about luck and a keen eye. What if they encountered a Pokémon but couldn't recognize its value? Without experienced hunters, they wouldn't be able to identify it immediately. And most importantly, what if you had a good eye but bad luck and couldn't find the Pokémon you were searching for? Like the time Kane spent an entire day looking for Onyx and didn't find it, wasting that time, while Karen found two right away. What did that mean? Luck, of course. And now, she had found an Absol, a very rare Pokémon. As a civilian and a solo hunter, she had made it this far, something that couldn't be explained by talent and effort alone. Karen didn't have time to get angry before Kane continued speaking. I know you're not used to working with others, I noticed that on our way here this afternoon. I also know it hasn't been easy for you to get to this point, starting as a civilian. But have you thought about what comes next? Do you really think you can keep progressing on your own? What will you do if your luck runs out? Will you just stagnate? Kane fired off a series of questions that left Karen deep in thought. She couldn't deny that those questions made her reflect deeply. It was true her progress hadn't been slow, but she knew very well that, lately, even with her luck, her growth had slowed down uncontrollably. This was because the value and needs of training Pokémon were constantly increasing. If you join a faction, as long as you show your talent, you'll receive protection and more resources. But in exchange, you'll have to take on responsibilities and face enemies you might not want to confront. But if you form your own faction, I'm not asking for much, just to create a hunting group so others can gather resources, and we can take a fair share. Isn't that more convenient than going out alone to search for Pokémon? Besides, group mission rewards are very generous. Haven't you thought about it? You're already a 4-star hunter. Karen remained silent. When she became a 4-star hunter, she had indeed thought about creating her own hunting group, but she had always worked alone. How could she have friends to help her form a group? If she started from scratch, with her personality, how long would it take to establish a proper team? So, have you already formed your own hunting group? Karen asked. Kane felt excited. If she was asking that question, it meant she was interested. But he couldn't tell her he wasn't yet a 4-star hunter. That might infuriate her. Stay calm. You've almost convinced her. Not yet, but soon. I've already gathered several people. Once the group is formed, they'll join immediately. The hunting group will come together overnight. I'm offering you the position of vice leader. Isn't that better than joining a faction? Aside from me, no one will be able to give you orders, and you'll be able to command others to do what you need, Kane continued. Hearing this, Karen felt tempted. She had never thought about having her own group of followers. Would it be like sipping tea and giving orders every day? What do I need to do? I mean, if I join your hunting group, what should I contribute, and what will I get in return? Karen wasn't naive. In the outside world, it was all about benefits. It's simple. You just need to lead the team when I'm not around. I might be absent for some time, and during that time, you'll be the boss. Do as you see fit. You only need to develop the hunting group. And what you'll get is exactly what I've told you, an entire team at your disposal, whose earnings will partly go to you. And if you join a faction, you won't be alone anymore. You won't have to avoid conflicts every time you capture a valuable Pokémon or when someone tries to steal from you. You'll be able to fight back because then you'll have a group behind you. You'll be stronger. Kane kept persuading. It wasn't necessary for Karen to join his group today. Even if she didn't join today, Kane wouldn't harm the Absols. But Kane knew he was right. Karen was also convinced. Her sharp instincts, which she always trusted, hadn't given her any signal of danger or warning. Both fell silent as the Absols watched them quietly. 10 minutes passed, and finally, Karen nodded, agreeing. A smile appeared on Kane's face. He had finally convinced someone to be a reliable vice leader. Even though he hadn't even formed the group yet. But he would soon. So, you won't harm the Absols, right? Karen reminded him. Kane smiled and nodded, without revealing the truth. He already knew why the mother Absol had brought them here. Surely this Absol had sensed something, trusting that Kane and Karen wouldn't harm her or her offspring in the end. They might even heal the weakened shiny Absol. Do you understand what I'm saying, Absol? Kane asked, looking at the mother Absol, who had already calmed down. Because she no longer felt any hostility from the two of them. The mother Absol nodded. If you want me to heal your child, who has a congenital defect, I need to get closer to figure out how to help. Kane said. It occurred to him that his forest needed a powerful guardian to protect the area. What better choice than the mother Absol, who could foresee the future and sense danger? End of chapter. Chapter 408. What's in the water? The mother Absol listened to Kane's words and stepped back, signaling she understood and would allow him to approach. Honchkrow and Sneasel stepped forward, blocking the mother Absol's path, but left enough space for her to observe what Kane was doing. The 3 Absol pups, seeing a stranger approach, began to whine softly, especially the 2 healthy ones, the non-shiny Absols, who moved to shield the shiny Absol. Abs tilde tilde, the mother Absol murmured softly. Only then did the 2 little Absols stop blocking the way and quiet down. Kane slowly placed his hand on the shiny Absol's red fur. A soft and warm sensation transmitted from his hand. System, initiate a detailed scan, Kane ordered in his mind. At the same time, he pretended to observe carefully. 3 minutes later, a mechanical voice sounded in Kane's mind. Beep. Scan complete. Results displayed. A data chart appeared before Kane's eyes. According to the system's scan results, the shiny Absol's weakness was entirely due to a lack of nutrients and vitamins. Could it be the mother Absol wasn't providing enough? Kane glanced at the mother Absol, who waited anxiously. Then, carefully, he placed the shiny Absol back on the ground and said, I have a way to heal it, and it might develop better than its 2 siblings. Hearing this, the mother Absol showed a look of joy, and Karen, who was watching from the side, seemed surprised. However, her eyes held more astonishment than happiness. Does this lunatic really know how to heal Pokémon? Who is he, really? However, I have a condition, Kane interrupted their joy. Abs? It's a simple condition. I won't try to capture you, nor will I restrict your freedom. I only want you to move to another location and help me monitor that environment. This place is quite far from human civilization, and it won't be possible to heal this little Absol in just one day. If you're closer to me, I can treat it better, Kane explained, looking directly into the mother Absol's eyes. This was indeed his intention, so he showed no signs of concealment. Abs tilde tilde, the mother Absol thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Relocating wouldn't impact her life too much. Although they might have been acclimating to this area, Absols were destined to roam deep mountains, so moving wasn't unacceptable. Kane smiled in satisfaction. Though he hadn't managed to capture the Absol today to earn hunter points, he had persuaded a future vice leader for his hunting group and convinced the rare Absol family to move to the rear of his mountain. They would act as his guard dogs, and not just one, but 4 of them. The mother Absol was of light blue quality, so it was likely the father of the pups also had high quality. The two normal Absols were also light blue, and the shiny Absol was blue quality. If they grew strong, Kane's mountain base would be absolutely secure. Because an Absol could foresee dangers, and if one prediction wasn't entirely accurate, how about for predictions at the same time? Moreover, the shiny Absol held certain training potential. During its treatment, if Kane managed to earn its trust, he might even persuade it to join his team. After all, Absol was a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. A shiny Absol, being unique, would undoubtedly show great potential in the future. All right, pack your things. I'll take you shortly, Kane said. Then, looking at Karen, who seemed hesitant, he added after a moment of thought, go to Verdanturf town and wait for me there. In a few days, I'll probably be there to establish our hunting group. You'll soon meet your subordinates. Karen looked at Kane and couldn't help but ask, are you crazy? Are you a Pokémon doctor? I'm a breeder, you can consider me an intermediate level 1. In the future, I can handle the poke blocks for your Pokémon, but in exchange, I'll need equivalent compensation, Kane replied calmly. Hearing this, Karen's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what she was hearing. Really? He was going to create his own hunting group and recruit people. Could he be lying, knowing he'd be exposed sooner or later? After a brief moment of doubt, Karen concluded Kane wasn't lying. A group leader with intermediate breeder skills? That could make the hunting group quite interesting. With a cheerful heart, Karen slowly walked away. Before leaving, Kane and she exchanged contact information. Could Karen trick Kane? From Kane's perspective, it was possible but unlikely. Both were intelligent, and Kane had appealed to both emotion and logic. Forming the hunting group would clearly bring her many benefits, so there was no reason to refuse. Thus, Karen left the cave with a smile, mounted a Skarmory, and flew away immediately. So, what about women? Sometimes they're clever, and sometimes they're not. Didn't she consider the possibility that after she left, Kane could capture the Absols and claim the mission reward for himself? Kane thought about this, shook his head, and returned to the cave. In truth, it wasn't that Karen was naive but that her sixth sense told her Kane wouldn't do that. Sometimes intuition can be incredible. Watching Karen leave, Kane turned back and re-entered the cave. He saw the mother Absol had already gathered her 3 pups. The 2 healthier Absols were perched on her back, while the weaker shiny Absol was being carried in her mouth. Let's go, Kane said, looking at the Absol. However, just as they were leaving the cave, the mother Absol suddenly stopped. Her eyes, glowing with psychic power, flickered. Kane looked curiously at Absol. He saw her nod toward him, then suddenly turn and run in a specific direction. Kane hesitated for a moment but knew Absol didn't intend to flee since Kane currently harbored no ill intentions toward them, and the Absol pup still needed treatment. He mounted Honchcrow's back and immediately followed. Absol led him to the edge of the lake where they had met earlier. She gestured toward the lake, her psychic-powered eyes flickering. In the water, there's... Absol's rough telepathy echoed in Kane's mind. Was Absol saying there was something in the water she needed? That was Kane's first interpretation. Come out, Slowpoke, he said. Since there was no one else around, there was no issue with Slowpoke making an appearance. End of chapter. Chapter 409. The Slowpoke Group. Slowpoke, go into the water and check what's in there. Saying this, Kane placed his hand on Slowpoke's back and stepped directly into the water. With the protective barrier from Slowpoke's psychic ability, Kane had enough air underwater. Of course, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. To his surprise, upon entering the water, Kane discovered a wide variety of Pokémon living there. If he could relocate all the water-type Pokémon from this lake to his backyard, the construction of his water gym would progress much more smoothly. A city with a water gym lacking water-type Pokémon wouldn't attract League trainers. In addition to the common Magikarp and Goldeen found everywhere, there were many Pokémon unique to the Hoenn region: Huntail, Gorbis, Lovedisk, and even the rare Relicanth. Not only that, but he also spotted Spheal and Corphish swimming in the water. It could be said that this place housed nearly all the Hoenn region's water-type Pokémon. This place was a true treasure trove. However, once underwater, Slowpoke seemed to sense something. Without any instructions from Kane, it headed straight in a specific direction. Kane remained silent. Absol had informed him there was something in the water, and now that Slowpoke had decided on its own to head somewhere, it seemed what they were looking for was connected to him. After swimming in that direction for a while, the scenery before Kane changed. The small lake turned out to be much larger than it seemed. After passing through an area of algae and rocks, they arrived at a dark cave. Slowpoke didn't stop. Upon entering the cave, the space expanded considerably. After swimming a bit further, a large shoreline appeared in front of them. A hidden space beneath the lake? The view opened up suddenly, and Slowpoke brought Kane directly to the shore inside the underwater cave. What Kane saw in front of him made his eyes narrow. Slowpoke, Kane murmured. Because in front of him, there appeared many Slowpoke, not just a few. However, there were neither Slowbro nor Slowking, only around 30 Slowpoke, and Kane could see that all of them bore some scars on their bodies. Not only that, but the Slowpoke, who normally enjoy resting by the water, were now all huddled in a corner around a small puddle, silent. Moreover, Kane noticed that the skin of each Slowpoke seemed somewhat dry, as if they hadn't entered the water for a long time. Yadden! Kane's Slowpoke called out, drawing the attention of the other Slowpoke. Seeing an unfamiliar Slowpoke appear suddenly, a seemingly older Slowpoke slowly emerged from the group, likely the leader. Yadden! Yadden! The two Slowpoke began communicating. Although Kane didn't understand what they were saying, he could feel that his Slowpoke's attitude was becoming increasingly serious, and its eyes were beginning to show anger. After about 10 minutes of communication, the elder Slowpoke sighed and slowly retreated. The other Slowpoke, whose eyes had briefly shown a glimmer of hope, returned to lying on the ground, staring lifelessly at the central puddle as if it was their last hope. What's going on, Slowpoke? Kane asked. Yadden! Slowpoke cried out angrily. Kane had never seen it this upset. Then, Slowpoke used telepathy to link its consciousness with Kane's. Master, my companions here told me that there's a group of strong enemies in the water who have always attacked them, preventing them from entering the water or escaping. They're stuck here, waiting for death, Slowpoke said with a youthful voice filled with uncontrollable anger. Enemies? But when we came in, we didn't see any enemies, Kane said. When they entered, everything had been clear. As if to counter Kane's words, shadows began to appear in the water. First, a Sharpedo's fin surfaced, and then more fins started to appear, 1, 2, 3. 3 Sharpedo fins, followed by many smaller yellow fins appearing in pairs, a large number of them. There were about 30 or 40 in total. This is... Kane activated his scan system. A data diagram of the Pokémon appeared before him. He focused on the strongest one. Pokémon. Sharpedo, dark green. Gender. Male. Level. 35. Type. Water plus dark. Ability. Rough skin. Held item. None. Egg moves. Ancient power, brine, double edge. Basic moves. Slash, night slash, feint, leer, bite, rage, focus energy, aquajet, assurance, screech, swagger, ice fang, scary face, poison fang. Learned moves. Icy wind, liquidation, water pulse. TM moves. None. No wonder this group of Slowpoke was trapped here, too afraid to enter the water. It turned out they were being harassed by a group of Sharpedo and Carvania. As watery dark types, they were a perfect counter to the watery psychic Slowpoke. And since this was the Hoenn region, the Slowpoke here were an introduced species. It made sense to Kane that they were being attacked by the Sharpedo. There might be many unknown reasons, but the facts were clear now. The group of Slowpoke had been harassed by Carvania and Sharpedo. Had Kane and his team not arrived, this group of Slowpoke would likely have been wiped out. Sharpedo and Carvania were not as effective on land, otherwise, the Slowpoke would have been annihilated long ago. However, Kane's Slowpoke was clearly enraged, furious at the group's weakness and resignation for not fighting back. But Kane understood their plight. Here in Hoenn, Slowpoke were an odd species, their evolution required the presence of another Pokémon, Shellder. However, this body of water didn't have any Shellder, preventing the Slowpoke from evolving into Slowbro. Furthermore, with Dark-type opponents, losing was entirely normal. The scars on their bodies clearly indicated they had fought before but simply couldn't win. Carvania could evolve into Sharpedo, but they could not. This was the sad fate of Pokémon requiring special conditions to evolve. It was also why Slowpoke were better suited to life in the Kanto region, because Kanto had Shellder. However, Kane's Slowpoke didn't see it that way. To it, even if they couldn't win, they should still launch themselves into battle and fight with all their might. Even if they all perished, they should at least take a piece of flesh from the enemy. This might also result from the time it had spent with Kane, a subtle influence that had seeped into its thoughts. Because Kane was exactly that type of person. End of chapter. Chapter 410. The Fury of the Psychics. Yadin. Slowpoke roared furiously at the Sharpedo in the water. However, the Sharpedo and Carvania were not frightened, instead, they wore mocking expressions. Even the leader of the Sharpedo shot a jet of water from the surface, hitting Slowpoke square in the face. Then, laughter echoed. The entire group of Sharpedo and Carvania burst into mocking laughter. Kane's face darkened. Slowpoke had been provoked, and as its trainer, Kane obviously needed to act. He pulled out several Pokeballs, summoning Honchkrow, Sneasel, and Skorupi. Even Haunter, who had been lurking in the shadows, was called out by Kane. As for Mismagius, she wasn't fit for combat at the moment. Slowpoke, Water Pulse with Psychic Power. Honchkrow, Hidden Power. Sneasel, Icicle Crash. Skorupi, Screech. Haunter, Hidden Power. Kane's commands were cold and decisive. Honchkrow's hidden power was electric type, while Haunter's was grass type, both dealing double damage to the water-dark type Sharpedo. Slowpoke found itself in a tough spot. Due to its type disadvantage, a deep sense of helplessness overwhelmed it. As for Sneasel and Skorupi, being non-water types, their attacks had limited effect. The Sharpedo and Carvania, seeing the incoming attacks, quickly dove into the water. Sneasel and Skorupi's attacks completely missed their mark. Though Slowpoke managed to strike one of the Sharpedo, the effect was minimal due to its water typing. However, the hidden power moves from Honchkrow and Haunter had better results, leaving several low-level Carvania floating on the surface of the water. Even so, this damage was insignificant compared to the whole group of Sharpedo. The Carvania incapacitated by the attacks were the weakest members of the group, both in aptitude and strength. What's more, if left unchecked, the Carvania on the surface would soon recover and rejoin the battle. Kane observed the outcome of his Pokémon's first round of attacks in silence. He couldn't deny that this group of Sharpedo was a real headache. With Slowpoke, his strongest Pokémon, at a type disadvantage, he felt somewhat restrained. Slowpoke, use your psychic powers to bring those incapacitated Carvania to the shore. While he couldn't do much about the Carvania in the water, he wouldn't let them recover. Meanwhile, the Sharpedo resurfaced, clearly more cautious than before. Yet the mocking expressions on their faces hadn't faded. They had realized that most of Kane's Pokémon couldn't fight in the water, only on land. The only Pokémon that seemed to stand a chance against them, Slowpoke, though stronger, didn't evoke any fear. How strong could it be in the water if it was Kane's only option there? If Kane didn't enter the water, they had nothing to worry about. One by one, the Sharpedo and Carvania emerged, forming spheres of water energy. It was the move Water Pulse. The attack surged towards Slowpoke and Honchkrow like a storm. Slowpoke, Psychic Shield. Honchkrow, destroy them with Wing Attack. Sneasel, Ice Punch. Skorupi, use Pin Missile to shoot them down. Slowpoke, with a serious expression, activated its psychic power at full force, shielding Hoenn and the other Pokémon and blocking some of the weaker attacks. The stronger attacks were destroyed by Honchkrow, which tore through them one by one with its wings. Any attack that managed to get through was intercepted by Sneasel's Ice Punch or Metal Claw. Meanwhile, Skorupi fired Pin Missile indiscriminately, trying to destroy as many attacks as possible. After this exchange, Slowpoke's expression grew even grimmer. It was beginning to understand the frustration of its species. But the more helpless it felt, the more its rage grew. An unnamed fury burned within it. It was furious. Furious at the weakness of its kind, who dared not fight back but awaited death by a mere pond. Furious at its own lack of power, unable to mount an effective response to its enemies' provocations and relying on its companions to hold the line. For the first time, it felt how weak it was. Slowpoke, who had been diligent and obedient since joining Hoenn's team, now felt something different. Although it had initially lost a battle against Honchkrow, it had attributed that to its type disadvantage and had continued working under Hoenn's training, eventually surpassing many opponents. However, it had never before felt an urgent need to grow stronger. It wanted power, yes, but mostly for Hoenn, not for itself. Now, for the first time, it desperately desired strength, to avenge its kind, to shed the label of weakness. It had never wanted this so badly. Slowpoke's psychic energy began to surge rapidly, and as its anger burned in its eyes, the energy around it grew stronger, like a rising wave. What is this? Hoenn stared at Slowpoke as his system displayed an uncontrolled spike in its psychic power. It was as if Slowpoke had unlocked a mental barrier, unleashing a psychic fury. Slowly, Slowpoke's body began to rise off the ground, seemingly without conscious control. The psychic energy surrounding it lifted it into the air, preventing the ground beneath it from breaking. Small stones nearby began trembling and floated too, carried by the growing energy. On the nearby water surface, small whirlpools began forming due to the psychic waves. Is this the latent power of Slowpoke Sabrina once mentioned? Hoenn watched his Slowpoke, surrounded by a storm of blue energy, its eyes glowing brighter than ever, radiating a magnificent light. At that moment, Slowpoke's psychic power erupted. The Slowpoke along the shore, previously indifferent, were stunned by the explosion of energy. Their expression shifted from surprise to admiration, and finally to reverence. End of chapter. Chapter 11. The Awakening of the Shiny Pokémon. Alert! Unknown energy detected. Preliminary estimate, special awakening of a shiny Pokémon. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Hoenn's mind. A shiny Pokémon? Hoenn's heart skipped a beat. Although his Slowpoke was a shiny Pokémon, it had never displayed significant differences compared to regular Slowpoke since it began following him. Moreover, since a shiny Slowpoke's color wasn't drastically different from that of regular ones, Hoenn often forgot that his Slowpoke was one of these rare, special Pokémon. He hadn't expected it to now begin revealing its uniqueness as a shiny Pokémon. Yadin! The Slowpoke on the ground stared with an inexplicable fervor at Hoenn's Slowpoke, which floated mid-air. Then, as if following an unspoken agreement, they began channeling their psychic energy. Some contributed more, others less, but every Slowpoke sent its psychic power toward Hoenn's Slowpoke, still hovering in the air. Sensing this collective psychic energy, Hoenn's expression shifted. He felt as though he were submerged in a massive wave of psychic energy. As a low-level psychic, he instinctively sat cross-legged. He began channeling the small amount of psychic energy within himself, and suddenly, he felt like a small magnet. From that immense ocean of psychic energy emanating from the Slowpoke, a tiny fraction began to seep into Hoenn's mind. Immediately, Hoenn felt his own psychic energy increasing at an alarming rate. That small fraction of psychic energy, insignificant to the Slowpoke, was like an unstoppable river pouring into Hoenn's barren reservoir, filling it rapidly. Hoenn, who had long been considered a failure among psychics, had almost forgotten that he possessed psychic abilities. But now, he finally understood what it meant to be a psychic. In a matter of seconds, his psychic power underwent a drastic transformation. He felt that now, with just a thought, he could move the small stones that once required all his effort, and without feeling drained. If his psychic energy before had been like water in a glass, it could now fill a large tub, and it was still growing rapidly. This was the true joy of being a psychic. The uncontrollable flow of psychic energy lasted for an entire minute. After a minute, the Slowpoke began showing signs of exhaustion, with some of the weaker ones collapsing on the ground and falling asleep. The sound of snores filled the area. The Slowpoke, drained of their psychic energy, entered a sleep state to recover their mental reserves. As the last stream of psychic energy flowed into him, Kane opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes glowed brightly with a vivid blue light. A total transformation! That was all Kane could think. The psychic energy seemed to fill every corner of his body. And due to the rapid absorption, it even overflowed. Kane's body emitted waves of psychic energy, the result of having absorbed too much energy too quickly. Don't let it escape, Hoenn. Kane tried to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a surge of psychic energy burst out. He quickly closed his eyes and focused, directing the psychic energy back into his mind. Meanwhile, the Slowpoke floating in the air also ceased absorbing psychic energy. The energy surrounding it began to concentrate once more within its body. Unlike Kane, who couldn't control the overflow, Slowpoke seemed like a bottomless well, absorbing all the energy without letting a drop escape. Calmly, it floated down to the ground and lay down. Meanwhile, Honchkrow and the others remained in their positions, though they didn't fully understand what had just happened. Seeing the serious expressions on Kane and Slowpoke's faces, they realized this was no trivial matter, so they continued guarding them silently. As for the Sharpedo in the water, they were utterly perplexed. They had witnessed Slowpoke's transformation with their own eyes. As dark types, they should normally feel no reaction to psychic energy. Yet the immense power radiating from Slowpoke stirred a strange sensation of fear within them. Could these pink Pokémon be dangerous? The leader of the Sharpedo shook its head, trying to banish the absurd idea from its mind. It decided to attack to demonstrate its power. A torrent of water swirled around it and surged forward in a massive stream aimed at the group. Honchkrow and Sneasel prepared to intercept the attack, their expressions tense. But at that moment, Slowpoke suddenly opened its eyes, and a powerful psychic shockwave interrupted the assault. Slowpoke's psychic energy, like an enormous invisible hand, easily deflected the torrent of water. Slowpoke rose slowly. There were no visible signs of psychic energy surrounding it now, but it felt like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode. Yadin! At that moment, its eyes gleamed with an unusual light Kane recognized instantly. Is that Miracle Eye? Kane exclaimed, astonished. Normally, a Slowpoke couldn't learn Miracle Eye, not through breeding or training. But with the awakening of its shiny nature, had Slowpoke mastered this move. And not only that, its psychic power was now even more terrifying. Though it didn't show it openly, Kane could sense it as a psychic. Then, Slowpoke unleashed its most powerful psychic-type move, Psyshock. The effect was stunning. The psychic wave surged toward the Sharpedo, and along the way, several weaker Carvania near the water rolled their eyes and fainted, floating belly up. Dark-type Pokémon, defeated by the residual force of a psychic wave? Slowpoke's psychic energy had grown exponentially, and with the help of over 30 of its kind, it had become many times more powerful. With the addition of Miracle Eye, its offensive capability had reached an unprecedented level. The Psyshock struck the Sharpedo square on the head. Its eyes widened in shock as the attack hit, leaving it dazed like never before. Slowpoke had fully awakened its power. End of chapter. Chapter 412. Evolve, Slowpoke. Under Kane's system scan, Slowpoke's level rapidly increased by 2, reaching level 36. Not only did it learn the move Miracle Eye, but its quality peaked at deep green, displaying a mix between deep green and light blue. This phenomenon couldn't be identified by the system. The preliminary estimate was that Slowpoke's aptitude had surpassed deep green, but due to the rapid increase, its body had not yet fully assimilated the change. Given time, it might stabilize at light blue, or perhaps even higher. But Kane's gains weren't limited to the evolution of Slowpoke's potential or the increase in its psychic power. His own psychic ability had also improved significantly. Based on what Cain felt, his psychic ability had reached the level of a beginner psychic. However, the telepathy move still needed to be learned, and Cain wasn't entirely sure if he had truly reached that level or if it was just an illusion. After the attack, Slowpoke finally returned to its calm demeanor. The intense desire it had felt within had triggered its awakening, enabling it to learn the psychic-type move Miracle Eye. From that moment on, Dark-type Pokémon would no longer be an insurmountable threat. At the very least, they could hurt each other instead of enduring damage passively. Sharpedo, which had been attacked by Slowpoke, took a few moments to recover. When it looked back at Slowpoke, a flicker of fear appeared deep in its eyes, though it was quickly masked by its fierce expression. As the leader of its group, it couldn't show fear. If it did, what would happen to the young Carvanha under its command? Just as expected, seeing that Sharpedo was unscathed, the Carvanha became lively again. After all, only a few of them had lost the ability to fight. As long as Sharpedo remained, their combat power stayed intact. A mischievous smile crossed Slowpoke's face, but it didn't attack again. Instead, it looked at Cain. At that moment, Cain had also finished assimilating the change in his own psychic ability. "Master, it seems your psychic power has also grown significantly," Slowpoke communicated directly with Cain through telepathy. Slowpoke's power had not only increased in magnitude but also in control. Now, telepathy came naturally to it, without the need for concentration as before. Cain nodded. "It still feels a bit new, but thanks to you, it has improved a lot. I think I've reached the level of a beginner psychic." Then he added, "Slowpoke, teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they'll think we can't do anything to them." Slowpoke nodded as well. "Use Calm Mind, then Miracle Eye. Sharpedo might be too agile in the water and could dodge, so aim for the Carvanha," Cain said. "Yadin," cried Slowpoke, closing its eyes to enter a meditative state. A second later, it opened its eyes. After much training, it only took a second to use Calm Mind. Its round eyes emitted a peculiar glow due to the Miracle Eye move. But instead of using Psyshock, Slowpoke opted for another move it had mastered alongside Miracle Eye. Psychic! Small black-blue energy spheres appeared around Slowpoke, like tiny black holes absorbing all surrounding light. These spheres rapidly launched toward the excited Carvanha. Although it was psychic energy, the Carvanha felt the threat. Boom! Explosions echoed in the water. One by one, the Carvanha began to float belly up on the water's surface, with some even knocked out by the residual effects of the explosions. These Carvanha weren't very powerful, relying only on their numbers to dominate the water. And they were even less capable against Slowpoke, who countered them completely. Now, under the attacks of a single Slowpoke, their group was being decimated. Without needing Cain's orders, Slowpoke began hurling the unconscious Carvanha to the shore. There were so many Carvanha that more kept coming, but Slowpoke's pace of knocking them out only increased. With its continuous use of Miracle Eye and Psychic, its mastery of these moves grew increasingly refined. Among the Carvanha thrown to the shore, a few had good aptitudes, and Cain captured them with Pokeballs. After all, leaving them on the shore made no sense. It would be better to exchange them for hunter points. Perhaps after defeating this group of Sharpedo, his hunter rank might even increase. Finally, the Carvanha began to panic. More and more of them were being knocked out, and the Sharpedo couldn't stop it. "Slowpoke, speed it up," Cain said. Upon hearing the command, Slowpoke began to attack faster. However, the Sharpedo finally devised a plan. A group of them started taking turns receiving Slowpoke's attacks. Since they were only taking normal damage without any level or type advantage, Slowpoke's attacks didn't do much harm. Meanwhile, other Sharpedo began counterattacking, launching Dark-type moves at Slowpoke. Forced to halt its offensive, Slowpoke could no longer keep attacking. Although its psychic power had increased, and Miracle Eye allowed it to harm Dark-types, its overall strength was still insufficient. After all, Sharpedo were fully evolved Pokémon. Moreover, the Sharpedo were clever, ordering the Carvanha to hide underwater while launching attacks from the shore. They also allowed the injured Pokémon to recover, using their numbers to fight in shifts. Master! I've decided. I'm going to evolve. Slowpoke stopped its attack and addressed Cain. Hearing those words, Cain's eyes lit up immediately. He had been waiting for that decision from Slowpoke for a long time. As a trainer, Cain had the power to decide whether a Pokémon evolves or not, and into which form. But in Slowpoke's case, he gave it the choice, as both evolutionary forms were excellent, and its decision would be the most suitable for itself. Are you sure? Cain asked to confirm. Slowpoke nodded firmly. Seeing what had happened to the group of Slowpoke today had deeply impacted it, reminding it of its time on Trial Island, living with its own pack. Projecting its former companions onto this group ignited a fury in its heart. What do you want to evolve into? Silence. Slowpoke, Cain, and the other Pokémon fell quiet. The choice Slowpoke made would affect the rest of its life. Slowking. I want to evolve into a king. Lead them to freedom, said Slowpoke with determination. End of chapter. Chapter 413. Slowking. In truth, Slowpoke's decision didn't surprise Cain. In a place and situation like this, choosing to evolve into Slowking was undoubtedly the best option. Moreover, after the massive increase in Slowpoke's psychic powers, Slowking was the evolution that suited him best. If Cain had to choose, he likely would have had Slowpoke evolve into Slowking. Although Slowbro could Mega Evolve, Cain had yet to find a single Mega Evolution stone. Besides, Cain already had quite a few Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving. Blaziken, the final form of Torchic, Agron, the final form of Aron, and Jengar, the final form of Haunter. All of them were Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. Compared to Slowbro's Mega Evolution, Cain thought the Mega Evolution of these three Pokémon offered better cost-effectiveness. Of course, the Mega Evolution Stone was the deciding factor. The choice of which Pokémon to Mega Evolve didn't rest entirely with Cain. Nodding, Cain retrieved the King's Rock he had obtained from Umbra from his storage space. Slowpoke wore a serious expression, although he didn't know how his trainer was aware of Slowking's evolutionary form. After all, in his herd, he had only ever seen Slowbros. However, for some reason, when he saw the King's Crown, Slowpoke felt a strange pull in his heart. Additionally, after the increase in his psychic power, he could sense a mysterious energy emanating from the seemingly worn crown. Then, Cain brought out a Pokeball he had prepared long ago. Inside was a Shelder he had found on Trial Island. Although not a shiny Shelder, it had exceptional aptitude, which would undoubtedly boost Slowpoke's potential after evolving. Moreover, after this surge in psychic power, Slowpoke's original quality had already begun to ascend to light blue. Shelder's level wouldn't affect Slowpoke's evolution. Cain immediately released Shelder. When Shelder appeared, the Slowpoke that had been in a deep sleep began to show signs of awakening. It was as though a call was reaching them from the depths of their being, a call resonating within their blood. Not only them, but also Slowpoke with the King's Crown and Shelder began to eye each other. They could feel an attraction between them. Slowpoke seemed to understand what he had to do and used his psychic power to lift Shelder. He placed it directly on his head. Shelder, in turn, seemed to grasp its destiny. It gazed at Slowpoke's head as though seeing a pink cake. Chomp! Shelder opened its shell and bit down on Slowpoke's head. In an instant. The moment the two Pokémon made contact, a white light enveloped them both. Evolution! Cain and the other Pokémon waited silently nearby. Sensing Slowpoke's evolution, the Slowpoke herd, previously asleep, awakened once more. They immediately noticed the Slowpoke undergoing evolution. Their eyes shone anew. They felt an energy that was familiar yet unfamiliar, a sensation that compelled them to bow before him. They knelt before the evolving Slowpoke. They were witnessing the birth of their king. A minute later, the white light dissipated, and a new Pokémon appeared before their eyes. The skin, once pale pink, had turned much darker, a deeper tone than the usual pink. The Pokémon, which had once walked on full legs, now stood on two. His hind legs had strengthened, his front legs appeared thinner, and his tail had thickened to balance his body. The most striking feature was the white shell on his head, resembling a crown, with a red orb in the center, a dazzling jewel in his crown. Not only that, but around his neck was something that looked like a bib. Slowking. Slowpoke had successfully evolved into Slowking. Moreover, based on Slowking's skin color, he remained a shiny Pokémon. It wasn't clear whether Shelder's involvement in the evolution hadn't impacted Slowpoke's shiny status or if they had simply been lucky, but in any case, Slowking remained a shiny Pokémon. Slowking seemed slightly awkward walking on two legs. After taking a wobbly step, he gradually adapted. He walked over to Cain, and with the crown included, his height now reached 2 meters, making him significantly taller than Cain, who stood around 1.7 meters. Additionally, with the crown, Cain could no longer pat his soft, pink head. But now that he was a king, Cain couldn't simply touch his head as he used to. The system activated and scanned Slowking's information. Pokémon. Shiny Slowking, dark blue. Gender? Male. Level 37. Type: Water plus Psychic. Ability: Own Tempo. Held item: Leadership. Egg moves: Rest, Rain Dance, Teleport. Basic moves: Curse, Yawn, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Confusion, Disable, Headbutt, Water Pulse, Zen Headbutt, Slakoth, Heal Pulse, Power Gem, Nasty Plot. Learned moves: Calm Mind, Psyshock, Miracle Eye, Shiny, Psychic, Shiny. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Bulldoze, Flamethrower. Leadership. Cain thought, surprised to see Slowking's aptitude had reached dark blue, but when he noticed the leadership item, everything became clear. Upon closer inspection, Cain realized that Slowking's dark blue quality had faint traces of purple. He had reached the peak of dark blue. He was just one step away from reaching light purple, but that small difference could become a difficult barrier to overcome. Nevertheless, Slowking had become Cain's first Pokémon to possess the leadership item. Cain had encountered Pokémon with this item before: Beedrill on Trial Island, Dustox on the Nameless Island, and Beautifly on the same island. Cain had tried capturing some of them, but once caught, the leadership item gradually disappeared. However, in Slowking's case, who Cain had already caught, the leadership trait showed no signs of fading. Seeing the Slowpoke behind him with shining eyes, Cain understood. No matter if a Pokémon had a leadership before or not, only when a Pokémon was recognized by its herd did it have the possibility of obtaining this intangible yet astonishingly effective trait. "Slowking, go see your herd," Cain said with a smile. The hand he intended to use to pat Slowking's head stopped, and instead, he patted him on the shoulder. Slowking nodded, and an air of authority appeared on his face, surprising Cain slightly. In his heart, Cain sighed silently. The little Slowpoke has now grown and become the king of his herd. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Slowking the leader. The other Pokémon who witnessed Slowpoke's evolution displayed astonished expressions on their faces. Suddenly, Slowking smiled foolishly, and it was then that the other Pokémon confirmed that the standing Pokémon before them was their former clumsy companion. Yaden! Slowking's cry. Slowking called out to the Slowpoke from his group. The response came from all the Slowpoke, who gazed at him with admiration, recognizing him as their king. "Master, I want to find them a safe place to live," Slowking said to Cain through telepathy. Cain pondered for a moment, then seemed to recall something. With a smile, he said, "Take them to Leafy Town. I'm planning to open a water-type gym there. We'll create a large lake in the town where the Slowpoke can live. Afterward, I can bring some Shelder from the Kanto region to place in the lake, so the Slowpoke and Shelder can interact and evolve." The connection between Slowking and his group of Slowpoke was clearly tied to the leadership item Slowking possessed. If Cain wanted Slowking to retain that item, it was best to keep the Slowpoke under his care. Cain also wanted to investigate whether the effects of this item could grow. If the group of Slowpoke expanded, perhaps Slowking's power would change as well. The lake would be filled with many water-type Pokémon, and if Hoenn managed to relocate them all, it would form a complete water-type gym, attracting attention. People would want to catch water-type Pokémon and visit the gym, increasing its reputation. Slowking nodded enthusiastically. Since his evolution, he felt a newfound responsibility on his shoulders. As one of the few Slowking in the Pokémon world, he had to protect several groups of Slowpoke. If possible, he wanted to gather more Slowpoke and prevent them from being mistreated. "Alright, first, let's deal with them," Hoenn said coldly. The Sharpedo in the water had also witnessed Slowking's evolution, and a look of terror appeared in their eyes. The Pokémon standing before them emanated an intimidating presence. Slowking awaited Hoenn's orders. "Slowking, this will be your first battle after evolving. Show your power and let your companions rediscover you. Use Nasty Plot," Hoenn ordered loudly. Nasty Plot was the new move Slowking had learned upon evolving. With this move, he activated his mind and significantly boosted his special attack. The biggest difference between Slowbro and Slowking was their intellect. While Slowpoke and Slowbro appeared clumsy, Slowking gave the impression of being extremely cunning. Perhaps this was the meaning of great wisdom beneath a foolish appearance. With a slight smile on his face, as if he had devised a plan, Slowking significantly increased his special power. "Slowking, use Miracle Eye and then Psychic to take out those Carvanha. Honchkrow, Sneasel, and Skorupi, make sure to pull the Carvanha out of the water when they fall," Hoenn ordered. "Yadin!" Slowking's cry. Slowking's eyes gleamed with a rainbow of colors as he used Miracle Eye, enabling him to see through the essence of Dark-type Pokémon. Then, a series of dark psychic energy spheres formed around him and flew in various directions. Boom! 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 The psychic energy explosions took out several weaker Carvanha in the water. Honchkrow, alert, used its claws to bring back the father Carvanha, while Sneasel, sliding on an icy path across the lake's surface, and Skorupi, using its tail, took care of tossing the Carvanha to the shore. Slowking didn't pause. After each attack, he immediately launched the next. The Sharpedo tried to intervene, but Slowking temporarily ignored them, focusing on eliminating the weaker Carvanha. 3 minutes later. Acting as a true destruction machine, Slowking had cleared the lake of Carvanha. Even those hiding beneath the surface couldn't escape his eyes and attacks. The Sharpedo group in the lake was now reduced to just a few. The Sharpedo leader, with glowing red eyes, watched helplessly as his companions were defeated and taken to the shore. Despite the 3 minutes of intense combat, Slowking showed no signs of exhaustion. "Slowking, only they remain. Take them all out. Try a new technique. You now have a vast amount of psychic power, but the focus is limited. Try concentrating your psychic power into a needle shape to increase its lethality," Hoenn suggested. "Yadin!" Slowking's cry. Slowking immediately understood. His eyes glowed blue as he concentrated his vast psychic power. However, this power was dispersed, limiting its effectiveness. Under Slowking's mental control, the psychic power began to compress, slowly forming a sharp cone of energy. Despite the lack of experience with this technique, Slowking continued in the right direction. When it was ready, he launched the energy cone at one of the strongest Sharpedo, second only to the leader. This Sharpedo, level 34 with green tier quality, could have been a nightmare for any psychic Pokémon if not for the Miracle Eye move. In the blink of an eye, the energy cone struck the Sharpedo, which barely had time to react before being hit. Boom! The concentrated energy not only increased the attack speed but also doubled its power. The Sharpedo convulsed briefly before flipping its body over, knocked out like the Carvanha. A Sharpedo defeated in a single attack by Slowking. However, there was a drawback: the preparation for this type of attack was too slow. If the Sharpedo had known what Slowking was doing, it likely would have escaped. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Recruiting a group. Only 2 Sharpedo remained. Witnessing the destructive power of Slowking's technique, they were so terrified that they quickly dove underwater. Seeing their movements, Hoenn stepped forward, placed his hand on Slowking's shoulder, and said, "Come on, don't let them escape." Slowking nodded. Using his psychic power, he carried Hoenn directly into the water. A barrier surrounded Hoenn, ensuring he didn't need to worry about breathing. Slowking, use your psychic power to propel yourself forward and control the water currents to increase speed, Hoenn instructed. Although Slowking's psychic energy talent was greater than his water-type energy, he was still a water-type Pokémon. His speed underwater was impressive, and with the help of his psychic power, the two swiftly swimming Sharpedo couldn't outpace him. If not for needing to take care of Hoenn, Slowking could have gone even faster. With all his strength, Slowking surged forward like a rocket. During the chase, start concentrating your psychic power. This time, make the cone thinner and a bit longer. Following Hoenn's instructions, Slowking compressed his psychic energy into something spear-like. He launched the spear directly at one of the Sharpedo. The psychic energy spear pierced through the Sharpedo's body the moment it made contact. Its eyes rolled back, and the Sharpedo instantly lost consciousness. Only the Sharpedo leader remained. With a sharp flick of his tail, Slowking increased his speed once more. Swish! Slowking quickly closed the distance between himself and the Sharpedo leader. With each use of his technique, Slowking became more adept at compressing his psychic power. This time, he formed two spears simultaneously, his tense expression revealing he was nearing his limit. Swish! Swish! The two spears sliced through the water as if there were no resistance, heading straight for the Sharpedo leader. Although the leader desperately tried to escape, it couldn't avoid the incoming psychic spears. Both spears struck the leader almost simultaneously. The double impact left it no chance, just like the others. Its eyes rolled back, and its body floated slowly to the surface, belly up. Bring them back with us. Even though these Sharpedo had been defeated, they still held value. Hoenn planned to capture them and exchange them for points at the Hunter Guild. Upon hearing Hoenn's command, Slowking used his psychic power to create tendrils that bound the two Sharpedo and dragged them back to the underground cave. A minute later, Hoenn and Slowking emerged in the underground cave. The ground was covered with a pile of Carvania and 3 Sharpedo. Hoenn activated his system to scan the data of all the Pokémon on the ground, selecting those with potential greater than light green tier, and captured them. There were 3 Sharpedo, one with dark green tier quality, the leader, and the other 2 with green tier quality. Among the Carvania, none had dark green tier potential, only 1 had green tier potential, and 4 had light green tier potential. In general, Pokémon with higher potential tend to have higher levels, and those that evolve into Sharpedo usually possess superior potential. This demonstrated that a Pokémon's potential significantly influenced its growth. The value of all the captured Pokémon would likely be enough for Hoenn to advance to a 4-star hunter. If one wanted to quickly rise through the ranks in the Hunter Guild and earn more money, the fastest way was to clear out a large group of wild Pokémon. Alright, we'll leave the rest of the Carvania here. They won't cause much trouble. Slowking, speak with your group and see if they agree, Hoenn said as he stored the Pokeballs containing the captured Sharpedo and Carvania. Yadin. Slowking approached the group of Slowpoke and explained the situation. Soon, all the Slowpoke nodded in agreement. In truth, there was no need to ask them, as they had long accepted Slowking as their leader. Whatever Slowking said, they obeyed. Once Slowking relayed the result to Hoenn, he said, "All right, let's go. Let's bring Absol and its family with us." Hoenn hadn't forgotten that Absol were waiting for him on the shore. Fortunately, Absol had warned Hoenn, otherwise, they would never have discovered the endangered group of Slowpoke at the bottom of the lake, which also allowed Slowking to decide to evolve. To Hoenn, Absol wasn't a disaster beast but rather a Pokémon of good fortune. After returning Honchkrow and the others to their Pokeballs, Slowking led the Slowpoke, who hadn't been in water for a long time, back to the lake's shore. When Slowking and Hoenn reached the shore, Absol's mother seemed to sense what was happening and was already prepared to leave. "Let's go back." "Slowking, how many Pokémon can you teleport now?" Hoenn asked. "Yadin." Slowking responded with a cry, and all the Slowpoke emitted threads of psychic energy, linking themselves to Slowking. With this distance, we can make it directly, Slowking said to Cain. Cain's eyes lit up. There were over 30 Slowpoke and 4 Absol in total, nearly 40 Pokémon. While the Slowpoke could reduce Slowking's burden by linking their psychic powers, it was still an impressive feat. Cain placed one hand on Slowking's shoulder and the other on Absol's mother. Slowking's eyes glowed with a blue light, and his psychic power began to surge strongly. Following the psychic energy threads, he enveloped all the Slowpoke in a large energy bubble. After 10 seconds of preparation, everyone disappeared from the scene. When they reappeared, they were already in the backyard of Cain's residence. Slowking fell to his knees, covered in sweat. It was evident that teleporting such a large group had been an enormous burden for him, nearly pushing him to his limit. Slowking, meditate and recover. Cain patted him on the shoulder and continued, Slowpoke, you can stay in that pond for now. I'll expand the area soon. Absol, you can also stay here for a few days while I stabilize the little Absol's condition. It might take a few days. Hearing Cain's words, the Slowpoke looked worriedly at Slowking, who was meditating. However, they trusted the bond between him and Cain, so they obediently headed for the newly dug pond. Absol's mother, after a brief hesitation, also nodded and found a secluded corner to settle her 3 cubs. Cain watched as everyone settled in and nodded with satisfaction. He had successfully recruited a group of Pokémon. Everything was starting to fall into place. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Preparing for lake construction. In the evening, Miyamoto and the others returned after their outing. They gave Cain a brief report on the progress of their tasks for the day. Nearly everyone had registered as hunters with the Hunter Guild and was now waiting for Cain to establish the hunting team so they could join. Additionally, the recruitment for Team Heaven had started operating effectively. The primary recruits were still poor children or orphans. These individuals aspired to become trainers but lacked the opportunity or means to do so. In the Kanto and Johto regions, there was still the possibility of joining Team Rocket. If they survived the selection process, they could become trainers, albeit as members of Team Rocket. Even so, compared to a life of poverty, this was a significant improvement. In the Hoenn region, similar organizations existed, but their recruitment standards were much higher. In Leafy Town, no such organization was present. Previously, the Black Serpent Gang could barely sustain its own expenses, let alone support poor children and orphans. However, Cain was different. By forming Team Heaven, he directly invested several million Pokédollars. This money was primarily used to purchase Pokémon to enhance the combat strength of current members, as well as to acquire Pokémon for new recruits. Of course, Cain also established a set of rules to manage Team Heaven. Only those who passed a proper evaluation could become official members, others would remain as reserves. The Black Serpent Gang's fighters were currently just reserve members of Team Heaven. As for the new recruits, most were external members. Only after passing specific tests could they become formal external members, and after an additional evaluation period, they could become official members. However, the tests for members were not as stringent or brutal as those of Team Rocket. They primarily focused on assessing loyalty. For Cain, loyalty was the main requirement for external members. For official members, they also needed to demonstrate some level of strength. At the very least, they had to possess the combat ability of a Team Rocket official member. Cain delegated all these tasks to Sky, Alec, and Miyamoto. The joint management of these 3 helped avoid many issues and reduced the likelihood of unnecessary situations, such as someone accumulating too much power and threatening Cain's position. Moreover, Cain trusted Sky's loyalty, assigning him the role of supervisor. In just one day, Team Heaven still consisted of the original 6 official members, with Cain making 7. The reserve members totaled 13, all former Black Serpent Gang fighters. 8 external members were also recruited today. They had not yet been assigned Pokémon but were provided with accommodation and food, which helped stabilize them. Cain then handed over all the Wurmple captured earlier to the 3 leaders for distribution to the new recruits as their starter Pokémon. These Wurmple were not particularly valuable, and their potential was similar, but they grew quickly. With sufficient food, they could evolve into Dustics in just over half a month, thereby gaining some combat strength. Once a considerable number of Dustics were available, their collective strength would be quite impressive. At that point, the new recruits would be taught about Pokémon, how to utilize Dustics, and loyalty towards Cain and the team would be instilled. This way, Team Heaven would soon have a solid foundation of members. When the member base reached a sufficient number, some would stand out and be selected to rise in rank, gradually refining Team Heaven's structure. With a successful model like Team Rocket's, there was almost no need to worry about creating a system for Team Heaven. Additionally, the team leaders were also former Team Rocket members, so they were familiar with how the system operated. Cain also provided several Dustics with slightly more strength to be distributed among the Black Serpent Gang fighters as part of their evaluations. Those who demonstrated loyalty to Team Heaven would receive a Dustics. Once their loyalty was verified and their strength deemed sufficient, they could become the first official members of Team Heaven. However, how far they progressed would depend on their potential. After a brief meeting where Cain assigned tasks for the next steps, he dismissed everyone. Those brought from the trial island had shown good performance and loyalty. If given the opportunity, Cain would help improve their strength. Currently, they were strong enough to manage a low-level organization, but after some time, their strength would need to increase. The day came to an end. Team Heaven now consisted of 1 leader, 6 official members, 13 reserve members, and 8 external members. Back in his room, Cain took out his equipment to make Pokeblocks. Aaron's Pokeblocks needed improvement, and he also needed to create suitable Pokeblocks for the young Absol to enhance its health. At the same time, his Pokémon needed to digest what they had learned from today's battles. In the backyard, Tropius lay on the roof, keeping watch over the area. Since it didn't participate in battles or training, its main task was to guard the surroundings. Cain's Gyarados also had a reduced role. Its task now was to expand the pond. Unfortunately, with the addition of a group of Slowpoke, this project had accelerated significantly. Cain had also scanned the Slowpoke with his system. Perhaps due to the presence of the Sharpedo, the weaker and lower potential Slowpoke had been eliminated. The current Slowpoke had, at worst, yellow-orange quality, with the best reaching green quality. Some of these Slowpoke even had high levels. With some training and a Shelder, they could evolve into Slowbro. Cain planned to construct a lake in the area, where the Slowpoke would serve as guardians, helping Cain oversee both the lake and the aquatic Pokémon inhabiting it. Soon, Cain finished making the Pokeblocks for the young Absol. He immediately gave one to the shiny Absol. Under the grateful gaze of its mother, the shiny Absol peacefully fell asleep for the first time. By continuing to use these Pokeblocks, the shiny Absol would fully recover. Then, Cain would have a new guardian for the mountain area. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Planning. Cain then summoned Torchic, Poliwag, and Aaron. During this period, Cain has focused on helping them develop a solid foundation. For example, Torchic and Poliwag's bodies are somewhat weak, and Cain hopes to first strengthen their physical condition before starting more intense training. As for Aaron, while its body has been well trained, after prolonged feeding and battles, it has developed some invisible injuries. Cain has prohibited it from participating in battles or intense exercise for now, as it needs to heal these hidden wounds. Otherwise, it could develop chronic issues that would be difficult to resolve. With the addition of special Pokeblocks containing geocentric cleansing milk, Aaron can recover more quickly and enhance its talent in rock-type moves. Torchic's condition is slowly stabilizing, and the data provided by the system shows that its potential fluctuations are balancing out. However, with the intake of Cain's customized Pokeblocks, these fluctuations are slowly increasing. Once they stabilize completely, it's highly likely that Torchic will reach a deep blue quality. As for Poliwag, its extended confinement in the Hunter Association caused its body to use energy only to maintain daily functions, hindering its growth. Thus, it is the most behind in development among the 3 Pokémon. However, being a pure water-type Pokémon, it has outstanding talent in that type. For now, the task for the 3 of you is to strengthen your bodies and recover from any internal or external injuries from the past. Otherwise, your future growth might be affected, Kane said, gently patting the heads of the 3 Pokémon. Compared to Poliwag's damp head and Aaron's metallic one, Torchic's soft head was the most pleasant to touch. Previously, Kane enjoyed patting Slowpoke's head, but now that it has evolved into Slowking, Torchic has taken its place. Kane will likely keep patting Torchic's head until it evolves into Blaziken. Fortunately, Torchic doesn't seem to mind. In fact, it appears to enjoy it, sometimes responding by happily rubbing against Kane. The 3 little ones were sent to bed early. Since they are still in their growth stage, they need plenty of sleep and proper nutrition. For now, battles are left to the older Pokémon. Both Murkrow and Slowpoke have successfully evolved, and Kane's team has gained significant strength since participating in the final trial. Additionally, Slowking's level has reached 37. It only needs to gain 3 more levels to achieve the advanced trainer rank. When that happens, with Slowking as the core, Kane's chances of establishing his water-type gym will significantly increase. In Kane's future plans, Sneasel, Haunter, and Skorupi will be his priority for training. Once Steven obtains the Razor Claw, Kane can evolve Sneasel. Although Sneasel was once the most promising Pokémon in Kane's team, it has now been surpassed by Honchkrow and Slowking. Kane has also planned the development of Skorupi's poison-type moves, which has been more straightforward than with Haunter. Kane provided Skorupi with a Venom Sac from a quasi-elite level Arbok. With Haunter's assistance, Skorupi can slowly consume the venom from the sac. Compared to the poisonous gas Haunter used before, the venom from Arbok's sac is much richer in energy. Immediately after consuming it, Skorupi leveled up, reaching level 26. Skorupi's level is increasing rapidly and will soon catch up with the other Pokémon on the team. Additionally, thanks to its constant consumption of calcium supplements, Skorupi has grown to 1.2 meters, making it a true giant compared to normal Skorupi, which typically measure about 80 centimeters. Although some time has passed since Skorupi was born and its bones are stabilizing, the effects of calcium pills will become less noticeable in the future. Even so, a 1.2-meter Skorupi is almost the size of a normal Drapion. When it evolves, it's sure to be an extraordinary Drapion. With the Sniper ability, Skorupi will be a key member of Kane's team. Among Kane's 5 main battling Pokémon, Honchkrow serves as support and a hunter, Slowking as a long-range artillery tower, Haunter specializes in control and attrition, Sneasel is agile and offensive, and Skorupi, upon evolving into Drapion, will be the main defensive and frontline attacker. Its growth is crucial. Otherwise, Kane's Pokémon would have to rely more on guerrilla tactics, as they did when facing Steven's Metang. But if Skorupi grows and evolves before Aaron is ready, it will be the first Pokémon to take on defensive and direct offensive roles. Kane has always considered Skorupi one of his first Pokémon capable of defining a battle. When it evolves into Drapion, it will automatically learn 3 biting moves, allowing it to effectively combat a variety of Pokémon types. Once its Poison-type move development is complete, Skorupi will enter a phase of rapid leveling. Of course, alongside its growth, Sneasel and Haunter will also undergo intensive training. Honchkrow and Slowking, on the other hand, will focus on acclimating to their evolved forms. Having evolved, both have seen a level increase, so in the short term, they will concentrate on consolidating that growth. Once Kane has properly trained these 5 Pokémon, he can begin working on his second lineup. Kane has one Pokémon at the forefront of his mind, Larvitar. Umbra has already agreed to provide Kane with 3 evolution elixirs. However, since Kane has just arrived in Hoenn and is busy organizing his base, the exchange will have to wait a bit. At the same time, Kane plans to exchange the remaining resources from Team Rocket for useful supplies. This way, the development of Team Heaven won't be hindered by minor setbacks. Kane quickly outlined the tasks he needs to complete in the future. First, he will travel to Verdanturf town and upgrade his hunter rank to 4 stars. Then, he will establish his own hunting team and integrate Karen as a team member. Second, he will assign some members to Karen to capture Pokémon. They don't need to generate much income initially, but they should at least learn how to do so. Third, Kane will consult with his mentor, Matsuda Takashi, about founding the gym. If any costs need to be paid, Kane can prepare in advance. Once he gets approval to open the gym, he can plan a series of activities, including creating a Pokémon Center, developing commerce in Leafy Town, expanding Team Heaven, and even restructuring the town's black market. Once the black market is established, Team Heaven can balance income and expenses. This will allow Kane to stop spending his own money, and Team Heaven can operate fully, helping Kane obtain more resources for his growth. Although many of these tasks can be delegated, Kane considers the most important thing to be strengthening his power. It's likely that once the gym is approved, Kane will depart again in search of new experiences. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Entering Verdanturf Town. The next morning, after quickly organizing the backyard, Kane left Leafy Town and headed toward Verdanturf Town, flying on Tropius's back. Currently, Tropius fully obeyed Kane, not only because Kane provided its favorite food but also because Kane's Pokémon were already quite strong, and Tropius, as a Pokémon, followed the orders of a capable trainer. Although Tropius wasn't a fan of battles, it wouldn't refuse if Kane commanded it to fight. However, Kane now had so many training and combat opportunities for his Pokémon that he rarely needed to use Tropius in battles. With its chlorophyll ability, Tropius excelled in long flights. Its back was broad and comfortable, and its flight was very stable. Additionally, in sunny weather, Tropius could fly quite fast. While flying over forests, they occasionally encountered groups of wild Pokémon. Most fled at the sight of Tropius, but there were always a few wild Pokémon that tried to pick a fight. Luckily, Kane had Honchkrow. Although Honchkrow was at level 34 and Tropius at level 40, the difference in quality between them was significant. Honchkrow, with its deep blue quality, far outclassed Tropius, whose quality was light green. Furthermore, Honchkrow's flying type gave it an advantage over Tropius's grass type. If Honchkrow's Moxie ability activated in succession, combined with its powerful Sky Attack move, it could even take down Tropius in a single hit. Kane knew that the only thing Honchkrow lacked was a higher level. During the flight, any wild flying Pokémon that attacked were assigned to Honchkrow to defeat. While some contributed to stacking Honchkrow's Moxie effect, others did not. Still, it was rare for a wild Pokémon to withstand more than one of Honchkrow's attacks. After flying for an hour and a half, Kane finally spotted Verdanturf Town. Compared to Leafy Town, Verdanturf Town was much more developed, with more modern buildings and a significantly larger population. Verdanturf Town was located near a volcano, but thanks to air currents, volcanic ash never reached the town. Additionally, the heat from the underground volcano fed the town's famous hot springs, which attracted many visitors. Before entering Verdanturf Town, Kane asked Tropius to land. His main objective was the black market, so he preferred to avoid drawing attention. Dressed in his league trainer uniform and wearing a cap, Kane discreetly entered the town without attracting any stares. After walking through several streets, Kane found the entrance to the black market, hidden within a mountain. Someone had excavated nearly the entire mountain to build the black market inside. Paying little attention to the factions controlling the black market, Kane changed into a black cloak before entering. With Sneasel by his side, he walked through the streets of the black market and called Karen on the phone. The call was answered immediately, and they agreed to meet in front of the Hunter Guild building in the black market. 3 minutes later, they met at the guild's entrance. Although both wore black cloaks that covered their bodies, they recognized each other immediately by their Pokémon, Kane with his Sneasel and Karen with a Roserade. "Well, you're on time," Karen said, glancing at Kane's Sneasel. In the Hoenn region, not many people owned a Sneasel. In the black market, a Pokémon's origin wasn't as important as the trainer's strength. What truly mattered was power. "Let's go," Kane said in a neutral tone, heading toward the guild. The Hunter Guild was a very successful organization that had originated in Kanto and grown with Team Rocket's support. Now, the guild had branches in all regions. They sought neither power nor influence, which allowed them to expand without being perceived as a threat. The interior of the guild was divided into 2 areas, one for the reception and submission of missions, and another for buying and selling Pokémon. Kane headed straight to the mission submission counter. "Hey, man, the area for registering a hunting team is over there," Karen commented upon seeing Kane's direction. "I know. I just have a few Pokémon I want to assign to some missions," Kane replied without stopping. Curious, Karen followed him, intrigued by the Pokémon Kane was about to hand over. End of chapter. Chapter 419. I need an explanation. The Hunter Guild staff were very efficient, and soon it was Kane's turn. "How can I help you?" asked the employee with a professional smile. "I want to assign tasks," Kane replied, pulling a stack of Pokeballs from his pocket. Inside them were mostly Sharpedo and Carvanha, along with some decent quality Dustox and other miscellaneous Pokémon. In total, about 15 Pokeballs. He placed them directly into the Pokeball transmitter, which sent them through one by one. "Please show me your Hunter ID card," the employee said while processing the Pokeballs. Kane handed over his Hunter card through the window. "Respected 3-star Hunter, please wait while we assign the tasks," the employee said, maintaining the same professional smile. Kane nodded, but behind him, Karen began to grow restless. "Did I hear that right?" Karen thought. "Respected 3-star Hunter. Kane is still just a 3-star Hunter." Karen felt a wave of disappointment. Was this guy planning to form a hunting team as just a 3-star Hunter? 3-star Hunters didn't even have the right to form a team. Damn it! This lunatic asked me to be his deputy leader, and he's not even a 4-star Hunter yet. So why did he make me come here? Karen thought furiously. Suddenly, Karen remembered that Kane had mentioned a task involving capturing an Absol, a mission that required being a 4-star Hunter. Wait a minute. Karen thought. That means he never took that mission in the first place. Was I tricked into giving him a free mission? Though the mission hadn't been completed, Kane had used Absol and its offspring to threaten Karen, forcing her to agree to be his deputy. Now Karen felt manipulated, as if the entire thing had been a setup. Karen's expression turned cold. If it weren't for the fact that fighting inside the Hunter Guild would attract security forces, she would have already attacked Kane with all her strength. Quietly, she stood behind Kane, waiting for him to finish assigning the tasks. She needed an explanation, and if it didn't satisfy her, she wouldn't forgive him the next time they met. Kane also waited silently, knowing Karen would explode once she realized he was still a 3-star Hunter. But so far, Karen had shown remarkable patience. Kane smirked slightly. She's holding it in, he thought. Soon, the analysis of the 15 Pokémon was complete, and the tasks were assigned based on Kane's rank, maximizing the possible rewards for each. "Sir, all tasks have been assigned. Here's the list, please review it to see if any adjustments are needed." The screen displayed the list of captured Pokémon and the assigned tasks. The high-quality Sharpedo still offered the highest reward, not only for its quality but also due to the difficulty of capturing it, as they typically lived in large groups in the ocean. Kane frowned and asked, "Why is the reward for the high-quality Sharpedo so similar to that of the medium-quality Sharpedo?" The employee nodded politely and explained. "Because your Hunter rank is 3 stars, the higher rewards for capturing Sharpedo are limited. If you were to ascend to 4 stars, the reward would be significantly higher." Kane quickly understood. It all came down to his Hunter rank. Assign tasks for the other 14 Pokémon. Leave the high-quality Sharpedo unassigned for now, Kane said. "Of course, one moment please," the employee replied, assigning tasks for the remaining Pokémon. Gradually, the tasks disappeared from the list, indicating they had been completed and the rewards transferred to Kane's account. "Sir, all tasks have been completed. You have earned a total of 4.6 million Hunter points and 4.6 million Pokédollars. Additionally, your total Hunter points have reached 10.1 million. Congratulations on ascending to 4-star Hunter. Here's your badge," said the employee, handing Kane a golden star. With 2 green-quality Sharpedo, each worth around 2 million, plus the other 14 Pokémon, Kane had accumulated enough to ascend. He accepted the star and put it away. "Now assign the task for the high-quality Sharpedo," Kane said. Now a 4-star hunter, the reward for the high-quality Sharpedo was updated. The screen displayed a reward of 2 million hunter points and 2 million Poké Dollars, the appropriate amount for a superior quality Sharpedo. Cain assigned the Sharpedo's task and sent the Pokeball. Though Sharpedo was strong, it could only fight effectively in water. Cain preferred to sell it rather than train it for land battles, where it would be less efficient. It would likely end up in some millionaire's aquarium as a luxury item. In total, Cain earned 6.6 million hunter points and 6.6 million Poké Dollars, and he ascended to 4-star hunter status, granting him access to higher value tasks in the future. Cain pocketed his ID card and stood up. Karen, who had been waiting, followed him to a secluded table. They both sat down. "I need an explanation," Karen said in a cold voice. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Establishing the hunting group. Cain heard Karen's words and immediately burst into laughter. Karen, hearing Cain laugh, opened her eyes wide and prepared to leave. However, Cain stopped laughing just in time, preventing Karen from walking away. "All right, I'm done laughing. Well, as you've just seen, I've now become a 4-star hunter. The last time I found you was purely a coincidence, but I must thank you," Cain said. He truly had to thank her because, if it weren't for her luck, he probably wouldn't have encountered the 4 Absol. He wouldn't have entered the deep lake in the forest, and Slowpoke wouldn't have found its pack, successfully evolving into Slowking. Moreover, Slowking obtained the impressive piece of equipment, leadership. Perhaps all of this was thanks to Karen. Even if Cain had been lucky enough to find Absol's mother, she would never have led him to her den or allowed anyone with ill intentions near her offspring. Because upon seeing Absol, Cain's first thought would have been to capture her, either for personal use or to complete a mission at the Hunter Guild. Karen stared coldly at Cain, waiting for his next words. "But you can't deny that what I told you earlier wasn't wrong. You really need to join an organization to grow faster, don't you? Even if you had found Absol, you probably wouldn't have chosen to capture her at that moment, right?" Cain said calmly. "And now I'm a 4-star hunter. I can officially form my own hunting group. There isn't much difference from what I told you before, is there? Besides, I never claimed to be a 4-star hunter, I only mentioned wanting to form a hunting group." Karen fell into deep thought as she listened to Cain. Although Cain had deceived her and she was angry, he hadn't caused her much harm, had he? And now that Cain had truly become a 4-star hunter, he had the ability to form his own hunting group. If things went as he said, the hunting group would grow quickly after its founding, recruiting several people. It would be better to join a newly formed group than to have subordinates in an established one or start from scratch to recruit members. Then, Cain pulled a metal box from his storage space, placed it on the table, and opened it in front of Karen. "This is..." Karen looked at the contents of the box, unable to confirm what she was seeing. "That's right, advanced poke blocks. While they're the most common ones, they're still quite pricey. Consider this compensation for hiding the truth from you." Cain continued, "All you have to do is agree to become the deputy leader of the hunting group. As deputy leader, you'll enjoy various benefits, including a steady supply of advanced poke blocks for your 3 current Pokémon. If you help the group reach 2-star status, you'll get enough for 4 Pokémon. At 3 stars, it'll be for 5 Pokémon, and so on. When you reach 6-star hunter status, I can have custom poke blocks made for you based on your specific needs. That's the perk of being the deputy leader. Of course, any reward comes with responsibilities. The most important thing is not to betray me, or I'll hunt you down no matter where you hide. Believe me, I have the means to do so. All you need to do is help develop the hunting group with determination. My ultimate goal is to be a leader who doesn't have to do much work. But if there's ever a tough mission or a Pokémon you can't handle, come directly to me." Cain laid out his terms plainly. Karen fell back into contemplation. Looking at the box full of advanced poke blocks, her mind began to waver. She couldn't deny that the advantages Cain was offering were highly tempting to her. After all, as a lower-class trainer, she didn't have access to a specialized breeder to make custom poke blocks for her. She didn't even have the money for it, let alone the necessary status. Even common advanced Pokeblocks were only affordable for her Roserade. Her other Pokémon were still fed medium-level Pokeblocks. Moreover, she needed more funds to train her Pokémon or find others with greater potential. She couldn't let her power stagnate. Cain didn't rush her. He simply crossed his arms and waited patiently. 10 minutes later, as if she had made a decision, Karen leaned over the table, looked down at Cain, and said, "Fine, I'll accept being the deputy leader of your hunting group. Just make sure you keep your word." Cain smiled and pulled 2 more boxes from his storage space, placing them in front of her. "Here are 2 additional portions of advanced Pokeblocks. Each box has enough for 2 months. When you run out, contact me. Now, let's go register the hunting group." Cain stood and headed for the registration counter. Registering a hunting group was similar to registering as an individual hunter. Once a hunter reached 4-star status, they could register their group for free. The difficult part was recruiting people, but Cain had a simple plan. He only needed Sky and the others. Cain chose a simple name for the group, Heavenly Hunting Group, which earned some complaints from Karen. The 2 reappeared at the Hunter Guild entrance, but this time, in addition to the 4 stars on their badges, they had the hunting group's emblem on their right shoulders. Cain had sketched the emblem quickly. It wasn't overly ugly but wasn't particularly attractive either. "All done. The group is registered, and your name is listed as deputy leader," Cain said. Karen nodded and asked, "Your hunter name is Joker, and mine is now Hunter J. But there's another deputy leader, Hunter O." "Who's that?" Cain had registered the group under his hunter name, Joker, and changed Karen's name to Hunter J. However, he had added another deputy leader, Hunter O, whose identity Karen didn't know. Cain knew exactly who it was. It was part of his little joke. When registering Sky and the others, he had assigned them different letters. Miyamoto was O, Alec was K, and Sky was E. The other deputy leader was Miyamoto. Although Cain trusted Karen's abilities, he also wanted Miyamoto to serve as another deputy, not to undermine Karen but to keep him informed about the group's situation. It was like having a supervisor. This was all part of his plan. "You'll find out soon. Stay around for a few days. I'll bring them in one by one, and then you'll handle the recruiting. After that, the rest is up to you." Cain waved his hand and left the guild. He left Karen waiting alone for Miyamoto's arrival. Sky and Alec had other tasks, and the group's leadership would be split between Miyamoto and Karen. The rest of the team would be divided. Half would stay in Leafy Town while the other half handled group missions, rotating as needed. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Beginner Psychic. Cain walked through the black market for a while longer, mainly to sell the items he had obtained on the trial island. He sold 20 large pearls, each valued at 50,000 Pokédollars, and 65 small pearls at 10,000 Pokédollars each. In total, this brought him an income of 1,650,000 Pokédollars. Then there were the evolutionary stones, 1 intermediate-level dusk stone, 3 initial-level moon stones, 1 initial-level leaf stone, and another intermediate-level leaf stone. All were evolutionary stones that Cain had previously obtained and found little use for, so he decided to exchange them for some money. The basic evolutionary stone sold for about 300,000 each, while the intermediate-level stones, being more valuable, sold for 1,500,000 each. In total, the sale of the stones brought him an income of 4,200,000 Pokédollars. After selling everything, Cain's total funds amounted to 15,950,000 Pokédollars, the highest amount he had ever had in this life. However, as Cain gained more power, he realized that this sum was not as impressive as it seemed. Even a single King's Rock was something Cain still couldn't acquire. Although he had managed to obtain one from Stephen, he couldn't always rely on him. Even if Stephen was willing, his family wouldn't allow it to happen again. So, to get the razor claw that his Sneasel needed, Cain would have to pay for it himself. Additionally, the items required to train his Torchic, Poliwag, and Aaron had to be purchased. Skorupi was developing its poison attribute, meaning that poisonous items were indispensable. Honchkrow and Slowking had already successfully evolved, so their Pokeblock formulas needed adjustments, which also meant that the ingredients would become increasingly expensive. Even though Cain had over 15 million, he knew he could easily spend all that money within an hour. When he left the materials market in the black market, Cain had only 9,800,000 Pokédollars left. Despite this, he was satisfied, as he had purchased the best products available within his current capabilities. Afterward, Cain went to the move store, not to buy but for Slowking to learn some of the moves he had obtained on the SS Hoenn. Using a learning device, Cain taught Slowking the moves Earthquake and Surf, two very useful moves. With Slowking's current level of power, these moves were perfect in terms of cost-benefit. Cain planned to establish a water-type gym, and Slowking would be his ace. Improving its power would greatly benefit the gym's opening. Without lingering too long in Verdanturf town, Cain left riding his Tropius. This time, he didn't return to his home in Leafy Town but instead appeared in the mountains at the back. Last time, he had attempted to eliminate the Beautifly colony, but Karen had interrupted him. Cain decided to resume the task and then explore deeper into the mountain. It was evident that in such a vast forested area, there wouldn't just be a few groups of Pokémon. He released Skorupi, which stood at 1.2 meters tall, Sneasel at 1 meter, and Slowking at 2 meters. Skorupi and Sneasel would be in charge of eliminating the Beautifly colony, while Slowking would take the opportunity to train the moves it had just learned. The move Surf wouldn't be too complicated since it was a water-type move, but Earthquake, being a ground-type move, would require more practice. It was similar to when Slowking learned Flamethrower since the ground type is naturally opposite to the water type. After assigning the main tasks to his Pokémon, Cain stayed in place to begin working on his own psychic power. Thanks to Slowking, his previously weak psychic power had grown exponentially. Until that moment, Cain wasn't sure how strong he had become or if he had reached the level of a beginner psychic. He took out a box of psychic spheres from his storage space, originally intended to measure Slowpoke's psychic power. However, they were now insufficient for training Slowking, so Cain decided to use them to measure his own power. Previously, with his psychic power, he could only lift a single sphere, which barely classified him as a beginner psychic, the lowest level among psychics. He fixed his gaze on the spheres and began channeling his psychic power, which still felt difficult to control due to its recent increase. Using the technique he had learned from the psychic manual, he started lifting the spheres one by one. 1, 2, 3. He felt no pressure. Cain smiled to himself. His psychic power had grown several times over. Even if he hadn't yet reached the level of a beginner psychic, he was close. When he managed to lift 15 spheres, he began to feel slight pressure. However, he could still continue. With effort, he lifted more. 16, 17, 18. By the time he reached the 19th sphere, Cain was already drenched in sweat. With bloodshot eyes, he focused on the last sphere, trying to use his power to lift it. Just when he thought he wouldn't make it, the 20th sphere began to float, though it barely rose before falling. The other spheres followed, dropping one after another. Cain looked somewhat pale, but his face showed great excitement. He had lifted 20 spheres. The level of a beginner psychic. Had he fully lifted the 20th sphere, Cain would have reached the level of a full-fledged beginner psychic, unlike before, when he was merely one in name. Although he hadn't entirely succeeded, Cain was confident he had enough power, he just needed to better master his skills. With some time to organize his power, he would be able to lift the 20th sphere. This meant that, in a short time, Cain would reach the beginner psychic level. Once achieved, he could begin to show the capabilities of a true psychic. Since he learned he would be a psychic, his greatest desire had been to reach the beginner level. Once he mastered telepathy, his abilities as a trainer would increase significantly. No matter how fast others issued commands to their Pokémon, they would always have to speak the words, but with telepathy, he could give commands instantly, much faster than speaking. This would allow him to react more quickly to attacks, and best of all, it would prevent his opponent from knowing his commands, leaving them unable to respond in time. End of chapter. Chapter 422. Organizing affairs. In the afternoon, Hoenn took his Pokémon to the mountains to clear out the Beautifly group, eliminating those with high levels but mediocre quality. Some were eliminated outright, while others were captured to be used by new recruits. These Pokémon didn't hold much value in the market but were useful for quickly improving the skills of novice trainers, as long as they could be tamed. Beautifly typically has a calm temperament, so with the right techniques, it can be captured without much trouble. Lower quality and low-level Pokémon, such as unevolved Wurmple, were eliminated entirely. The previously captured Wurmple were sufficient, and Hoenn understood that hoarding low-quality Pokémon didn't contribute to strengthening his forces. While his Pokémon fought, Hoenn focused on training his psychic ability. Although his power had already reached the level of a beginner psychic, he still lacked some control. The sudden surge in power had left a few lingering effects, but compared to the possibility of needing decades to reach this level, now it only required consistent effort to master. With daily discipline, Hoenn was confident that he would soon reach the full level of a beginner psychic. Once achieved, his abilities as a trainer would significantly improve, indirectly enhancing his Pokémon's combat strength. After clearing the Beautifly group, Hoenn and his Pokémon ventured deeper into the forest. The mountains stretched widely, and the further they went, the stronger the wild Pokémon they encountered. Hoenn needed high-level Pokémon to train his own and boost their combat power. When night fell, Slowking used its teleport move to transport Hoenn back to his base, which posed no problem given its current level. Even though they had ventured out all day, they hadn't gone far enough to make returning an issue. Upon arriving at his base, Hoenn summoned Alec, Miyamoto, and Sky to the meeting room on the second floor. Today, I created the hunting team in Verdanturf town and appointed a trusted hunter as the sub-leader. All of you will join the team and work in shifts, 2 or 3 rotating groups. She will guide you on hunting missions, Hoenn explained. Miyamoto, I've also assigned you the position of sub-leader. In addition to capturing Pokémon, keep an eye on the new sub-leader. If any irregularities arise, report them immediately. Respect her, as she is quite capable, he added. Miyamoto smiled at this and nodded. Despite the sub-leader's position, Hoenn's words showed that he trusted him more. Alec, your responsibility will be to continue recruiting members for the Heaven team. Train them well, I don't want us to face cases like those of the Black Serpent gang. After an initial evaluation, assign Pokémon to the recruits. If they perform well, reward them with higher quality Pokémon. Miyamoto will provide captured Pokémon daily to get started, Hoenn continued. Alec nodded seriously. He knew Hoenn was entrusting him with a significant responsibility, but it also added pressure. He had managed some matters before, but now the situation was different, and he would have to start from scratch. These are the Pokémon I captured today, those with decent quality or levels. For now, Sky will be in charge of them, as well as the monetary resources and the Pokémon captured by Miyamoto. If you need anything, talk to Sky and keep a record. Financial management will be in his hands, Hoenn said. Although he trusted all 3 of them, Hoenn had the most faith in Sky, as he had been with him from the beginning. Even though Sky was the weakest in terms of power, Hoenn knew that with the right resources, he would soon catch up to the others. Sky, with a serious expression, nodded. He understood that Hoenn trusted him but also recognized the delicacy of his position, as poor management could create tensions between Alec and Miyamoto. Alec and Miyamoto grasped the importance of Sky's position, but for now, they were more focused on fulfilling their responsibilities. Power struggles would come later, once everything was stabilized. Had the mayor and his son shown any suspicious behavior? Hoenn asked. Alec stood up to respond. So far, there haven't been any problems. The mayor's son has noticed that some people have disappeared, but they were solitary individuals. We had Viper and his team patrol the streets to keep up appearances, so no suspicions have been raised. As for the Void organization in Mauville City, though it's far away, the time is approaching for the Black Serpent gang to pay them. We're not sure how to handle this, so we're waiting for your instructions, Alec explained. Void? Hoenn murmured, referring to that organization. It was said that the leader of the Void group was at a quasi-elite level, meaning he was on par with a senior officer of Team Rocket. Cain wasn't ready to face him yet. However, he wasn't overly concerned, as any confrontations would likely be with a subordinate. For now, don't provoke the Void group. Instruct Viper to pay what they've always paid, no more, no less. Once we've fully stabilized Leafy Town, we'll deal with them. If Viper handles the situation well, tell him I'll make him an official member, Cain concluded. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Contacting old Matsuda. Currently, the Heaven Team, a division of Team Rocket, is still primarily composed of Cain and his 6 companions. There isn't a clear hierarchical structure yet, but once Cain manages to formalize this division, the rules will be implemented officially. For now, the current members, once the regulations are established, will at least hold mid-level management positions. This is something Viper likely understands, which is why he will put great effort into his work. Although Viper was third in command in the Black Serpent Gang, compared to what the Heaven Team represents now, there's no comparison. Be it in power, management methods, or resources, the differences are evident. Viper is not someone lacking in vision, otherwise, Black Serpent wouldn't have entrusted him with important tasks. He can clearly see that Cain has a serious interest in Leafy Town and senses something extraordinary about Cain and his team. Moreover, Leafy Town might just be the beginning. Therefore, the title of official member holds far greater value than it appears. Understood. Alec responded before sitting down. The meeting mainly focused on the creation of the hunting team and future tasks for each member. It's clear that the basic structure is already in place, but filling this structure with flesh and blood will take time. I'm going to organize the backyard. No one should go near it, and it would be wise to build a wall between the yard and the main house. There are things that need to be handled carefully, Cain ordered. Everyone nodded seriously. From now on, the backyard would essentially be Cain's private zone. While no one would approach it without his permission, there's always the possibility of someone curious or with ill intentions. It's not that Cain fears anyone seeing something, his Pokémon are strong enough. Rather, he seeks to have a private space to keep his Pokémon. Until now, Cain always carried all his Pokémon with him. While this fosters a strong bond, it's not always necessary. Many trainers prefer to leave some of their Pokémon in training centers. After all, as the number of Pokémon grows, it's impractical to release 20 or 30 at a time just for a meal. That would take all day. Cain would prefer to have a space like the unnamed island he discovered in the sea, which has the perfect environment for his needs. However, that's not feasible for now. Additionally, with the establishment of a gym in Leafy Town, security will increase significantly. Perhaps, both the underworld and the visible power of Leafy Town will soon be under Cain's absolute control. If this were ancient times, Cain would be like the feudal lord of the region. After the meeting, Cain quickly withdrew. He has many responsibilities but prefers to focus on training and strengthening his abilities. He likely won't get directly involved again until it's time to establish a black market in Leafy Town or officially set up the gym. The others understood that Cain primarily focused on raising his Pokémon, so they rarely disturbed him unless necessary. In this world, strength is what truly matters. The power of an organization only serves as a complement to personal strength. For example, Team Rocket wouldn't have grown so successfully if it weren't for Giovanni, whose power allows him to face champions. His influence is unquestionable everywhere. If it weren't for the League closely monitoring him in Kanto, Giovanni would have likely led Team Rocket to conquer Hoenn in less than 3 months. However, the League doesn't want Team Rocket to continue expanding. They'd rather see Hoenn remain divided than allow the organization to grow. Team Rocket could take control of new regions if they wanted to, but the League won't let that happen. They fear that if Team Rocket continues to grow, it will no longer be them dictating the rules of the Pokémon world. Back in his room, Cain sat in front of his video call device. For the first time, he decided to contact his mentor, Matsuda Takashi. After about 30 seconds of waiting, just as Cain thought old Matsuda wouldn't answer, the call was picked up. Old Matsuda appeared, his mentor, wearing a slightly yellowed white coat. His hair and beard were disheveled, and his eyes showed signs of fatigue, bloodshot and weary. It was clear he was very busy. "What is it, boy?" "I'm in the middle of an experiment, so if you have something to say, say it quickly so I can get back to work," old Matsuda said impatiently. Despite having the power of an elite-level trainer, old Matsuda preferred to focus on Pokémon breeding. He spent most of his time conducting experiments and creating energy-rich Pokeblocks. Although not all his experiments were successful, old Matsuda enjoyed this aspect of his life. One could say that much of the strength of old Matsuda's Pokémon came from his dedication to breeding. With the right resources, an experienced breeder like him could raise a Pokémon to quasi-champion level. However, this requires an exorbitant amount of resources, enough to train several elite-level Pokémon. Moreover, such Pokémon would only have superficial strength, lacking real combat abilities. For a Pokémon to surpass its limits and become a true champion, the trainer's involvement is crucial. Seeing his mentor's disheveled state, Cain frowned and said, "Master, you should also take care of your health. If a breeder like you falls ill, you'll become the laughingstock of others." It was evident that old Matsuda had gone several days without sleep due to his experiments. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Proposal to establish a gym. Hearing Cain's words, old Matsuda looked visibly surprised. Until now, there hadn't been many people who directly expressed concern for his health in such a way. He immediately burst out laughing. Well, now this kid is lecturing me." He didn't show any sign of being upset. On the contrary, the tense expression on his face gradually relaxed. Suddenly, he started to feel genuinely tired. After all, he wasn't young anymore, he couldn't go several days without sleep to work on experiments like he used to. Cain also smiled at this. Since he wanted to maintain his status within the league, there were moments when he had to fully embrace that role. "All right, tell me, what do you need?" asked old Matsuda, taking a sip of tea and sitting in his chair. "It's like this, Master. I suppose you already know that I'm now in the Hoenn region, right?" Cain began. "Hoenn? You went to the Hoenn region?" Old Matsuda asked unexpectedly, creating an awkward moment. Cain had assumed that old Matsuda was aware of his whereabouts, so after traveling to Hoenn, he thought the man would know. However, clearly, things weren't as he had imagined. "Well, now I know, you're in the Hoenn region." "Go on," said old Matsuda after an awkward cough. Cain also felt a little embarrassed. "The thing is, since I arrived in the Hoenn region, I've realized it's quite a good place. I'm thinking of developing myself here. Recently, while exploring the region, I came across a small town with a great location and environment. I bought a house there with the intention of settling down. After going around the town a few times, I discovered that its facilities and development are quite behind, so I'd like to contribute to its growth. After thinking about it for a while, I believe the best way to help would be by establishing a gym in this place." So, before he could finish, old Matsuda interrupted him. "Wait a moment, are you saying you want to open a gym in a small, underdeveloped town in the Hoenn region? Are you sure?" Old Matsuda almost spat out his tea in surprise. "Yes," Cain replied with a nod. "If you want to open a gym in the Hoenn region, why not enter an official league tournament? Those who place in the top 3 can open gyms and choose their region. Besides, security in Hoenn is somewhat unstable, and the league wants to strengthen its control," old Matsuda suggested. "If I could open a gym by participating in a tournament, I wouldn't be asking you for this," Cain thought. Although Cain was confident he could secure a spot among the top 3, the problem was that there weren't any tournaments at the moment, and the next one was scheduled for 3 months later. Cain had returned to the world just 3 months ago, and waiting another 3 simply wasn't an option. "Master, what I mean is that I don't want to wait that long. The next Hoenn region tournament is at least 3 months away, and in that time, I could make significant progress." Old Matsuda observed Cain's earnest expression and appeared deep in thought. He knew Cain had great potential, and wasting so much time waiting didn't seem right given his age. In truth, the Hoenn region, having been integrated into the league later, held tournaments to establish gyms. In Kanto or Johto, the gyms were already complete, and opening one wasn't as straightforward. In the major cities of Hoenn, the gyms were also occupied, but in some small towns, there were still no gyms, which is why these tournaments were still held, albeit less frequently. Why do you want to open a gym in Hoenn? While you can do so there, the league has been heavily regulating things lately. If you were to go to the Unova or Sinnoh regions, I could talk to some contacts, and you could open a gym directly, old Matsuda suggested with some concern. Kane knew old Matsuda was right, but Hoenn was Team Rocket's primary target, and the Unova and Sinnoh regions were too far away to receive support. Even if he established a base there, it would be difficult to expand from such a distance. I have some friends in Hoenn. If I moved to another region, I'd probably be alone, Kane explained. Hearing this, old Matsuda suddenly remembered Stephen, Kane's friend. His eyes lit up, and he said, if you can rely on Stephen's help, it might be easier. Could you persuade him? Persuade Stephen? Kane knew that just by mentioning it, Stephen would agree. But he didn't want to take advantage of their friendship like that. Although he appreciated Stephen's help, he preferred for both of them to benefit from Leafy Town's development so they could gain something in return for their past cooperation. However, regarding the gym's construction, he didn't want to bother Stephen further. Kane sighed internally. Although old Matsuda had some status within the league, he wasn't part of the administration and couldn't intervene much. He would have to look for other friends who could help, but that would mean owing them favors. Master, if I make a significant contribution to the league and you support me, could you help me open a gym quickly? Kane asked, taking a deep breath. Old Matsuda also reflected on the possibility of helping Kane with this matter. Although it wouldn't be impossible, the price would be high. He might have to donate some of his experimental advances to the league, which would be a great sacrifice. Hearing Kane's proposal, old Matsuda said, "Oh? What kind of contribution could you make?" He was curious about what Kane might offer the league. However, he had already made a decision in his mind. If Kane couldn't find another way, he'd be willing to sacrifice one or two of his advancements and, with a bit of shamelessness, ask some old friends for help. After all, Kane was his first disciple, and likely the last. If this was the first time Kane was asking him for something, he wanted to help him. Finally, Kane responded after a brief silence, "What if I discover a new evolution method for a Pokémon?" End of chapter. Chapter 25. Preparations for the breeder examination. A new evolution method for Pokémon. Old Matsuda's expression was one of astonishment. Yes. Kane nodded and continued, "I've discovered a new way for a Pokémon to evolve. This Pokémon has been known for a long time, but the method of its evolution remains unknown." "Which Pokémon?" "Slowking," Kane replied. "Slowking? You know how Slowpoke evolves into Slowking?" Old Matsuda's expression grew serious. Discovering a new evolution method for a Pokémon was no simple feat. Many renowned Pokémon researchers spend their entire lives without uncovering such a breakthrough. Only a few researchers who specialize in Pokémon studies can access or discover this kind of information. I discovered it by chance. Although the circumstances were somewhat special, I believe Slowking can only evolve under specific conditions. My Slowpoke evolved into Slowking right in front of us, Kane explained. He then pulled out a Pokeball and called out Slowking. There was no other choice. Using the information on how Slowking evolves as leverage to secure the opportunity to open a gym seemed like a fair trade to Kane. After all, even if he didn't share it now, someone else would eventually investigate and uncover it in a few years. It was better to claim the credit early. Yadden tilde. Slowking appeared but already knew what Kane was planning while inside the Pokeball. Upon emerging, it simply let out a calm sound. If there was a Pokémon of Kane's that stood out as the smartest, it would undoubtedly be Slowking. Although it appeared composed on the surface, after evolving into Slowking, it exuded an air of confidence that made it impossible for anyone to see it as foolish. It really is Slowking. Old Matsuda's eyes lit up as he observed Slowking standing behind Kane. He had heard of Slowking but had never seen one in person. He hadn't expected his disciple to have raised one. Old Matsuda knew Cain owned a Slowpoke, but he hadn't expected that the calm Slowpoke would evolve into a Slowking. The entire presence of the Pokémon was now completely different. How did it evolve? Never mind, don't tell me for now. If you've truly discovered the evolution method for Slowking, then there's more room for negotiation, Old Matsuda said, initially intending to ask but ultimately deciding against it. After all, it was his disciple's achievement, so it would be better for Cain to present it himself. Here's what you should do: find time to go to Saffron City in the Kanto region, visit the Breeders' Guild branch there, and pass the intermediate breeder examination. After that, I'll introduce you to someone. Submit your findings to that person and explain exactly how Slowking evolves. If they approve of your results, your reputation will grow significantly. You'll become the youngest intermediate breeder in the league and the youngest Pokémon researcher to discover an evolution method. With these credentials, you'll be able to apply to open a gym in the Hoenn region league. I'll then reach out to some old friends to pull some strings, and there shouldn't be any issues. Old Matsuda explained his plan, which seemed to be the most reasonable and stable approach at the moment. Cain considered Old Matsuda's words and thought they made a lot of sense. But if he went through with this, he would likely be in the league's spotlight for a while. During that time, he would need to hold back a bit when it came to matters involving underground forces and the hunter team. And the person Old Matsuda wanted to introduce him to was also in the Kanto region, someone whose words carried significant weight. Could that person be Professor Oak, the most famous and accomplished Pokémon researcher in the Kanto region? If it was him, Cain thought he would be quite reliable. Given Professor Oak's status within the league, few people would question his opinion. Not only because of his Pokémon knowledge but also due to his strength, which was undeniably high level in the Kanto region. Professor Oak had been Kanto's champion but had stepped down quickly. If he hadn't, he would still hold the position of champion. He was the most qualified person to occupy the champion role in the Kanto region. But like Cain's master, he had no interest in power, which pleased the league administration since it meant no one was exerting control over them. That's why the champion position in Kanto remained vacant. All right. I'll head to Saffron City in the Kanto region in a couple of days. Will you come with me, master? Cain accepted the proposal. Old Matsuda waved his hand dismissively and said, I won't go. Once you arrive at the Breeders' Guild branch in Saffron City, just take the exam. After you pass, I'll tell you where to find that person. We'll discuss the next steps once you finish the evaluation. I suppose that once you pass the intermediate breeder examination, your reputation will grow significantly. Old Matsuda was at a critical point in his experiment and didn't have time to see how Cain fared. Perhaps after finishing his experiment, he might venture out, but not now. Understood, master. I'll head to Saffron City and pass the intermediate breeder evaluation, Cain said. Cain had no issues with this. After all, the exam to become an intermediate breeder seemed straightforward to him. If not for the fact that becoming an advanced breeder at his age would be too surprising, Cain could take the advanced breeder evaluation right now. Although the breeder role required a great deal of knowledge, the most critical aspects were Pokémon expertise and crafting Pokeblocks. Ha ha, so confident. Did you read all the material I sent you? Old Matsuda laughed, seeing Cain's confidence. Of course, I read everything and memorized it. Master, you can test me anytime. Good. I'll ask you a few questions. If you don't pass the intermediate breeder exam, you'll make me lose face. And so, master and disciple began discussing the knowledge required to become an intermediate breeder. Most of the time, Old Matsuda would ask questions, and Cain would answer. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Arrival in Saffron City. The next day. Morning. Cain set off from Leafy Town, riding on his Tropius. For a while, he planned to interact primarily with members of the League, and Tropius was a Pokémon he had often showcased in his role as a League member. The previous night, Cain had contacted a Devon Corporation representative to book him a flight that day, from Rustboro City to Saffron City in the Kanto region. Cain realized that, although it wasn't yet clear what he would gain from working with Devon Corporation, the perks and convenience were already significant. Seated on Tropius' broad back, Cain closed his eyes and focused on training his psychic abilities. Since Slowking's evolution, his psychic power had increased considerably, and he was just one step away from becoming a beginner-level psychic. However, due to his lack of control, even though his psychic power was sufficient to reach that level, his practical use of it still left much to be desired. Now, whenever he had some free time, Cain would sit, close his eyes, and train his psychic abilities, a practice similar to Slowking's meditations. But Slowking's innate talent in psychic abilities far surpassed Cain's. Meanwhile, Cain concentrated on controlling every ounce of his psychic power. According to the system's calculations, Cain had mastered only about 60% of his psychic capacity. Once he reached 80% control, he would be close to achieving beginner-level psychic status. As for achieving 100% control, it wouldn't yield significant improvements for him, so he wasn't overly concerned about it. At his current training pace, it would take 5 hours to improve by 1%. This was the best-case scenario for continuous practice. In reality, it was more realistic to assume that it might take a day or two to improve by a single percent, as Cain couldn't focus solely on his psychic ability, he also had to care for his Pokémon. Determined not to waste time, Cain trained even while sitting on Tropius' back. After flying for more than 3 hours, Cain arrived in Rustboro City. The previous day, he had also called Stephen. Upon learning that Stephen was once again out of Rustboro City searching for rare stones, Cain decided not to mention his trip to Kanto. Given Stephen's enthusiasm for special stones, it was possible he might find some mega stones. However, it wasn't yet time to reveal information about mega stones, as Cain didn't have any himself. He first needed to gather a substantial amount of these stones before making mega evolution public knowledge. By then, Cain's reputation would likely skyrocket, but he would also need to carefully calculate the risks and benefits. If the risks outweighed the rewards, he would prefer to keep Mega Evolution a secret until others began to discover it, using the Mega Stones he had prepared in advance. Cain estimated he would need at least 3 Mega Stones for Jengar, Blaziken, and Agron. Even if the stones didn't match his Pokémon, they would be valuable for trading with members of Team Rocket or the League. In any case, the more he could gather before Mega Evolution became widely known, the better it would be for him. These stones would be priceless treasures. If Cain managed to find a Mega Stone for Beedrill before Mega Evolution was discovered and presented it to Giovanni, explaining its effect, Giovanni might grant him a position as an executive. Cain believed that, with Giovanni's ambition and decisiveness, this possibility wasn't far-fetched. Shortly afterward, Cain arrived at the Rustboro City airport in a taxi. A Devon Corporation employee was already waiting for him. They respectfully handed him a first-class ticket and some high-end, custom-tailored clothing. As an advisor to the president, Cain didn't hold much power, but he was among the president's closest associates, someone capable of changing the course of many lives with a single word. Thus, they didn't miss the opportunity to treat him well. In addition to that, they provided all the necessary items for the flight, as well as arrangements for after his arrival, even booking a room at the best hotel in Saffron City. Hearing about all these details, Cain was impressed. So this was the life of the wealthy. He almost let himself be seduced. Fortunately, he only had a rich friend, he wasn't the rich one himself. Otherwise, he might have repeated the mistakes of his past life. Cain felt genuine respect for Stephen upon realizing how he had managed not to be corrupted by such a comfortable life. The flight from Rustboro City to Saffron City took about 5 or 6 hours. At this point, for Cain, there wasn't much difference between economy, business, or first class. Perhaps first class was quieter, which helped him avoid drawing constant attention. He had lunch on the plane, but since he was busy training his psychic ability, he finished his meal quickly, and his Pokémon settled for poke blocks. 5.5 hours later, Cain disembarked from the plane. Now that Slowpoke had evolved into Slowking, keeping it by his side at all times might come off as intimidating and draw attention, so Cain decided not to bring any Pokémon with him. However, Haunter remained hidden in his shadow, ready to emerge in case of danger. The entire day had been devoted to travel, but at least Cain had been able to train his psychic ability, so he didn't consider the time wasted. During the day, his level of control had improved by 1%. Combined with the training from the previous afternoon, Cain had reached 62% control over his psychic capacity, a decent amount of progress. If he managed to improve by 1% per day, he would reach beginner psychic status in just 20 days. Previously, the system had calculated that it would take him over 30 years to achieve this. Incredible! Cain checked into the hotel reserved by Devon Corporation. It was already late, so he would have to wait until the next day to take the intermediate breeder examination. He planned to spend the night exploring Saffron City's black market to buy some Kanto Pokémon that he could raise in his garden or on the mountain behind his house. In particular, he planned to acquire a large number of Shellder to help his Slowpoke evolve, preferably ones with good potential. End of chapter. Chapter 27. The Breeders' Guild. That night, as darkness fell, Cain silently left the hotel. Although the black market is not exclusive to nighttime, it truly comes alive after dark. Many resources and people only make their appearances once the sun sets. Cain wore the same outfit as before, except that this time he was accompanied by Sneasel instead of Murkrow. With Cain's current strength and Sneasel's combat prowess, many people in the black market streets preferred to steer clear when crossing paths with him. After all, these were individuals living on the edge of danger, and they had a keen sense for detecting threats. Cain headed directly to the Pokémon exchange area of the Hunters Guild. He had accumulated a large number of hunter points, and exchanging them for basic Pokémon didn't require many points. Under the astonished gazes of the guild workers, Cain exchanged for a substantial number of water-type Pokémon. 10 Psyduck of varying quality, ranging from dark yellow to light green. He exchanged a few more Poliwag, obtaining a total of 20. Tentacle, Magikarp, Goldeen, Krabby, and Steria. He acquired 10 of each. The largest amount was Shellder, of which he obtained 30. Moreover, Shellder had the highest average quality among all the Pokémon he exchanged for. As for Seal and Horsea, which were slightly more valuable, he only exchanged 5 of each. In total, he spent 5 million hunter points. Fortunately, the Pokémon had relatively low quality and levels, so they weren't too expensive. If he had exchanged for high-quality Pokémon, 1 or 2 might have depleted all his points. His current priority was to enrich the variety of water-type Pokémon in his lake. As for their quality, as a breeder, he could improve it through selection and adjustments over time, though it would require more patience. Many of the Pokémon in the lake would be available for capture by others, as long as they paid a fee. He planned to build a lake with a wide diversity of aquatic Pokémon from various regions, which would not only enhance the fame of his gym but also attract more travelers and trainers to Leafy Town. However, it was a monumental project. Without the Hunters Guild, Cain could never have completed it on his own. The Hoenn Hunters Guild had Pokémon from Kanto, but exchanging them in Hoenn came at a slightly higher price. A single trade might not matter much, but in large quantities, the difference was significant. Cain packed his bag to the brim with minimized Pokeballs and, with some reluctance, left the Hunters Guild. 5 million points. If he had used them to trade for high-quality Pokémon, he could have obtained 1 light blue quality Pokémon with decent abilities and moves. For reference, Cain's Poliwag with the Swift Swim ability cost 6 million points. As his hunter rank increased, so did the value of his points. For now, however, this was an initial investment. Cain was buying time with his points. He couldn't afford to capture all those water Pokémon himself. If his hunting team grew in the future, it might become possible, but not right now. To Cain, nothing was more valuable than time. He left the black market and returned to the hotel. Letting his Pokémon play, he sat on the bed and began to meditate. Cain could now replace sleep with meditation. Although nighttime meditation mainly focused on restoring mental energy, it also helped slowly improve his psychic abilities. At the same time, it enhanced his control over these abilities. Pokémon like Honchkrow and Slowking, among Cain's earliest captures, no longer enjoyed small spaces as much. With their maturing minds, they preferred watching other Pokémon play, which improved their moods. Sneasel, with its cold and prideful nature, often sat alone, playing with an ice ball it created. Skorupi and Miltank got along well with Torchic, Aaron, and Poliwag. Despite its ferocity in battle, Skorupi was still young and enjoyed playing with them. Miltank had practically become the group's caretaker, looking after the three youngsters. She relished this role. Now with so many companions, she felt content and had little interest in battle. As the night progressed, Honchkrow stepped in to remind everyone it was time to rest. The other Pokémon complied without issue, and with its evolution, Honchkrow commanded more respect. Not only was it the big brother figure, but it was also one of Kane's strongest Pokémon. Additionally, it had always been a leader, so the others respected it. The night passed quietly, as usual. Morning. At the Breeders' Guild branch in Saffron City. A young trainer dressed in Pokémon League attire, accompanied by a Torchic, arrived at the location. He gazed at the tall and unique structure, which was, in fact, the Saffron City branch of the Breeders' Guild. Although it was a public organization established by the League, most of the breeder-related activities were managed by this guild. Kane's mentor, Matsuda Takashi, held an honorary position as an elder in the Breeders' Guild. It was a title without real power but indicated Matsuda Takashi's high status in the breeding profession. Had Matsuda Takashi not been so absorbed in his experiments and uninterested in politics, he could have easily secured a position with actual authority in the guild, perhaps even as vice president. The Saffron City branch was one of the most important in the Breeders' Guild. The guild's headquarters, like the League's, was located on Mount Silver, right next to the League's headquarters. This highlighted the guild's high status as a public organization. After all, breeders were an invaluable resource for the Pokémon League. They were one of the key reasons the League had grown so much. The Breeders' Guild, along with the Pokémon centers run by the Joy family, the police stations run by the Jenny family, the League's research officers, and the city gyms, formed the 5 main components of the League. One of the reasons the League was structured with a champion and the Elite Four was precisely because it consisted of these 5 parts. Aside from the champion overseeing the research officers and other general aspects, each of the Elite Four managed one of these key components. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Participating in the evaluation. Kane briefly observed the Breeders' Guild building in Saffron City before stepping inside. As with other League organizations, identity verification was required to enter the Breeders' Guild. After showing his League ID card to the guard, Kane was granted access to the Guild building. The place was bustling with activity. The Breeders' Guild was not only home to breeders but also frequented by many League trainers. Some trainers needed Pokeblocks and often came here to purchase them. Stronger trainers would visit the guild to order custom-made Pokeblocks from advanced-level breeders. Of course, these custom Pokeblocks came with a high price tag that not everyone could afford. Being able to supply advanced-level Pokeblocks to all their main Pokémon was already an achievement. Kane briefly wandered through the sales area but, having nothing in mind to buy, headed directly to the breeders-only section. Most Breeders' Guild buildings were organized similarly. The first floor was a sales area where common Pokeblocks could be purchased. The second floor was a mixed-use area for both breeders and trainers. Here, trainers could find suitable breeders to commission Pokeblocks. Starting from the third floor, the areas were exclusive to breeders, and non-breeders were not allowed to enter. The third floor was where breeder evaluations were conducted. The fourth floor was reserved for novice breeders. The fifth floor was for intermediate breeders, and the sixth floor was for advanced breeders. The seventh floor was reserved for the guild's deputy director and elders, with entry strictly prohibited without authorization. Unauthorized entry could disrupt ongoing breeder experiments, potentially causing severe consequences. When a breeder is researching how to create a new type of Pokeblock, meticulous precision is required. Even a variation as small as a milligram can affect the outcome. For this reason, access to the seventh floor was strictly forbidden. Even on the sixth floor, those who were not advanced breeders were barred from entry. Each floor had very strict regulations. This time, however, Kane only needed to go to the third floor. Swiping his League ID card at the entrance was enough to grant him access. After all, it was a semi-public area primarily used for breeder evaluations. Upon entering, a staff member greeted everyone arriving on the 3rd floor. "Hello, are you here for the breeder evaluation?" the employee asked with a professional smile, showing slight surprise at Kane's youthful appearance but maintaining a polite tone. Kane nodded. "Please proceed to the counter to pick up a form and fill in the required information. Afterward, you'll take a simple test." "We appreciate your understanding," the employee explained, gesturing to the reception desk across the hall with a smile. Though Kane looked young, in the Pokémon world filled with talented individuals, she had seen other young participants take these evaluations. Of course, most of them failed to pass. That said, passing the breeder evaluation wasn't typically achieved on the first try. Some people had to attempt it 30 times before succeeding. However, once they passed, a breeder's value skyrocketed. For this reason, staff always maintained a positive attitude toward anyone entering the 3rd floor. They might not succeed today, but who knows what the future holds. Better not to make an unnecessary enemy. Kane thanked her and headed to the counter. "Hello, sir, may I see your ID card and have you fill out this form?" the receptionist said with a smile as she handed him the registration form. She then scanned Kane's ID card in the computer, registering his information. Regardless of the outcome, all participants were considered potential future assets for the league, so keeping records was essential. Kane reviewed the form and quickly filled it out. He was then guided to a small room with only a table, a chair, and a sheet of paper. This was a basic knowledge test. As a breeder evaluation site, hundreds of people could register here daily. If each individual were assessed personally, the staff would be overwhelmed. For this reason, before the initial breeder evaluation, all participants had to fill out a basic question sheet. Only those who met the standard could proceed. Otherwise, they would be eliminated in the first round. 90% of participants were eliminated in this phase, as the questions, though basic, were far from simple. However, for Kane, with his system, this was a breeze. The system scanned the test questions and quickly generated all the answers in Kane's mind. These weren't just template answers but results derived from the system's big data simulations. Though Kane relied on the system to make poke blocks and learn about breeding, he had gradually accumulated substantial knowledge in this field over time. While he wasn't yet at the level of an intermediate breeder, these basic questions posed no challenge. The system processed them quickly, so Kane avoided overthinking. 20 minutes later, Kane emerged from the room with the completed test. The receptionist, seeing him exit so quickly, couldn't help but show a surprised expression. So fast? Did he just answer randomly? However, upon seeing the answer sheet filled with writing, she was even more astonished. "Please wait a moment," the employee said and quickly left with the answer sheet. Kane had no choice but to wait. They hadn't expected someone to finish the test so quickly, the examiner hadn't even arrived yet. 5 minutes later, the employee returned with a middle-aged man wearing glasses who seemed highly educated. The receptionist whispered something to the man before apologetically smiling at Kane and leaving. "Young man, did you complete this test?" the man asked with a smile, holding up the answer sheet. "Yes," Kane replied, glancing at the test. "Incredible! At such a young age, having such a deep understanding of the fundamentals of breeding is truly impressive," the man said, looking at the sheet filled with answers, admiration evident in his tone. Another employee brought over the information form Kane had filled out earlier and handed it to the middle-aged man. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Flint's 100th evaluation. Kane, 16 years old, takes the beginner breeder evaluation. 16 years old. The middle-aged man appeared surprised. He glanced at Kane's height and appearance. Kane now stood a little over 1.70 meters tall, which matched his age of 16. However, becoming a beginner breeder at 16 was uncommon. After all, a breeder was not the same as a trainer. A trainer only needed to know a little about Pokémon and have one capable of battling to qualify as a trainer. But a breeder was different. A breeder had to be far more knowledgeable about Pokémon than a trainer, at least knowing most Pokémon and being familiar with their characteristics. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to create the appropriate poke blocks or provide other services. Although breeders primarily focused on creating poke blocks, they also needed to know about Pokémon massages and treating minor ailments. The higher the breeder's level, the more knowledge they were required to have. This is why trainers could be quite young, but breeders were typically older. They needed time to accumulate knowledge, experience, and insights. The more they accumulated, the more they could master. So, while 16 was an appropriate age for a trainer, it was quite young for a breeder. It was rare for someone to become a breeder at 16 unless they had a relative who was a breeder and had trained them from a young age. Or they might be a disciple of a prominent family with extensive knowledge reserves. Otherwise, mastering enough knowledge by the age of 16 wasn't easy. Yes. Kane nodded. Kane, of course, understood what it meant to be a 16-year-old breeder. But at the moment, he was only taking the beginner breeder evaluation. Passing the intermediate breeder evaluation later would genuinely shock people. That was one of the main reasons old Matsuda had Kane register for the breeder evaluation. The middle-aged man initially wanted to say something but decided against it after recalling Kane's results in the basic exam. "Come with me." With that, he turned and signaled Kane to follow him. They arrived in a room where 4 people were seated, a young woman of about 25 or 26 years old, a boy who appeared to be around 18, and a middle-aged man clearly in his 30s. The man with glasses turned to Kane and said, "This is the waiting room for the evaluation. Sit here and wait for your name to be called." Then, taking Kane's test and registration form, he left for another room. Kane found a spot in a corner and sat quietly. He discreetly observed the 3 people in the room. They were probably there for the beginner breeder evaluation too. The middle-aged man, clearly in his 30s, didn't seem like it was his first time here. His firm expression radiated calmness and composure. As for the 25 or 26-year-old woman, she appeared nervous, likely because it was her first time in an evaluation, understandable given her age. The boy, on the other hand, didn't show much reaction. Kane was surprised by the 18-year-old. Participating in a beginner breeder evaluation at that age wasn't easy. While Kane was observing the others, they were also observing him. It was evident at first glance that Kane was the youngest, which surprised everyone, given that he had made it to the breeder evaluation room. However, since they didn't know each other, they sat quite far apart and didn't start a conversation. Breeder evaluations weren't competitions. The goal wasn't to eliminate others but to assess their skills. So, there was no hostility among them. After a while, the door to the room the man with glasses had entered opened, and out came a man about 28 or 29 years old with his head bowed and an air of dejection. The man with glasses patted him on the shoulder from time to console him. "Don't worry. You can try again next time. You were just a little short, but you still need to strengthen your knowledge of Pokémon." Clearly, this was someone who had failed the evaluation. He left the room silently, without looking back. "Next, Maiko." "Yes." The nervous young woman jumped to her feet upon hearing her name. "Don't worry. Your professor says you won't have any trouble, just do it as you always do," the man with glasses encouraged her. This left only 3 people in the room: Kane, the boy of about 18, and the composed middle-aged man. After the young woman entered, the room became even quieter. Suddenly, the middle-aged man stood and approached the 18-year-old boy as if he wanted to talk to him, but the boy completely ignored him. So, the man resignedly backed off. Upon standing, he glanced at Kane, sitting farther back, hesitating for a moment before moving to sit beside him. Kane had been observing his movements, and when the man sat beside him, Kane couldn't help but frown. "Hello, young man. My name is Flint. This might be my last attempt at the beginner breeder evaluation. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this, and I'd be better off returning to being a trainer. It might be a bold request, but would you mind giving me your contact information as a keepsake?" Flint said. Hearing this, Kane was visibly startled. "Flint?" "Yes, Flint. Would you grant me this wish? I've already collected the contacts of 99 people who took the evaluation with me, and I just need one more to reach 100. It will be my final memory as a breeder before dedicating myself fully to being a trainer. But Cain barely paid attention to this. Flint. Could it be a coincidence? Because Cain remembered that Brock's father was also named Flint and was a gym leader. The Pewter City gym leader in the Kanto region, the rock-type trainer Flint? Could this guy have also tried to become a breeder? Are you from Pewter City? Cain couldn't help but ask. The man, with short hair, thick eyebrows, and squinted eyes, bore a 90% resemblance to Brock. Flint was also surprised by Cain's question. Yes, young man. Have you been to Pewter City? Apparently, this Flint was indeed the Pewter City gym leader, Brock's irresponsible father. He was already a gym leader, and yet he kept coming to the breeder evaluation? What a waste. End of chapter. Chapter 430. Formal evaluation. Flint, the Pewter City gym leader, is the father of one of Ash's future close companions. In the anime, Flint doesn't display great battle prowess, but becoming a gym leader is not something just anyone can achieve without significant skills. Especially in the Kanto region, where talent and outstanding trainers are abundant. Without the necessary strength, it would be impossible to stand firm in Pewter City. During the time Ash begins his journey, Brock holds the position of gym leader. Is it really believable that a kid like Brock could handle that role alone? The truth is that Flint was always there, and under his name, not many people dared to cause trouble. Brock's passion for becoming a Pokémon breeder may partly be influenced by the fact that his father had also pursued that path at one time. Alright, Cain quickly agreed to Flint's request. Although the reasoning behind the request sounded a bit strange, Cain thought it wasn't too unusual coming from someone who had left 8 children and his wife alone at home to go off training. Being able to have 8 children wasn't common either, it took a certain kind of capability. And it's good that he was a gym leader, otherwise, supporting such a large family might have been difficult. In the Pokémon world, raising the children of trainers meant preparing them to become trainers too, which involved providing Pokémon and materials, something far more complicated than simply buying a house or a car. They exchanged contact information, and Flint returned to his seat, content. Having failed almost 100 times, he had always made it a goal to collect the contact information of at least one person from each evaluation he attended. After a while, Misako, who had entered earlier, came out of the evaluation room happily, indicating she had passed the test. Instead of leaving, she sat back down, waiting for the others to finish, now wearing a proud expression. Next, Flint. An old friend, the bespectacled middle-aged man joked. Flint greeted the others in the room and entered with a smile. Half an hour later, Flint emerged with a bitter smile, indicating he had failed once again. Cain understood Flint's situation and knew why he hadn't passed the beginner breeder evaluation. As a gym leader, Flint had no issues with Pokémon knowledge, the real obstacle was his hands. Flint had trained with his rock-type Pokémon for many years, which had given him great physical strength. Despite adjusting his training later, the initial effects remained, making it difficult for him to perform the precise procedures required for crafting Pokeblocks. Flint appeared slightly disappointed but recovered quickly. Having failed so many times, he was used to it, and as a gym leader, he had great mental fortitude. He sat beside Cain, and they began to chat. Although not an expert in Pokémon care, Flint had extensive knowledge about training rock-type Pokémon. Cain took the opportunity to learn more about Larvitar and Aron, as well as the habits of rock-type Pokémon. Shortly afterward, the 18-year-old boy finished his evaluation. Although he had also failed, he maintained an arrogant attitude that didn't inspire sympathy. "Do you know that boy?" Cain asked Flint. "He's the grandson of Master Fujimoto, an advanced Pokémon breeder from Saffron City. He has some talent in Pokémon care but is quite arrogant and doesn't get along well with others," Flint replied. Cain nodded, understanding better why the boy behaved so haughtily. Next, Cain, the bespectacled man, called out. Finally, it was Cain's turn. Flint encouraged him, and Cain entered the evaluation room, ignoring the scornful look from the arrogant boy. Inside the room was a round table with tools and materials, and 3 examiners, a nurse Joy, an elderly man with a beard, and a bespectacled middle-aged man. Kane, this is the head examiner, Master Shiro Nakamura, Vice President of the Breeders' Guild in Saffron City. We also have Nurse Joy, who is an intermediate-level breeder, and I am Daikai, also an intermediate-level breeder, Daikai explained. Greetings, examiners, Kane said respectfully. Let's start with some simple questions, Shiro Nakamura said in a serious tone. Kane answered calmly, demonstrating solid knowledge as the evaluation proceeded smoothly. End of chapter. Chapter 31. What to do now? The further they progressed, the more surprised the three examiners became. Every time they posed a question, Kane only needed 1 or 2 seconds to reflect before answering with precision. Moreover, regarding knowledge about certain Pokémon, there were various directions in which that knowledge could develop, and Kane was able to mention them all one by one. After all, the main purpose of this Pokémon breeder evaluation was to impress the examiners. If it also meant impressing the league's higher-ups, Kane had no qualms about showcasing his knowledge. As for whether they would investigate his identity, Kane had a master named Matsuda Takashi, who was deeply rooted in the league. The emergence of a genius-level Pokémon breeder is often more highly valued than that of a prodigious trainer. Kane was answering these questions under the watchful eyes of the examiners, so there was no chance of cheating, which only made them lament the rise of yet another genius. All right, you've answered all these questions correctly. Now, following the instructions on this list, create a beginner-level poke block. If you have your own tools, you can use them. If not, you can use the tools on the table, said Daikai after consulting with Shiro Nakamura and Nurse Joy. Kane took the sheet of paper from the table and reviewed it. A beginner-level poke block required no more than 8 ingredients, making it very simple for Kane. On the trial island, even with rudimentary wooden tools, he had been able to create intermediate-level poke blocks with good results, so making a beginner-level one posed no issue. Once he understood the requirements, Kane got to work immediately. The materials on the table were at his disposal. First, he selected the necessary ingredients one by one and arranged them neatly. Next, he prepared the ingredients that needed peeling or special treatment. His movements were fluid and precise, without the slightest delay, causing the 3 examiners to nod in approval as they watched him work. Grinding, mixing, separating, blending, resting, and finally solidifying, all of Kane's steps were carried out without a single error. When the beginner-level poke block was ready, only 10 minutes had passed. Shiro Nakamura and the other 2 couldn't remain seated. They approached Kane and took the poke block, now in its container, to examine it. Daikai pulled a small tool from his pocket, took a sample of the poke block, and tasted it. Nurse Joy examined the poke block under the light, noting its minimal impurities. Beginner-level poke blocks typically had many impurities, but Kane had managed to make his so pure and crystalline. Daikai and Nurse Joy wondered if they themselves could have created a poke block of such quality. The likely answer was no. Shiro Nakamura's eye sparkled with excitement, like a hunter who had found prized prey. He was an advanced-level Pokémon breeder, far more skilled than most at his level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disqualified the grandson of the previous advanced-level breeder. Many would have passed that young man despite his shortcomings to avoid offending the advanced breeder. But Shiro Nakamura wasn't intimidated, as technically, that advanced breeder was also his subordinate. However, when it came to Kane's poke block, he couldn't find a single flaw. Even if he had made it himself, the result wouldn't have been better than Kane's. A genius? Murmured Shiro Nakamura, holding the poke block. Becoming a beginner-level Pokémon breeder at 16 was rare but not unheard of. However, most of those cases barely passed the evaluation, and in others, the approval came due to someone's influence. But from the basic questions onward, Kane had demonstrated impeccable performance. After a moment of thought, Shiro Nakamura declared, "Congratulations, young man. You are now a beginner-level Pokémon breeder and one of the best in your category." From somewhere he pulled out a medal engraved with the league's emblem and the words beginner-level Pokémon breeder beneath it. This was the accreditation medal for a beginner-level Pokémon breeder in the Pokémon world. Whoever held this medal could enter exclusive league-only locations without needing to show other identification, such as Pokémon centers or the Breeders' Guild. However, Kane didn't take the medal but instead shook his head. The three examiners frowned at Kane's gesture. This was a sacred moment for a league member. Moreover, the person awarding the medal was the vice president with real authority in Saffron City's Breeders' Guild. If Kane didn't offer a valid reason, he might be blacklisted immediately. Even if they didn't go that far, they could bar him from retaking the test for 5 years, a rather severe penalty. Noticing their expressions, Kane realized he had been a bit abrupt. He scratched his head and, with an embarrassed look, said, "I'm sorry, I got a little carried away. I don't mean any disrespect, but I need to continue the evaluation, so I'd rather receive the medal after completing all the tests." "Young man, the evaluation is over. You've already qualified as a beginner-level Pokémon breeder. You don't need to continue," Shiro Nakamura said, his expression relaxing after hearing Kane's explanation. "That's not what I mean." Before Kane could finish, Daikai looked at him as if he were a monster, eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Don't tell me you want to take the intermediate-level breeder test." Immediately, the other two froze. The intermediate-level breeder evaluation? Even if Kane didn't pass, the fact that a 16-year-old beginner-level Pokémon breeder attempted the intermediate-level test would already be big news. It could cause a stir in Saffron City's Breeders' Guild. "Kane, you're only 16 years old, already one of the most outstanding of your generation. You don't need to rush into attempting the intermediate-level test. You could wait a bit," Nurse Joy suggested with concern. But as she spoke, she recalled Kane's skill in preparing the beginner-level poke block, the calmness with which he worked, and the results, which seemed even better than her own. Could it be that reaching intermediate level wasn't impossible? Joy and Daikai seemed somewhat dazed. Both were in their 30s, and while being intermediate-level breeders at their age already made them considered geniuses by many of their seniors, they had yet to reach the pinnacle of their profession, with expectations to lead the next generation. But now, someone younger was already catching up to their achievements. How could they not be surprised? This is alarming. The future of the Breeders' Guild was supposed to be theirs, but now it seems a younger generation is already surpassing them. What to do now? We urgently await answers. End of chapter. Chapter 432. He's really going to become famous. Are you sure? Shiro Nakamura asked with a serious expression. If anyone else Kane's age had said they wanted to take the exam to become an intermediate-level breeder, with Shiro Nakamura's fiery temperament, he would likely have responded with a slap. However, recalling the quality of the beginner-level poke block Kane had made and the smoothness with which he performed the procedures, Shiro Nakamura only needed to confirm if Kane was truly determined. The exam for intermediate-level breeder was not the same as the beginner-level one. An intermediate-level breeder, if demonstrating sufficient skill, could take on a managerial position within the Breeder Guild, like the one Daikai currently held. Yes, Kane nodded firmly. He had never taken the exam for either beginner or intermediate breeder before, but Shiro Nakamura and the others knew that the beginner-level exam was relatively simple and could be conducted right there. However, the intermediate-level exam was more complex and demanding. Then wait outside for a moment. The intermediate-level breeder exam is a bit more complicated, and we need to prepare some things. It may take some time, Shiro Nakamura said. Kane followed Daikai out of the room. Outside, Flint and Misako, who had been waiting, saw Kane come out without the beginner-level breeder badge on his chest. Misako displayed an expression of "I knew it." After all, Kane looked very young, and he hadn't been inside for long, not even half an hour. She herself had taken a full hour to pass her exam, spending nearly 40 minutes just making a poke block. How long had Kane been inside? Less than 30 minutes? Flint thought the same and, trying to console him, patted Kane on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, young Kane. With your talent and age, I'm sure you'll reach the beginner level soon. Look at me, your old pal Flint, I failed 100 times before giving up. But I'm convinced you'll do it in fewer than 5 tries." Kane smiled, grateful for Flint's good intentions. However, Kane simply found a spot to sit and wait for the intermediate-level exam to begin. Flint and Misako were surprised. Why is he still here if he's finished his exam? Is he waiting to watch someone else's test, they thought. Flint assumed Kane was disappointed and needed to sit for a while. To him, Kane's smile was just a facade. So, Flint sat beside him and started cheering him up, while Misako, despite her somewhat arrogant demeanor, sat on Kane's other side with the same intention. Kane felt a bit awkward. How could he explain to them that he was waiting for the intermediate level exam? Would it break their hearts? Even if he told them he had already passed the beginner level exam, they probably wouldn't believe him because he wasn't wearing the badge. He could only hope Daikai and the others would hurry with the preparations. After an hour of waiting, Kane began to feel dizzy from Flint and Misako's constant chatter. Who said only 3 women could create a spectacle? Clearly, 1 man and 1 woman were enough to do it too. But his savior appeared quickly. To Flint and Misako's surprise, the exam room door opened again. Daikai rushed out and went straight to Kane, saying, "Ready, Kane? There are a lot of important people inside." Even Daikai, who had worked at the Breeder Guild in Saffron City for a long time, had never seen so many important figures gathered in one place. Although at least 3 advanced-level breeders were required for an intermediate-level exam, when many heard that the examinee was a 16-year-old boy, they first thought it was a joke and then decided to see for themselves. Quickly, the high-ranking members of the Saffron City Breeder Guild became excited. A 16-year-old intermediate-level breeder? With their experience, they knew what that meant. So, they all gathered to attend Kane's exam. Initially, Daikai had thought that, since the room hadn't been prepared for the intermediate-level exam, it would be difficult to gather 3 advanced-level breeders, as many were busy with their experiments. However, somehow, the news spread, and many advanced-level breeders left their tasks to serve as examiners. Even many intermediate-level breeders requested to observe the exam. Soon, the exam room was filled with 10 advanced-level breeders, representing more than half of the advanced-level breeders in Saffron City. The number of intermediate-level breeders was countless. There were so many that Daikai didn't have time to register them all. That's why, when Daikai went out to fetch Kane, he was in such a rush. There were too many important figures inside. If they all united, they could cause a quake in Saffron City, one that neither the League nor Team Rocket could stop. Daikai quickly took Kane and led him toward the exam room. Meanwhile, Misako and Flint were stunned. What did this mean? Another exam? Did Kane not fail, they thought. Out of curiosity, they both decided to follow. Daikai, busy leading Kane, paid them no mind. After all, Flint was a gym leader, practically a high-ranking member of the League, and it wasn't a problem for him to attend. As for Misako, although she had just passed her beginner-level breeder exam, she had an advanced-level master who was also inside. So, the 4 entered the exam room together. When Kane was led inside by Daikai, he too was shocked. The once empty exam room was now packed with people surrounding the round table. The desk where the 3 previous examiners had sat was now extended, with 10 elderly men and women seated at it. All of them were over 50 years old. At the center sat Shiro Nakamura, the same advanced-level breeder who had evaluated Kane earlier. What on earth was going on? Did an intermediate-level breeder exam really require so many people? Kane, who had never taken an intermediate-level breeder exam before, was a bit confused. He didn't know that his request had caused such a commotion. Many breeders attending to clients had dropped everything to come and observe. Soon, all of Saffron City would hear about it. Kane was really going to become famous. End of chapter. Chapter 433. Surprising and unusual. The reason why a 16-year-old participating in the intermediate breeder exam caused such a stir is related to the Breeder Guild's position within the League. Although the Breeder Guild holds a relatively high position in the League, there is still room for improvement. This is because there are too many advanced breeders. That's right, so many that no one respects each other's authority, and no one can represent the entire group of breeders. This lack of clear leadership results in numerous internal voices within the guild. However, if someone who surpassed the level of an advanced breeder were to emerge, this situation would immediately change. That's why the appearance of a 16-year-old like Cain, with the potential to be an intermediate-level breeder, carries a significant hidden meaning. If Cain manages to pass the exam, he will undoubtedly be treated as a treasure by the Breeder Guild, and no one will dare lay a finger on him. As long as he grows properly, he will be the leader of the next generation of breeders, something everyone is hoping for. This situation has already been implicitly accepted by the Guild's upper echelon. Although there are certain differences and conflicts within the Guild, they always remain united against outsiders. Breeders' combat capabilities are limited, and if they don't stick together, it would be more difficult to maintain their position of power. Therefore, the emergence of someone who can represent all breeders is the hope of all advanced breeders. Although Matsuda Takashi didn't have much ambition for power when he learned that Cain had the ability to be an intermediate-level breeder, he didn't push him immediately into taking the exam. It's worth remembering that power can sometimes be an advantage but can also cause a person to crumble under its weight. Power is valuable, but what truly matters in this world is strength. Power without strength is like a castle in the air, always at risk of collapsing. Cain, under everyone's gaze, sat calmly in his seat, showing no emotion or signs of nervousness, his expression serene. This made the 10 examiners nod in approval. At the very least, the 16-year-old taking the intermediate breeder exam seemed to have a good attitude. Cain began facing a round of questions from the 10 advanced breeders. The questions were clearly much harder than before, not just a little more difficult but at least twice as challenging. To avoid suspicion, Cain waited 3 to 4 seconds before answering each question. For particularly difficult questions, he pretended to think for a longer time. This behavior made the 10 advanced examiners nod in satisfaction again. On the other hand, some intermediate breeders observing the exam felt embarrassed, realizing they couldn't answer some of those questions. Overall, the exam's Q&A session lasted about an hour, during which Cain was asked more than 40 questions. Typically, an intermediate breeder exam involves answering about 10 to 15 questions. It wasn't that they were trying to make it harder for Cain, it was just that each time they asked a question, Cain answered it correctly, which raised their enthusiasm, leading them to ask more questions than usual. When they finally realized how much time had passed, the 10 examiners exchanged glances and nodded in approval. Cain had demonstrated impeccable knowledge. The next step was for Cain to produce an intermediate-level Pokeblock. If he managed to create one of standard quality, he would officially become an intermediate-level breeder. They gave him a set of intermediate Pokeblock recipes to choose one randomly as part of the test. Cain picked a card at random. A Pokeblock for Ghost-type Pokémon, Cain read aloud. He frowned slightly. Pokeblocks for Ghost-type Pokémon are often the most difficult to craft at every level. Then, he scanned the card with his system and began analyzing the results, calculating the best way to produce the Pokeblock. He pretended to study the recipe intently for about 3 minutes before setting the card down. Did he familiarize himself with the recipe that quickly? Maybe he's made it before, the advanced examiners commented. Could be. Typically, getting familiar with an intermediate-level Pokeblock recipe takes over half an hour, said an elderly woman with white hair. Let's keep watching, Shiro Nakamura interjected, silencing the murmurs. Cain began taking out the materials, arranging them in order. His system had already analyzed all the necessary steps to create the Pokeblock. All that was left was to follow the process. Taking a deep breath, he began to work. His hands moved with incredible skill, each step flowing naturally and uninterrupted. It was as if he already knew by heart what to do at every moment, as if he had made this Pokeblock many times before. Many observers believed Cain must have made this recipe before, given how familiar he seemed with each step. But among the 10 advanced breeders, 2 appeared particularly puzzled, Shiro Nakamura and another guild member, Haruto Fujimoto. Old Nakamura, isn't this recipe the one you just developed? Haruto Fujimoto asked, frowning. With a serious expression, Shiro Nakamura nodded. Yes, this is my most recent recipe for Ghost-type Pokémon. No one else has seen it before, this is the first time it's been included in intermediate breeder exams. If that's true, then there's only one possible explanation, Haruto Fujimoto said, his tone growing more serious. He's a prodigy. A genius in Pokémon breeding. But a genius like this, it gives me a bit of unease. Have you verified his identity? Haruto Fujimoto continued. Shiro Nakamura shook his head. We'll do that once he's finished. The other advanced examiners overheard this conversation, their faces showing astonishment. News quickly spread among those present that Kane was crafting this Pokeblock recipe for the first time, and doing so exceptionally well. The mere fact that Kane, at only 16 years old, was creating this kind of Pokeblock was already surprising. But it seemed reality was surpassing all expectations. Many intermediate breeders who considered themselves talented felt a bit ashamed. It seemed the future would not belong to them, but to Kane. The young man was about to make a name for himself. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Famous. Kane had finished crafting the Pokeblock. However, the 10 advanced level breeders didn't rush to examine his work. Instead, Shiro Nakamura stood up with a serious expression, fixing Kane with a penetrating gaze. Kane, who is your master? Shiro Nakamura asked. This question arose because they needed to ensure Kane's identity was secure. As semi-high-ranking members of the League, they were aware of the conflicts between the League and Team Rocket. Both sides often planted spies, a practice that had occurred numerous times before. If Kane couldn't provide a reasonable identity, they wouldn't invest many resources in him, no matter how talented he was. Kane remained calm. After all, he already had some backing within the League. My master's name is Matsuda Takashi, Kane replied. Takashi? Shiro Nakamura and Haruto Fujimoto echoed simultaneously. Takashi? What does this mean? Kane was confused. But the expressions of the 10 advanced level breeders immediately relaxed. Although old Matsuda had little interest in power, his reputation within the breeder community was quite high. At the very least, Shiro Nakamura and Haruto Fujimoto considered themselves inferior to him. And now, one of his students had accomplished such a feat. Decided. They wouldn't attend the next triennial Advanced Breeder Conference. It would be too discouraging. They didn't think it necessary to confirm Kane's identity with old Matsuda. If Team Rocket or any other organization wanted to plant someone, would they really send someone with such outstanding talent? Furthermore, although old Matsuda didn't involve himself in administrative matters, he was known for being reliable. He would never have accepted a student without verifying their identity, no matter how talented they were. Hearing the name Matsuda Takashi, those who recognized it showed surprise, while those who didn't appeared puzzled. This indicated that old Matsuda was primarily known among the higher echelons of breeders. Someone like Kane, participating in a breeder's exam for the first time, wouldn't likely know Matsuda Takashi's name, making it improbable that he was lying. Even so, Haruto Fujimoto gestured for Daikai to verify the information as a precaution. Only then did the 10 advanced level breeders begin evaluating the Pokeblock Kane had created. Although they had never seen this Pokeblock before, as advanced level breeders, they could assess its quality. Eventually, the 10 concluded there was no issue. Suddenly, Haruto Fujimoto's phone rang. He hadn't intended to answer, but upon seeing the number, he reluctantly glanced at Shiro Nakamura and answered. Immediately, a shrill voice emerged from the speaker. Fujimoto! What's going on? My apprentice attended your exam, and now you're questioning his identity. Or are you suppressing newcomers now? Old Matsuda's voice rang out clearly. Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura seemed familiar with old Matsuda, showing no signs of irritation at his tone. Takashi? Haruto Fujimoto began. What do you mean, Takashi? Is that how you address me? Call me master. Old Matsuda interrupted. This was the first time Kane had heard old Matsuda speak in such a manner, surprising him. Did his master reveal his true nature when speaking with his peers? Your apprentice is here, Haruto Fujimoto coughed, trying to mask his discomfort. In reality, in terms of status and skill, old Matsuda stood above Haruto Fujimoto. Matsuda Takashi was an honorary elder of the Breeder Guild, whereas Haruto Fujimoto was merely an elder at the Saffron City branch. Their relationship was more akin to that of a master and a friend. Oh, really? Matsuda's tone immediately cooled. Kane stifled a laugh. The fact that old Matsuda had called immediately was a surprise to Kane. It seemed this master, whom he had almost accidentally acquired, wasn't so bad after all. Afterward, Haruto Fujimoto continued speaking with old Matsuda on the phone for a while, constantly reassuring him there was no problem. When he finally hung up, Haruto Fujimoto gave Kane a strange look. He called over Daikai and gave him a few whispered instructions, after which Daikai also glanced at Kane peculiarly. Kane couldn't understand what was happening. What exactly had his master ordered? Not only Kane but also the others were confused. However, the other advanced-level breeders didn't remain in the dark for long. Haruto Fujimoto quietly explained the situation to them. Suddenly, all 10 began looking at Kane in a peculiar way. Kane felt his skin crawl. Being scrutinized like this by a group of elders in their 50s and 60s felt strange in every way. For some reason, the elderly women pulled out mirrors to touch up their makeup, while the elderly men adjusted their hair as if trying to appear more presentable. In the midst of this odd atmosphere, Kane felt uneasy. Fortunately, Daikai was efficient and didn't take long. Soon, several people with cameras rushed in, followed by a large group of journalists and photographers. Daikai had even procured a banner from somewhere. On it were the words, "We enthusiastically celebrate the apprentice of Master Breeder Matsuda Takashi, Kane, for becoming the youngest intermediate breeder in history at just 16. Well, it certainly was an enthusiastic celebration. Were they celebrating his achievement, or was Matsuda Takashi simply showing off to his old friends? Kane watched as a group of reporters surrounded him. One by one, microphones were practically shoved into his mouth. Was this what his master had mentioned? That he would become famous? And use his reputation to pressure the league into letting him open a gym in Leafy Town? It seemed like a fairly reasonable strategy, but could the reporters be a little more considerate? Did they want him to swallow the microphones? Moreover, the camera flashes were so intense that he could barely keep his eyes open. In all his 3 lifetimes, Kane had never been under such intense scrutiny. It didn't feel entirely comfortable. Still, if he became well-known, it wouldn't just bring fame to Leafy Town, it would also provide greater protection for his identity within the league. At the very least, now that the league had publicized him so much, almost proclaiming him as the future president of the Breeder Guild, they were unlikely to dig further into his identity. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, Kane could gradually rise within the league. Moreover, even if someone tried to expose him, the league might not believe them. Otherwise, if anyone could easily discredit their talents, how could the league's prodigies live peacefully? They wouldn't be able to train or grow in peace. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Visiting the Big Boss. 5 hours later. In the office of the Vice President of the Breeders' Association of Saffron City, on the top floor. Kane was holding a newspaper in his hands, his cheeks slightly flushed as he read its content. He had truly blushed. These journalists had exaggerated way too much in their writing. Ha ha ha, good. This is how it should be. My one and only disciple, Kane, deserves this worldwide attention, laughed the old Matsuda, seated on the sofa across from Kane. The old Matsuda had arrived at the Saffron City Breeders Guild 2 hours ago, under the pretense of putting his disciple in shape so he doesn't become too arrogant. But since he arrived, he hadn't stopped laughing. His face was so joyful it looked like it might bloom. Seated nearby, Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura rubbed their temples in frustration. When Haruto Fujimoto first heard the old Matsuda's order to promote Kane on a grand scale, he knew it was all about vanity. At this age, who still needs vanity? Seriously. He was really testing their patience. Both of them were advanced breeders, and both trained disciples, so why was the difference so great? In truth, they didn't know that Kane had only halfway become the old Matsuda's disciple. If they had known, they would probably have been even more frustrated. Well, Fujimoto, Nakamura, thank you for everything. This is almost done. When you get the chance, send my regards to your boss, said the old Matsuda, putting down the newspaper and clapping his hands. Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura exchanged glances, relieved. At last, this show-off was about to leave. It wasn't just that he boasted several times a year in front of them, but this time, why did he have to go so overboard? However, they said no more. They were old friends of the old Matsuda, and some things didn't need to be said aloud. They stood to bid farewell to the old Matsuda and Kane as they left the Saffron City Breeders' Guild. This time's results have been even better than I expected, sighed the old Matsuda as they walked out the door. In fact, even if I didn't take you to meet that person, the influence of the Breeders' Guild would already be enough to let you open a gym in a small town like Leafy Town. But since I'm here, I'll take you to meet him so you can broaden your horizons, the old Matsuda continued. Kane nodded. This intermediate breeder exam had had a much bigger impact than he'd imagined. At first, he thought it would just help him gain some fame, but he hadn't expected it to move the hearts of the Breeders' Guild. After the exam, a large number of reporters rushed in and surrounded Kane for over half an hour before he finally managed to leave with the help of Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura, who shielded him from the crowd. Under the stunned gazes of Flint and Misako, Kane bade farewell to them. Before leaving, Flint told Kane to train his son well so he could become an excellent breeder. Flint also revealed his identity to Kane and said he could reach out for help anytime. The two exchanged contact information. Then came the interviews with Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura. It's unclear whether they decided on their own or had already discussed it with higher-ups, but they directly announced that Kane would be the next generation to receive the full support of the Breeders' Guild. This meant Kane wasn't just a core member of the league, he was also partly under the protection of the Breeders' Guild. Of course, before the old Matsuda arrived, Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura, after understanding Kane's situation, tried to persuade him. They suggested he abandon his focus on being a trainer and concentrate on being a breeder, assuring him that within 10 years at most, he could aim for levels beyond advanced breeders. At that point, not only would his future as a gym leader be secured, but he could also be elevated to the position of president of the Breeders' Guild. But Kane politely declined the offer. 10 years? In 10 years, he might already be a regional champion, which was far more prestigious than being the president of the Breeders' Guild. Moreover, who said one couldn't be both a trainer and a breeder? Wallace in the Hoenn region reached the pinnacle of both professions as a coordinator and a trainer. Although some said his champion title came courtesy of Stephen and concessions made by the league to the Hoenn Coordinators Guild for greater development, how could one become champion without skill? How could one lead the Elite Four? So, if others couldn't do it, it simply meant they weren't talented enough. Stephen not only became the region's champion but also mastered all the skills needed to run the Devon Corporation. Under Stephen's leadership, the Devon Corporation only grew stronger. Yet the journalists exaggerated, comparing Kane to the next leader of breeders. Master, didn't we go too far this time? With such exaggerated promotion, I'm afraid I'll become a target, said Kane. The old Matsuda looked at him and said, "What are you afraid of? Isn't this the result we wanted? Your name now echoes everywhere, you've gained the full backing of the Breeders' Guild, and as long as you don't do anything too crazy, the guild will always support you. This time, opening your gym won't be a problem. Plus, if you want to develop Leafy Town, a small village hidden in the mountains, and attract more people, a gym alone won't be enough. How many gyms are there in Hoenn? Why would anyone go to yours in the mountains? It's not like Verdanturf town nearby, which has the advantage of natural springs. So you'll be the big magnet drawing attention to Leafy Town. Whether it's admirers or young challengers, the more people come, the more buzz there will be, and Leafy Town's popularity will grow. For you, my disciple, I've thought of everything." Kane looked at the old Matsuda with a bitter smile. "Wow, don't pour all your desire to show off onto me. Even though the Breeders' Guild values you, did you really need so many reporters? Couldn't we have been more low-key? Do you know what it means to lie low while hunting? Now there's no hiding. I might have to walk the streets with my face covered like a movie star. Ahem, well, since it's done, don't worry about being attacked. Now you're under the brightest spotlight, any attempts to approach you will be quickly detected, and the leaders of major organizations won't risk acting during this time of exposure. If they do, those old folks at the Breeders' Guild might really lose it. The old Matsuda continued, let's go. I'll take you to meet that person. With that, he pulled out 2 Pokeballs, and an Aerodactyl and a Charizard appeared before them. End of chapter. Chapter 36. Pallet Town. After speaking, old Matsuda mounted his Aerodactyl directly. Then he instructed Cain to climb onto his Charizard's back. In reality, Cain also had his own flying mount, his Tropius. But upon seeing these 2 Pokémon, he decided it was better not to summon it to avoid making a fool of himself. Both Pokémon were part of old Matsuda's main team. Both Aerodactyl and Charizard were elite 4-level Pokémon, and the energy they emitted was something most people couldn't bear. Fortunately, old Matsuda was there, otherwise, Cain wouldn't have known how to face these 2 Pokémon. Even if his Mismagius, dwelling in his shadow, appeared, it probably wouldn't withstand more than 2 moves from Aerodactyl. And that Charizard was likely old Matsuda's starter Pokémon. Although its current power was slightly inferior to Aerodactyl's, the difference between them wasn't significant. Old Matsuda, after all, was among the best advanced level breeders. While he wasn't renowned as a great trainer, this only applied when compared to his breeding skills. In terms of his Pokémon's combat capabilities, he stood out even among elite 4-level trainers. At the very least, Cain believed old Matsuda was stronger than Umbra. After all, old Matsuda had access to much higher quality breeding resources than Umbra. Under old Matsuda's approving gaze, Cain slowly climbed onto Charizard's back. Roar! Charizard, with a proud expression, would usually not allow someone so weak to ride on its back. But since its trainer was watching, it had no choice but to tolerate it. However, it let out a roar to express its displeasure. Cain, nervously smiling, leaned over Charizard's back and pulled out some Pokeblocks from his storage space. Although they weren't particularly nutritious, they were quite tasty snacks Cain often prepared for his Pokémon. Charizard glanced at the Pokeblocks in Cain's hand. Having spent so much time with old Matsuda, it had seen all sorts of Pokeblocks. It decided to accept the Pokeblocks, thinking there was no point in wasting food. To its surprise, they were quite delicious. Fire-type Pokémon generally prefer spicy flavors, just like Cain's Torchic, and what Cain offered were special treats for Torchic designed to enhance the bond between Pokémon and their trainer. Seeing Charizard enjoying them, Cain pulled out more and gave them all. Afterward, Charizard slightly changed its attitude toward Cain. It no longer rejected him as much. Though initially annoyed, it now looked at him with a bit more favor, which made Cain feel slightly relieved as he sat on its back. Old Matsuda carefully observed Cain's actions, noting how he managed to win over Charizard and how he used his resources to change Charizard's perception of him. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Cain knew how to handle Pokémon. "All right, let's go," said old Matsuda once they were ready. "Master, but we're still in the city." Before Cain could finish speaking, both Pokémon flapped their wings, generating a powerful gust of wind. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the street, otherwise, someone might have been injured. Elite 4-level trainers were this dominant, the flight restrictions in Saffron City didn't apply to them. In a room filled with dolls inside the psychic-type gym of Saffron City, a young woman showed an expression of anger on her face, unable to vent her frustration. "Damn it, another one flying wherever they want. If only I had a bit more power. Humph! I must train more. When my psychic power increases one more level, I'll cover all of Saffron City with it, and we'll see who dares to fly. But reaching another level is so difficult. It's so slow." The young woman suppressed her frustration and returned to her meditation, surrounded by intense psychic energy. If Cain had been there, he would probably sense that while his psychic energy was like the amount of water in a bathtub, the young woman's was a tenth of an ocean. In short, the difference was immense. But neither old Matsuda nor Cain had any idea of the young woman's annoyance. Mounted on Aerodactyl and Charizard, they flew at full speed toward the southwest. Old Matsuda stood firmly on Aerodactyl's back, unfazed by the fierce wind, as his Pokémon protected him. Cain, however, wasn't so fortunate. Although he had managed to please Charizard, it flew without regard for Cain's discomfort, forcing him to cling tightly to the Pokémon's back as the wind battered his body. Still, Aerodactyl and Charizard were much faster than Tropius, at least 3 times as fast. As Saffron City faded into the distance and Cain noticed the direction they were heading, his suspicions grew increasingly clear. But the wind was intense. After flying at full speed for 3 hours, with Cain's hair nearly standing on end, they finally reached their destination. A small town came into view for Cain. Though he had never been there, he knew its name. Pallet Town. Considered the origin of all stories. Aerodactyl and Charizard landed before entering the town. In Saffron City, there were few people who could stop old Matsuda, but in Pallet Town, such individuals did exist. Old Matsuda recalled Aerodactyl and Charizard. This is Pallet Town, a place with a very pleasant environment, though not very well known. The person I want you to meet lives here, you may have heard of him, commented old Matsuda. Cain nodded and followed old Matsuda into Pallet Town. A glance at the surroundings was enough to realize this was an ideal place to retire. Nestled among mountains, it was also one of Kanto's towns closest to Mount Silver. Pallet Town had a reputation for being directly connected to the League. Most of the people who lived here were descendants of high-ranking League officials or individuals who had made significant contributions to it. The League also placed great importance on Pallet Town. Perhaps that was one of the reasons Professor Oak decided to settle here. And the well-known Ash was also born and raised in this town. Ash was raised solely by his mother, as his father never appeared. Cain suspected that Ash's father might have been a high-ranking League member who gave his life in battle, which would explain why they lived here. Professor Oak's special care for Ash's family suggested that Ash's father held a considerable rank or had some connection with Professor Oak. Otherwise, why would he be so close to them and not other families in the town? End of chapter. Chapter 37. Professor Oak. Old Matsuda led Cain directly toward Pallet Town. Although the surroundings seemed perfectly normal, Cain couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes were watching him at all times. There was no malice in the gaze, possibly just a precaution to ensure he wouldn't cause any destructive incidents. He wasn't sure if the ones observing him were Professor Oak's Pokémon sent by the League, or Pokémon belonging to other people in Pallet Town. Either way, Cain knew he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. When Cain first arrived in the Pokémon world, he had the bold and reckless idea of attacking Pallet Town. Fortunately, before he could carry out his plan, he was intercepted by high-ranking members of Team Rocket, who stopped his imprudent decision. With old Matsuda leading the way, Cain encountered no resistance. They entered a large house, possibly the biggest in Pallet Town. Inside, the place was filled with numerous pieces of equipment, some of which seemed incredibly valuable. However, everything was scattered across the floor, creating a bit of a mess. Clearly, the owner wasn't the most organized individual. Then, they saw a white-haired man wearing a long, white lab coat. His back was turned to them as his hands moved rapidly over an experiment table, seemingly engaged in something highly complex. When old Matsuda saw the figure, he smiled and approached, with Cain following close behind. As they got closer, Cain detected a familiar aroma. The smell of instant noodles. There was no doubt about it, this man was Professor Oak. A man who could cook instant noodles like no one else. Samuel, old Matsuda called out. Professor Oak, who was diligently eating his instant noodles, turned around, with some noodles still dangling from his mouth. When he saw old Matsuda, his eyes lit up. He immediately put down the noodles. Takashi! It's been ages since I last saw you. Old Matsuda's forehead showed faint lines of exasperation before he relaxed and replied with a smile, You're still the same, Samuel. Couldn't you at least swallow before speaking? Gulp! Professor Oak swallowed all the noodles in his mouth in one go, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Takashi, it really is you. It's been such a long time. The two hugged after so long apart, patting each other's backs. That was when Professor Oak noticed Kane, who stood behind old Matsuda. Old Matsuda cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Samuel, this is my Kane. Your disciple, no need to say it. I've seen him on television. My, you do love to show off, don't you? At your age, still parading around like that. You wouldn't believe how many old folks are envious now that you've got such a talented disciple," Professor Oak interjected. "Professor Oak, it's an honor to meet you. Until now, I'd only seen you on television." "It's great to finally meet you in person," Kane said respectfully. In truth, he had only ever seen Professor Oak on a two-dimensional screen. Good. Good. A promising young man. Takashi is fortunate to have found a disciple like you at his age. Ahem. Yes, it's your good fortune, Kane, to have Takashi as your mentor. His talent and skill as a breeder rank among the best in the world, Professor Oak corrected himself after old Matsuda's pointed cough. He continued, "I remember when I first set out on my journey, I met Takashi, who had just started his as well. Back then, he had the ambition of becoming an advanced level breeder. We traveled together across the Kanto and Johto regions." The gleam in Professor Oak's eyes made it clear he was reminiscing about those times. Professor Oak, whose full name was Samuel Oak, had been a renowned Pokémon trainer before becoming a professor. Kane estimated his skills to be comparable to, if not surpassing, those of a champion. He was one of the founding members of the Pokémon League, holding a unique and highly respected position within it, having helped and mentored countless individuals. For this reason, old Matsuda had told Kane that if Professor Oak agreed to help, Kane would have no trouble opening his own gym. However, Kane hadn't known that old Matsuda and Professor Oak were so close. In this world, aside from family and master-disciple bonds, traveling companions formed one of the closest relationships. They were people with whom you could entrust your life, sharing everything during life or death situations. It was a bond akin to that of blood brothers. This meant that Kane's support within the league appeared even more solid. Additionally, Kane noticed something curious: Professor Oak's personality and style were very similar to Ash's. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Professor Oak had always been so fond of Ash, both shared the same love for Pokémon. So, did this mean his mentor, old Matsuda, was something like Brock's equivalent? Was Professor Oak plus old Matsuda equal to Ash plus Brock? And both aspired to be advanced level breeders? Wait a moment, Flint had once said he wanted his son to become a talented breeder like Kane. So was all of this preordained? It seemed that, without realizing it, Kane had become part of the world's main storyline. Not even the butterfly effect caused by his arrival had been able to alter the course of events. Professor Oak and old Matsuda continued talking about their past adventures while Kane quietly listened from the side. After chatting for a long while, they finally switched topics. "By the way, Samuel, the main reason for this visit is to ask you for a favor," old Matsuda said bluntly. With the relationship he had with Professor Oak, there was no need for formalities, especially since Oak was known for his straightforward personality. "Oh? What's the favor?" Professor Oak asked. "Here?" "Oh, right, we're still standing. Let's go inside. There aren't many people around today. I gave the researchers the day off. It's just my grandson, Gary, and me here at home. If you haven't eaten, how about some instant noodles? You know I'm great at cooking those." Professor Oak spoke as he led old Matsuda and Kane further into the house. After passing through several doors, they arrived at a massive backyard. Though called a backyard, it was more like a sprawling meadow, home to many Pokémon. Some were wild, others had been sent by trainers for Professor Oak to care for, and some were Oak's own Pokémon. As a breeder, Kane could tell that these Pokémon were exceptionally well cared for, with top-quality diets and nutrition. When Professor Oak entered, many Pokémon approached, circling around Kane and the others. "Ha ha, go play. I have guests today, so I won't be able to join you, Professor Oak said with a smile. The Pokémon curiously eyed Cain and old Matsuda but obediently dispersed, heading off to play with other Pokémon in the meadow. End of chapter. Chapter 438. The terrifying Dragonite and the appearance of Mismagius. Take a seat, there won't be any more interruptions, said Professor Oak, gesturing toward a table and chairs under a large umbrella. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the sky, completely covering the large umbrella. Professor Oak smiled. Takashi, do you remember an old friend? Old Matsuda paused for a second before smiling as well. Yes, back then, it hadn't evolved yet. Before Cain could even wonder what was happening, the shadow disappeared, revealing a massive yellow Pokémon in front of him. The scanner in his system activated instinctively, and Cain's reaction was immediate. His pupils contracted, and his heart nearly stopped. Pokémon. Dragonite, purple. Gender? Male. Level. 94. Type. Dragon plus flying. Ability. Inner focus. Held item. None. Egg moves. Extreme speed, Dragon Pulse, Water Pulse, Iron Tail. Basic moves. Wing attack, Hurricane, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Roost, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Rage, Slam, Agility, Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, Dragon Rush, Safeguard, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Hyper Beam. Learned moves. Draco Meteor, Ice Punch, Snore, Focus Punch. TM moves. Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Dragon Claw, Toxic, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Light Screen, Rain Dance, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Earthquake, Brick Break, Double Team, Flamethrower, Sandstorm, Fire Blast, Rock Tomb, Aerial Ace, Focus Blast, Giga Impact, Stone Edge, Bulldoze, Rock Slide, Dragon Tail, Sleep Talk, Substitute, Surf, Waterfall. This is ridiculous. This Dragonite is completely overpowered. Cain screamed internally. It was the first time he had ever seen a purple quality Pokémon. Not only that, but it was a Dragonite. With a level of 94 and such powerful moves, Cain was utterly astounded. He now understood what it meant to face Pokémon belonging to League champions. This Dragonite possessed power on par with, or even exceeding, that of a champion. Cain had assumed that Professor Oak was strong, but seeing this erased all doubt. Samuel Oak wasn't just champion level, he could easily rank among the strongest. When Dragonite turned its gaze toward Cain, he felt something familiar. So that feeling of being watched when we entered Pallet Town was because of this Dragonite, Cain thought. It's grown quite a bit since the last time we met, old Matsuda commented, patting Dragonite affectionately. Dragonite observed Cain with curiosity but seemed more interested in his shadow. Dragonite murmured softly. Professor Oak frowned at the sound. What's wrong, Samuel? Asked old Matsuda. Cain's expression also changed. Dragonite was staring at his shadow, and Cain knew exactly what was there, Mismagius, who lived within it. Young Cain, have you been anywhere unusual recently? Professor Oak asked in a serious tone. Cain quickly thought it over. Professor Oak had detected Mismagius's presence. He decided it was best not to hide the truth. Yes, I've been to a somewhat troublesome place, but there was no danger. In fact, I found a companion. Although she's strong, she's innocent and untrained, Cain said, glancing at his shadow. Come on, Mismagius, don't be afraid, you can come out. At his words, a small head with a hat slowly emerged from his shadow. Mismagius's red eyes showed fear as she looked at Dragonite. She quickly hid behind Cain. Seeing her, old Matsuda swiftly pulled out 2 Pokeballs, ready for any emergency. Cain sighed. Relax, Master. Mismagius is just a child. Even though she's strong, she doesn't know how to use her power. She's barely interacted with other Pokémon or humans. Now that she's with me, I'll make sure she learns the basics. He pulled out 2 Pokeblocks and offered them to Mismagius. Despite her fear, Mismagius couldn't resist and devoured them quickly, a happy smile appearing on her face. Seeing this, old Matsuda relaxed slightly, though he still didn't completely lower his guard. End of chapter. Chapter 39. Warning. But Professor Oak was different. From the moment Mismagius appeared, being an expert in Pokémon, he immediately took out a magnifying glass and slowly approached. A smile appeared on his face, one he believed to be very friendly. He perceived in Mismagius an inner purity similar to that of a child. Just like the starter Pokémon he gives out, although each has its own personality, you can always see that crystalline purity in their eyes, like a gem that cannot be hidden or imitated. Only newborns possess that gaze. So, from the moment Cain released Mismagius, Professor Oak confirmed what he was saying. Mismagius, eh? Truly rare. The development of this Mismagius is quite good, and both its level and quality are excellent. Clearly, the Duskstone used for its evolution was also of high quality, Professor Oak said as he approached Mismagius with his magnifying glass, smiling. However, Mismagius seemed a bit afraid of him, hiding behind Cain to avoid the professor. This led to a scene where Mismagius and Professor Oak circled around each other. Grew tilde? Dragonite, observing from the side, showed a resigned expression and let out a growl directed at Professor Oak. His trainer's behavior left him somewhat bewildered. I must have been an unfortunate dragon in my past life to end up with a trainer like this in this one, thought Dragonite. Hearing Dragonite's growl, Professor Oak snapped out of it, realizing that Mismagius was looking at him with an expression of distrust, as if he were a villain. Professor Oak smiled awkwardly. Ahem, ha, well, it's just a professional habit. I couldn't resist, he said, scratching his head. Cain patted Mismagius's head, calming her a bit, and then shook his head to indicate there was no problem. What do you think, Cain? Would you be interested in leaving Mismagius with me for a while? The next time you see her, she's sure to have improved, Professor Oak suggested. Upon hearing Oak's words, the strongest reaction came from Mismagius, who let out a loud cry before immediately hiding in Cain's shadow, refusing to come out again. Ah? Professor Oak, it seems Mismagius doesn't like that idea very much, Cain said awkwardly. Ahem, well, not much I can do about it, ha. In truth, Professor Oak had no real intention of keeping Mismagius, he was simply intrigued by her origin. However, seeing the situation, it was clear that Mismagius truly behaved like a small child, trusting only Cain. Given that, there was no issue with her staying by his side. Professor Oak was only concerned about the possibility of a powerful Pokémon causing problems. After all, Ghost-type Pokémon have strange abilities, and it wasn't the first time Professor Oak had encountered a Ghost-type Pokémon that absorbed human life energy. With Professor Oak's approving look, old Matsuda finally relaxed completely. Now Cain was not only his disciple but also the treasure of the entire Breeders' Guild. Any problem arising out of nowhere would be a major setback. Tell me how you found this Mismagius, said old Matsuda. Master, as you know, last time on the SS Anne, when I tried to distract the members of Team Aqua, I jumped into the sea. Upon returning, the ship had already disappeared, so I found a small island to stay on. Cain recounted 7 parts truth and 3 parts fiction about how he discovered Mismagius. He even hinted at some things he couldn't guess himself, hoping the two could contribute their expertise. So, you found Mismagius in an underground cave filled with ghost-type energy. And Mismagius was simply benefiting from that place, not creating it, old Matsuda said with a serious expression. He had never heard of such a place. Professor Oak shared his surprise, though his expression was calmer. The world is vast, and the areas discovered by the League may only be a fraction of it. There are special places we don't know about. Perhaps it's a hotspot of ghost energy or some place left by a legendary Pokémon. Either way, you tried to return and couldn't find it. There's no need to search for it again. Cain nodded. In the short term, he couldn't return to the trial island, so he would wait until he had enough power to face any unknown situation before going back. And also, don't let others know about Mismagius's existence. We're not interested, but you must remember that not everyone in this world belongs to the League. If someone knew you owned an elite-level Pokémon like this, it could bring you great trouble. Not all League trainers are trustworthy. So, as before, keep Mismagius well hidden. Fortunately, not everyone can sense Mismagius's presence like Dragonite can. At least I can't, old Matsuda warned, while also trying to reassure Cain. At least those who could detect Mismagius's presence would have to be stronger than old Matsuda, and in that case, Cain would have no way to resist. He would simply have to hand her over obediently. Well, we've strayed a bit from the topic, let's get back to the main point, old Matsuda said, not wanting to discuss Mismagius further. He knew that Cain, despite his youth, was very sensible about such matters. This disciple of his, though young, was exceptionally skilled at handling situations, so much so that even old Matsuda, with all his experience, was often impressed. Right, back to the main topic. Takashi's been saying for a while now that he needs my help with something. We've been together for quite some time, but I've rarely seen you ask me for a favor. It seems this time it has something to do with young Cain, Professor Oak said with a smile. Hearing this, old Matsuda also smiled and said, yes, I've taken on a fine disciple, and as his master, naturally, I want to help him. Professor Oak nodded. Having someone to inherit his knowledge was the best he could hope for. Though he wasn't sure when someone would inherit his own legacy. But the young man they were talking about seemed promising. Though somewhat carefree, his love for Pokémon reminded Professor Oak of his younger self. Here's the thing, though my disciple has exceptional talent as a breeder, he's not weak as a trainer either. In fact, he prefers being a trainer. Recently, during his travels through the Hoenn region, he passed through a small, impoverished town and suddenly asked me if he could open a gym there, old Matsuda explained. End of chapter. Chapter 40. Slowking's Evolution Method. Upon hearing what old Matsuda had just said, Professor Oak looked at Cain with slight surprise in his eyes. Open a gym? He hadn't expected Cain, who had been widely publicized on television as the future leader of breeders, to have intentions of opening a gym. Was he planning to pursue both paths simultaneously? If he wants to open a gym, given his current status within the Breeders' Guild, there shouldn't be any issue. Those elders will surely speak in his favor, Professor Oak commented. The elders Oak referred to were clearly very senior individuals. It couldn't be helped, breeders were known for their longevity. Except for a few, the elders of the Breeders' Guild were some of the highest-ranking people within the league. Exactly, there's no issue with him opening a gym now. What I didn't expect was this kind of result. That boy demonstrated something during his exam that truly surprised those elders. Before taking the exam, he told me he wanted to present a new Pokémon evolution method to the league. He asked me to use a few words from you and me to help him gain the opportunity to open a gym, old Matsuda explained. And if possible, it would be ideal to also get him the title of researcher. That way, the results he delivers would bear his name, making them more impactful. Hearing this, Professor Oak frowned. Takashi, Cain is already in the eye of the storm. Do you really want to push him further into the fire? It's not that the researcher title is too significant to grant him. But do you realize that if he has the breeder's support and is also a Pokémon researcher, he'll become too well-rounded a figure? If he doesn't achieve anything significant as a researcher, that's fine. But if he truly makes an important discovery, don't you think there will be people in Hoenn who'll want to eliminate him? Opening a gym and becoming a gym leader would expose him even more. A person so talented in every aspect could make some people want to stop him before he grows any further. Professor Oak's words were frank and unfiltered. As a close friend of old Matsuda, he needed to speak directly. The three fell silent for a moment. It couldn't be denied that Professor Oak had a point. Having someone talented stand out wasn't an issue, but when someone was excessively talented to the point of making others feel threatened, it could drive some people mad. True, I hadn't considered it thoroughly. Even so, we should register Cain's discoveries secretly in the League's records. When he's strong enough in the future, he can reveal them publicly, old Matsuda suggested. That wouldn't be a problem. Still, I'm curious, what discovery has Cain made? Professor Oak asked. Both turned their gaze toward Kane. Without a word, Kane pulled a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it, summoning Slowking. Upon seeing it, Professor Oak's eyes instantly lit up, even more than when he saw Mismagius earlier. Suddenly, he pulled out a magnifying glass from who knows where. A shiny Slowking! But before he could get closer, old Matsuda stopped him. Wait, Samuel, first things first. Ah, right. Sorry, force of habit, Professor Oak said, scratching his head. Kane began speaking. Professor Oak, the discovery I made is about Slowking's evolution method. A long time ago, the existence of Slowking was discovered, and it was speculated to be an evolution of Slowpoke, or even Slowbro. However, until now, no one had figured out the method of evolution. Once, by chance, I managed to evolve my Slowpoke into Slowking. And I believe it was due to these circumstances that it was able to evolve. Kane paused at that point. The next step was for them to ask something, but neither of them said a word. Old Matsuda smacked Kane on the head. Keep talking. Don't stop. This kid. We're both senior figures here, and he expects us to quiz him like it's an exam? How insolent, old Matsuda thought. After the smack, Kane scratched his head and continued, the thing is, back then, I received a king's rock from Stephen of the Stone family from Hoenn. One time, while Slowpoke was playing with a Shelder, it was wearing the king's rock. That's when Shelder bit Slowpoke's head, and it evolved into Slowking. A king's rock, exclaimed Professor Oak in surprise. Since the king's rock was discovered, its purpose has been unclear. Most of the time, it's considered an accessory or a collector's item. I never expected it to also aid in Pokémon evolution, Oak murmured. The fact that Kane had received the king's rock from Stephen no longer interested him. It makes sense. King. Slowpoke evolving into Slowking would mean becoming the king of its group. This transformation requires a type of energy similar to that of a king, and the king's rock seems to contain that essence. Slowpoke evolving into Slowking now makes complete sense. The more he spoke, the more convinced Professor Oak became that the king's rock was key to Slowking's evolution. Kane, your hypothesis is 90% correct. We'd just need another Slowpoke to evolve into Slowking to confirm it. The issue is that king's rocks are hard to come by, and their price is very high. Kane nodded. He knew this discovery would become public knowledge in a few years, but he had wanted to get ahead and claim credit. Would you let me study your shiny Slowking for a while? Professor Oak asked, once again showing his inquisitive spirit. Kane laughed wryly. Professor Oak, I'm thinking of opening a water-type gym, and Slowking is my ace. Without it, I doubt I could manage the gym, as I haven't trained many water-type Pokémon. You're right. If you're going to open a water-type gym, Slowking will boost your popularity and attract more challengers. Also, a gym leader can't be weak. If Slowking is your only Pokémon, even with approval to open the gym, you'll still need more strong Pokémon, Professor Oak reflected. Yes, before the gym's construction is complete, I plan to spend more time training. By then, I'll also need to catch some water-type Pokémon to increase the number and strength of my team. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Request for Hoenn region starters. By the way, Samuel, Kane hasn't received a starter Pokémon before, has he? He should be eligible to receive one now, right? Asked old Matsuda from the side. Kane was a civilian trainer, so he hadn't been entitled to receive a starter Pokémon. Oh? Kane is a civilian trainer. Professor Oak said, surprised. Old Matsuda nodded. Yes, Kane is a civilian trainer, so when he displayed his talent as a breeder, the elders of the Breeders' Guild went wild. What exceptional talent, Professor Oak sighed. It's possible for him to receive one. Since you're planning to open a water-type gym, the best choice would be a water-type starter. How about Squirtle from the Kanto region? Squirtle? Kane thought about Squirtle and its final form, Blastus. Blastus is one of the best among starter Pokémon. As a pure water type, Blastus has decent durability, with only a double weakness to electric and grass types. However, it has double resistance to steel, water, fire, and ice-type moves. As a starter, Blastus has solid base stats, specializing in physical and special defense. Although its speed isn't particularly low, it doesn't stand out in any single stat. The most noteworthy feature is that Blastus can Mega Evolve. When Blastus Mega Evolves, its stats increase by 100 points, with an additional 50 points in special attack, raising its special attack to 135, giving it a great opportunity to excel in that area. Additionally, its physical and special defense are not weak, allowing it to endure and strike back, making it highly useful. The most important aspect is that upon Mega Evolution, Blastus gains the Mega Launcher ability. Moves like Aura and Pulse are powered up by 50%. It's a rather remarkable ability. With a special attack of 135, this ability becomes even more powerful. However, to be honest, for Kane, Blastus wouldn't have a significant impact on his team. Slowking had already evolved and could handle special attacks. After all, Mega Blastus is best suited for a Rigard role as a cannon, and its image fits that role perfectly. But, unfortunately, it would occupy the same niche as Slowking. Can I choose a starter from another region? Kane asked. Professor Oak pondered for a moment and then said, theoretically, it's possible. Which region are you interested in? Hoenn? Kane nodded. Since I'm going to establish a gym in the Hoenn region, I'd prefer a water-type starter from that region. Ideally, Swampert from Hoenn. Kane couldn't forget about Swampert. Swampert is an excellent Pokémon in terms of attributes, base stats, and abilities. Although it has a quadruple weakness to grass-type moves, it can face off against most Pokémon. Its abilities, Torrent or Damp, are quite good, and upon Mega Evolution, its Swift Swim ability is perfect for a rain team. Swampert excels in physical attack and durability. After Mega Evolution, Swampert's physical attack can reach a terrifying 150 points, with physical and special defense at 110 and an HP of 100, which is nothing to scoff at. With the support of a rain team, it would be a true monster in battle. Therefore, the most suitable Pokémon for Kane remains Swampert. If Poliwag can evolve into Politoed with the Drizzle ability, and Slowking provides special attacks from the rear while Mega Swampert with Swift Swim leads the charge, Kane could easily form a devastating rain team. If it's the Hoenn region, it's possible. Since you're planning to establish a gym there, you'll definitely need some local water-type Pokémon. Mudkip is a great choice. However, if you want a Mudkip, you'll have to travel to the Hoenn region to receive it. I don't have one here. I'll send an email to Professor Birch of Hoenn, and you can pick it up from him later. I'll share Professor Birch's contact details with you so you can communicate directly, Professor Oak said. Professor Oak didn't see any issue with Kane's choice. Although he regretted not being able to study Kane's Slowking further, there would be opportunities in the future. After all, Professor Oak was deeply interested in Kane's shiny Slowking. It was an extremely rare Pokémon, and there was probably no other like it in the world, a shiny Slowpoke that evolved into a Slowking. That probability was incredibly low. Alright, that's all for the important matters. Old Matsuda continued, Kane, you can head out and explore a bit. Take a look around Pallet Town, but don't wander too far or harm the local Pokémon. I'll stay and talk with Samuel. It was evident they had matters to discuss without Kane overhearing. Kane nodded in understanding. He took out the Pokeball and returned Slowking, then left the room. Although he was curious about what old Matsuda and Professor Oak would discuss, Kane was more intrigued by the legendary Chosen One, Ash. As he stepped outside, he decided to explore Pallet Town, hoping to encounter Ash before he started his journey. He might also run into Gary, Professor Oak's grandson. After stepping out, Kane released Slowking. Since Slowpoke had evolved, Kane hadn't let Slowking walk alongside him. Given Slowking's rare and eye-catching presence, many people didn't even recognize it as a Slowking. However, Pallet Town had few people and was completely safe, so Kane decided to walk around with Slowking. Additionally, Slowking's psychic abilities could help him locate the two young potential champions. While they weren't trainers yet, perhaps he could leave an impression on them. Or even change something. Although Cain seemed to have influenced some things, he hadn't altered the story but rather accelerated its development. So, what would happen if he tried to change Ash's destiny? Was the chosen one truly bound to a fixed path? Of course, Cain wouldn't be foolish enough to eliminate Ash now or steal his starter Pokémon or fate. Cain was confident that he would surpass Ash in strength in the future. He was simply curious to see if his presence in this world would alter the course of events. It was a small experiment. End of chapter. Chapter 42. Ash and Gary. Cain was walking through Pallet Town with his Slowking. Although his goal was to find Ash and Gary, he wasn't fully determined to do so. Rather, he wanted to enjoy the walk and relax a bit. Cain released his Torchic. This little one had suffered emotional trauma, and although it seemed fine under the comfort of Aaron and Poliwag, Cain preferred to give it some time to relax and heal its mind. Recently, Torchic's condition had improved considerably. In the coming days, it would be determined whether its potential would stabilize at a high level. Torchic, the air here is excellent, isn't it? Cain said, gently petting Torchic's head. Torchic, happy, closed its eyes and rubbed its head against Cain's hand, showing a greater dependence on him. The reason Torchic recovered so quickly was due to its cheerful nature as a fire-type Pokémon. Torchic began running joyfully through the fields of Pallet Town. Every now and then, it would shoot small flames into the sky, not damaging the environment, just expressing its happiness. It seemed like an emotional burden it had been carrying inside had disappeared. Cain watched as Torchic's stats fluctuated in his system. The values of its abilities kept increasing, indicating that the improvement in its mood was aiding its stabilization. It seems that its happiness is helping stabilize its potential, Cain thought. As Torchic continued running, two kids appeared in front of him. One wore a red cap and a black t-shirt, while the other had a green shirt and brown hair. The two seemed to be arguing heatedly and didn't notice Torchic running towards them. Bang! Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The boy with black hair, Ash, was sitting on the ground, holding his stomach. Next to him, Gary, Professor Oak's grandson, had a surprised expression. He had avoided the crash, but Ash wasn't so lucky. Cain ran over to them, first checking Ash and then Torchic, who was also sitting on the ground, a bit dazed. Cain couldn't help but smile at the situation. After all, Ash was known for being extremely resilient. Torchic had run fast, but Ash seemed to be fine. Are you okay? Cain helped Ash up and then called Torchic. Torchic, you got too excited and bumped into someone, go apologize. Torchic, still a bit stunned, quickly got up and ran towards Ash, bowing repeatedly to apologize. Meanwhile, Ash, who wasn't injured, looked at Torchic in amazement and immediately hugged it. A Pokémon! A real Pokémon! It's so warm and soft! Ash exclaimed with shining eyes, as if he had found the best toy in the world. Cain watched the scene, a bit speechless. Beside him, Gary seemed even more confused, though he was used to his childhood friend's eccentricities. I'm sorry, big brother, Gary said, pulling Ash's t-shirt. This guy has great resilience, nothing happened to him. I think your Pokémon got scared. Cain patted Torchic's head and smiled. Don't worry, it's all fine. What's your name? I'm Gary Oak, Professor Oak's grandson. Me. I'm Ash. My dream is to become a Pokémon master. Ash shouted, raising his hand excitedly. Nice to meet you, I'm Cain, sort of a guest of Professor Oak, Cain replied with a smile. Ash and Gary's eyes lit up when they heard that Cain was a guest of Professor Oak, making him, in their eyes, part of their close circle. Big brother Cain, is that Pokémon a Torchic from the Hoenn region? Gary asked, observing Torchic, who was still shyly hiding behind Cain. That's right, no wonder you're Professor Oak's grandson. Recognizing a Torchic at such a young age is impressive. Hee. Gary, despite his usually cold demeanor, couldn't help but feel proud of himself after receiving the compliment. Hoenn region? Torchic? What are you guys talking about? Ash interrupted, completely lost in the conversation. Gary gave him an exasperated look and decided to ignore him. Then, he focused his attention on Slowking, who was standing next to Cain, and commented curiously. But I don't recognize that giant Pokémon. End of chapter. Chapter 43. Talent. This is a Slowking, which evolves from Slowpoke. It can also be found in the Kanto and Johto regions, although its evolution method is quite peculiar, Cain explained. Slowpoke? But doesn't Slowpoke evolve into Slowbro? So it turns out it has a new evolutionary form. Gary asked, his eyes shining with excitement at gaining new knowledge. Exactly. It's because of Slowpoke's unique evolution method that I've come to visit Professor Oak. Ash, on the other hand, was completely confused. Who am I? Where am I? What are they saying? Why don't I understand anything? Cain noticed the bewildered expression on Ash's face. It wasn't surprising that Ash, whom Pokémon fans on Earth ironically nicknamed Ash Ketchum the Wise, looked this way. Despite having almost no knowledge of Pokémon at this point, his love for them would gradually make him one of the greatest Pokémon trainers. Gary, on the other hand, always surpassed Ash in everything: lineage, knowledge, even appearance. But eventually, it would be Ash who outshined him. Cain had approached these two with a mix of curiosity and a small hidden agenda. However, upon seeing Ash up close, that inclination faded without Cain even realizing it. If it weren't for the records in his system, Cain himself wouldn't have believed it. If Ash had never met Pikachu, would he still be the chosen one of destiny? Cain wondered. Outwardly, he kept his composure and began explaining more about Pokémon to them, attempting to prepare these two young aspiring trainers. Although most of the conversation was between Gary and Cain, Ash half listened and half guessed what they were discussing. But Cain made sure not to leave him out completely. Whenever he saw that Ash didn't understand something, he paused to explain it more clearly. Cain also repeatedly emphasized the importance of the first Pokémon each trainer received. He explained that having an advantage at the start would make the trainer's journey much easier. He detailed how Kanto's starter Pokémon were exceptional, describing the 3 available species and their characteristics, strengths, and combat styles, as well as the advantages they would gain upon evolving. Gary and Ash listened intently, their eyes sparkling with excitement. With everything I've explained about the importance of starter Pokémon, Ash should pay more attention this time. Let's hope he doesn't fall asleep like in the original story. Ideally, both should develop the habit of going to bed and waking up early so Ash doesn't show up late that day. Cain then talked about the qualities a good trainer should have, with self-discipline as the first topic. He explained that waking up early and training alongside their Pokémon would strengthen their bond and help them grow faster. Everything Cain said was backed by facts, there was no fault in his words. From the perspective of an experienced trainer who had already walked that path, his advice was perfectly legitimate for 2 kids who hadn't yet begun their Pokémon journey. Even if Professor Oak had been present, he wouldn't have found any flaws in what Cain was saying. Thus, the 3 sat on the grass and talked for 3 or 4 hours. Gary absorbed the information well, while Ash, though now understanding a bit more about trainers and Pokémon, was just beginning to scratch the surface of what lay ahead. For both, their goals became clearer. Even their attitude toward Cain changed, as they began calling him Brother Cain instead of Big Brother Cain, signaling that their bond was growing stronger. As they continued chatting, 2 people joined them. Professor Oak and old Matsuda were approaching. Grandpa! Professor Oak! Ash and Gary shouted in unison. Cain stood up and respectfully greeted Professor Oak and his mentor. Professor Oak! Today, Brother Cain taught us so much about Pokémon. I decided that someday I'll become a trainer as strong as him. Ash exclaimed, excited to have defined his goal more clearly. Gary, standing beside him, said nothing but his eyes shone with determination, indicating he was equally affected by what he had learned. Professor Oak smiled and patted both of them on the head, saying, "Then you'll have to work hard. Your brother Cain is soon going to become a gym leader in the Hoenn region." A gym leader? Gary and Ash exclaimed in surprise. For these two, who hadn't even started their trainer journeys, a gym leader was someone of incredibly high caliber. That's right, so you'll have to put in a lot of effort, Professor Oak added. I'll be waiting for you in the Hoenn region, Ash and Gary. Both of you have the potential to become elite trainers. Kane smiled at them. Hearing this made Ash and Gary even happier. Professor Oak, meanwhile, glanced at Kane with a surprised expression. Any trainer spending time with Ash would likely conclude that the boy didn't seem destined to be a great trainer. His knowledge of Pokémon was minimal, making him seem unsuitable for the role. Yet here was Kane, speaking of Ash and Gary as if they were equals. Professor Oak knew his grandson well. He knew Gary had natural talent, whether in knowledge or skills. While the professor had high hopes for Ash, that was a personal opinion, not a widely held consensus. That Kane valued Ash as much as Gary left him slightly perplexed. Following Professor Oak's suggestion, Ash and Gary bid farewell and left happily. Kane, do you really believe that about Ash and Gary? Professor Oak asked as they walked. Kane nodded. Yes, Gary has inherited his talent. In terms of knowledge and skills, he's top-notch. Ash, he's a bit behind. I'd say he's quite far behind, old Matsuda interjected with an amused smile. Ha ha, Takashi, don't interrupt. Kane, go on, Professor Oak said, laughing. Although Ash is a bit behind, his love for Pokémon will make up for all his shortcomings. I'm confident both will achieve great things in the future. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Ash surpasses Gary. Of course, this is just my opinion. Don't take it too seriously, Professor Oak. The sun set on the horizon as Kane and old Matsuda disappeared into the distance. Don't take it seriously? Then why do I feel like Ash might surpass Gary? Professor Oak murmured as he watched them leave. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Team Rocket Base in Viridian City. At midnight, Kane and old Matsuda arrived in the skies above Saffron City. Old Matsuda dropped Kane off in Saffron City and immediately left on his Aerodactyl. He explained that he had already lost a day of work on his experiments by helping Kane and needed to return to continue the next day. Resigned, Kane returned to the city alone. But shortly after entering, a very discreet communicator he carried began to buzz. Feeling the vibration, Kane's expression changed. He stopped moving slowly and quickly slipped into the dark alleys of the city. He called on his Slowking to ensure no one was nearby, then carefully pulled out the communicator he had stashed away. There was no number displayed, but Kane knew only one person could contact him through that device, Umbra. This was the exclusive communicator Umbra had given Kane. He answered, and a voice came through from the other side. Kane, where are you now? Are you still in Saffron City? Kane respectfully replied, Mr. Umbra, I am currently in Saffron City. There was a brief silence on the line before Umbra spoke again, understood. And the call ended. Before Kane could lower the communicator, the space around him began to distort. In the blink of an eye, two people appeared before him, Umbra and Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City and a powerful psychic. Mr. Umbra, Miss Sabrina, Kane greeted them respectfully. Sabrina saw Kane's Slowking, and her eyes gleamed. She immediately teleported next to the Pokémon to try and touch it. But Kane's Slowking was no longer the Slowpoke it had once been. Although it couldn't match Sabrina's powers, it managed to dodge her contact by using teleport to evade her hand. Ooh? Is this Slowking the same Slowpoke from before? How did you unlock its potential? It seems I've underestimated you, Sabrina remarked, surprised. However, her expression quickly changed. Have you reached the level of a beginner psychic? To Sabrina, a beginner psychic was still just an ordinary human, but she was impressed. She herself had unlocked Kane's psychic abilities and knew his talent in the field was limited. She never expected him to reach such a level. I was lucky, Kane replied humbly. There was no clear way to explain it to Sabrina, so he could only attribute it to luck. Sabrina was about to continue asking questions, but Umbra interrupted her. That's enough, this isn't the time for this, Sabrina. At this, Sabrina realized and stared deeply at Cain before speaking. "Put away your Pokémon. We're going to meet someone." Cain maintained external calm as he returned Slowking to its Pokeball, but internally, he was shocked. If two trainers of Umbra and Sabrina's caliber were seeking him out to take him to meet someone, it could only be one person: Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. The man even high-ranking Pokémon League officials feared. A man capable of facing the league champion and emerging victorious. In both power and influence, Giovanni was one of the most significant figures in the world. Cain had seen Giovanni in his past life, but only through video conferences alongside a group of people receiving orders. This situation was entirely different. Sabrina grabbed Cain by the shoulder and placed her other hand on Umbra. Sabrina's psychic powers surged, and Cain felt as if he were drifting in an ocean during a storm. He hadn't capsized, but it felt like he could be thrown into the void at any moment. In a flash, Sabrina teleported them. The space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, the three appeared in a forest. But they didn't stop, and Sabrina continued teleporting them. After 3 jumps in under a minute, they arrived at a secret room. Carrying both of you was harder than I expected. If I had come alone, it would have been much faster, Sabrina said as she exhaled deeply. Clearly, transporting 2 people had been a challenging task, even for someone of her caliber. "Where are we?" Cain asked. "Viridian City, Team Rocket's base," Umbra replied calmly as he walked inside. Sabrina followed, and although Cain was astonished, he had no choice but to follow them. It was no surprise that Sabrina could teleport with such precision. Viridian City wasn't very large, but it wasn't small either, and it was located next to Viridian Forest. Though most people didn't know, the League's upper echelons were well aware that Viridian City was practically Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni, Team Rocket's leader, was also the Viridian City gym leader. Before his identity was revealed, the League considered him one of the top candidates to lead the next generation. Thanks to Giovanni's power and his connection to Viridian City, he established his gym there, allowing Team Rocket to flourish rapidly. Even though much of their operations had moved to Saffron City, Viridian City remained Team Rocket's heart. Even after Giovanni revealed himself as Team Rocket's leader, the League did not strip him of his position as gym leader, likely due to certain agreements between the two sides. But the reason was clear: no one wanted to challenge Giovanni for that position. Of the 8 major gyms in the Kanto region, 4 were controlled by Team Rocket. This demonstrated the level of infiltration they had achieved in the Pokémon League. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Giovanni and the Warning. In a secret room of the Team Rocket base, located beneath Viridian City, Cain found himself face to face with the man who could be considered the greatest villain in the Pokémon world. Under the guidance of Umbra and Sabrina, Cain entered the room alone. In the center of the room was a large desk, covered with numerous documents and books. Behind the desk stood an enormous bookshelf, also filled with books. It was evident that to become someone of great power, both in strength and influence, knowledge was essential. Sitting in a grand chair between the desk and the bookshelf was a man dressed in an elegant black suit, with a firm and resolute expression on his square face. His short, well-groomed hair and a confident smile on his face completed his imposing presence. One hand held a book, while the other continuously stroked the soft fur of his Persian. Giovanni did not flaunt his importance upon seeing Cain enter, as other figures of power might. "Leader." Cain knelt on one knee as he entered, addressing him with sincerity. "Rise," Giovanni said calmly, setting his book aside. His voice was deep and firm, exuding an innate confidence. It was evident not only in his speech but also in the impeccable organization of his surroundings, not a speck of dust on his desk, and the books and documents were perfectly arranged. As Cain rose, he took the opportunity to steal a glance at Giovanni. The first impression was clear: this man was truly worthy of being Team Rocket's leader. He was the epitome of charisma. "I've heard from Umbra that you've managed to establish a small force in the Hoenn region and have even requested an identification code for your group within the organization," Giovanni remarked, still stroking Persian, a gesture that suggested he was deep in thought. "That's correct, leader." I've prepared everything to expand Team Rocket's influence in the Hoenn region, Kane responded respectfully. Though Giovanni showed no emotion on his face, Kane felt as if those piercing eyes could see straight through him, as if Giovanni could read his deepest thoughts. Really? You don't need the organization to provide you with additional support? Giovanni asked. Kane felt a slight tension. Although he had managed to establish himself in Leafy Town, the last thing he wanted was someone interfering in his territory. Thank you for the offer, leader, but it's not necessary. I'm confident I can solidify our position in Hoenn on my own, Kane replied firmly. Giovanni nodded slightly, not pressing the matter further. If at any point you need support, just inform Umbra. Reasonable requests will be granted. But I hope you fully understand what you're doing, Giovanni said in a serious tone. Kane nodded, though sweat began to form on his back. While he claimed to be expanding Team Rocket's territory in Hoenn, his true aim was to strengthen his own power. Giovanni seemed to be aware of this. Though he hadn't expressed it directly, it was clear he understood Kane's motivations. However, his silence on the matter indicated a willingness to tolerate it to some extent. That was Giovanni's charisma, allowing his subordinates a degree of freedom, as long as they remained loyal and increased their power. He trusted that no one could escape his control. That confidence stemmed from his absolute superiority. Yesterday, I saw something on television. It seems you're building a good reputation within the league, Giovanni said, shifting the topic. That's right, leader. I believe having a public identity is essential to establishing a strong foundation in Hoenn. Additionally, I'm planning to establish a gym in Hoenn. With a public position and the organization's secret support, I can achieve much more for Team Rocket. A gym in Hoenn? In your Leafy Town. Giovanni seemed well aware of the location. Yes, leader. I've already made the necessary connections within the league, and they've approved the construction of the gym in Leafy Town, Kane replied confidently. Although Giovanni wasn't fully informed about this project, he would soon know. The league was already moving, and with Giovanni's vast information network, it wouldn't take long for him to learn everything. Giovanni observed thoughtfully. Kane appeared more capable than he had anticipated. Unlike other Team Rocket gym leaders who relied on the organization's support, Kane had managed to establish a foothold in Hoenn independently, even creating a small underground empire. Although Leafy Town was small and remote, with sufficient resources, it could hold potential for growth. Suddenly, Giovanni's strategy for Hoenn shifted entirely. Initially, he hadn't expected much from Kane, someone who had just emerged from the trial island. But now, Kane had exceeded his expectations. Given that Kane demonstrated valuable talent, he deserved more support. Very well. Since you have this capability, I'll issue instructions for your identity within the league to be protected at the highest level of confidentiality. Proceed with your plans, Team Rocket will back you, Giovanni declared decisively, making a firm gesture with his hand. Additionally, I'll grant you privileged access within Team Rocket and promote you to officer. You'll have the authority to appoint captains and junior officers in Hoenn. As for higher-ranking officers, they can be promoted as long as they pass the necessary tests. From now on, you'll report directly to Umbra, who will then inform me, Giovanni added. Take care of this, Tenebris, Giovanni ordered, addressing a shadow in the room. Understood, a voice responded from the shadows, though no one was visibly present. It was Tenebris, another leader of Team Rocket's shadow unit, holding a rank equivalent to Umbra's. Kane felt a slight surge of emotion. Not only because of his new rank as officer but also because Giovanni had appointed him as the highest authority in Hoenn. From now on, Kane would only need to answer to Umbra and Giovanni, granting him almost total control over the region without interference from other high-ranking officials. However, you must remember this, what I give, I can also take away. I'll let you do some things your way because, in this world, the most important thing is strength. Even though you're now an officer, your power is still far from sufficient. Strive to become stronger, or else you'll remain a minor player, Giovanni warned sternly. Understood, leader, Kane replied, feeling renewed tension. Giovanni had issued a warning. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Lance and Wallace. When Cain left Giovanni's office, his back was already drenched in sweat. Although Giovanni had neither pressured him nor been particularly harsh, the imposing and serious atmosphere was something Cain couldn't resist, making him acutely aware of his current lack of power. Even in his past life, when he had barely ascended to the level of a quasi-elite trainer, Cain knew he wouldn't have been able to breathe in Giovanni's overpowering presence. When he exited the room, Umbra and Sabrina were already waiting outside, having stayed there for quite some time. Seeing Cain looking somewhat dispirited, Sabrina flashed a radiant smile. "How was it, Cain? Isn't the boss incredibly intimidating? Did he scare you?" Cain let out a bitter laugh at her remark. He truly had felt intimidated. It was no surprise, Giovanni was a formidable trainer. Umbra gave Cain a pat on the shoulder without saying anything. As one of Giovanni's closest confidants, Umbra deeply respected him from the bottom of his heart. Given how long Cain had spent in Giovanni's office, Umbra, based on his understanding of Giovanni, was certain the boss held Cain in high regard. In Team Rocket, there was a clear rule: if Giovanni noticed you and you didn't disappoint him, your rise through the ranks would be swift. Of course, not disappointing Giovanni was no small feat. The expectations he had for those he selected were extremely high. The growth of an ordinary person could never keep up with Giovanni's expectations. If Cain had to compare Giovanni to someone, it would be Napoleon Bonaparte. He could only hope that no Talleyrand would show up to undermine him. Originally, it was Cao Cao and Sima Yi. What do you think, stick with the original reference or keep this change? Together with Umbra and Sabrina, Cain left Team Rocket's base in Viridian City. Just as when he arrived, he departed in the same covert manner. When he returned to Saffron City, Sabrina wasted no time in kicking him out of the gym. With few options left, Cain checked into a hotel, waiting for the next day to return to the Hoenn region. By the afternoon of the following day, after traveling tirelessly, Cain finally arrived in Leafy Town in the Hoenn region. By then, Sky and the others had already been dispatched to carry out tasks Cain had previously arranged. During that time, the Pokémon League was set to send inspectors to Leafy Town to select a location for constructing a gym. Since Sky and the others weren't entirely inconspicuous, Cain decided to send them all on Pokémon hunting missions, which would also serve as training for the new recruits. Cain headed straight to his backyard, now his main base of operations. After giving prior instructions to Sky, the yard had been enclosed by a tall wall, spanning a vast area where Cain could freely train his Pokémon. Previously, he had tasked a group of Slowpoke and Gyarados with expanding the pond, and now that he was back, it had grown nearly tenfold in size and several times in depth. It already resembled a small lake. Cain released all the water-type Pokémon he had purchased on the black market in Saffron City, instantly bringing life to the quiet lake. Most of the Pokémon were native to the Kanto region, but Cain planned to expand their diversity over time. The Slowpoke would become the guardians of this lake. After accommodating all the Pokémon, Cain didn't have to wait long before the League inspectors arrived. It seemed the Breeders' Guild had indeed exerted pressure, and the League was paying significant attention to this matter. Only a day had passed, and they were already here. However, when Cain saw the two inspectors, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Cain recognized them, and they recognized him as well. Although they had never met in person before, they certainly knew of each other. Lance, an advanced researcher from the Kanto region. And Wallace, the renowned coordinator and disciple of the Sutapoli City Gym leader in the Hoenn region. Both had arrived together. It could be said that Cain's home was now hosting two future champions. If Stephen were also present, there would be 3 champions in Cain's house. Fortunately, Stephen didn't know about this. Cain had tried to call him, but Stephen was in a far-off place and couldn't return immediately. However, he promised to be present when the gym officially opened. The League really went all out, sending you too. I'm a bit overwhelmed, Cain said, pouring water for Lance and Wallace. Oh? Overwhelmed? I didn't expect to see you either, Cain. When I received the assignment, I didn't realize it would be you. Now you're all over the screens as the youngest breeder in history to reach intermediate level. Not bad, Lance said with a smile, taking a sip of water. His tone clearly conveyed how impressed he was by Kane's accomplishments. Indeed, when I heard the youngest breeder in history was planning to open a water-type gym in Hoenn, I was astonished. Kane, your demeanor truly surprised me, Wallace added, equally admiring. Wallace already sported his characteristic style, just as he would in the future. However, he wasn't yet the gym leader of Sutapoli City. His mentor, Hoenn, still held that position. Kane could sense Wallace's inherent elegance and nobility. It was no surprise that Stephen and Wallace were friends. Both were not only powerful but also shared a similar aura. Lance, on the other hand, dressed not much differently from how he would in the future, with a cape of black and red hues. These two certainly knew how to dress, both sporting capes that projected elegance and power. At present, Lance was still working as a league researcher, but he would soon ascend to chief researcher in Kanto and later become the Dragon-type Elite Four of the Kanto region. He already possessed impressive strength. Wallace, on the other hand, would likely soon take over from his mentor Hoenn and become the gym leader of Sutapoli City. The Sutapoli City gym was also a water-type gym, but it had a much richer history compared to the small gym Kane planned to open in Leafy Town. And every Sutapoli City gym leader was renowned for having a Milotic as their symbol. Moreover, every gym leader from Sutapoli City came from a noble lineage, radiating elegance from within. One represented the Kanto region, while the other represented Hoenn. The message was quite clear. The league was paying close attention to someone like Kane from Kanto opening a gym in Hoenn. And their involvement in this project seemed to be aimed at fostering a good relationship with Kane. The league sought to consolidate unity among the regions, and fostering cordial relations between prominent trainers was essential. Please, treat me like anyone else. Seeing you both on the front pages is already part of my daily routine, Kane said with a casual smile, though his eyes reflected subtle caution. Thus began a round of mutual flattery. End of chapter. Chapter 47. The meaning of a gym's existence. Recently, I've been on a mission in the Hoenn region, and then I received a direct order from my superiors to come to Leafy Town in Hoenn and assess whether the town's safety conditions and environment are suitable for establishing a gym, Lance continued explaining. This morning, I took a walk around the town and noticed that, although it's a bit underdeveloped, the residents are quite honest. However, I heard there's an underground organization called the Black Serpent Gang that often exploits the locals. But after touring the place, I didn't find any trace of them. Do you know anything about it, Kane? It wasn't an interrogation, just a curious question given his professional nature. Kane smiled faintly. I already drove the Black Serpent Gang out, but I heard there were people in the town collaborating with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to operate for so long without the League finding out. Oh? Do you know who they are? Lance's expression turned serious. He disliked people who presented one face in public and another in private. The mayor's son. If you investigate a bit, you should find some clues. However, I'm not sure if the mayor himself is involved, Kane replied. Understood. It seems Leafy Town is like many other places, a bit corrupt. If it weren't for your decision to open a gym here, who knows when the locals would have been freed from this environment. Thanks for your help, Kane sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's my duty, Lance replied with an indifferent gesture. As an advanced-level investigator for the League, Lance had seen many places where corruption was rampant. However, with his current power, he couldn't bring about significant changes. If he became one of the Elite Four or even the champion of the League, he could implement his ideals and reform the system from within, reducing the underground threats lurking around the League. Lance's primary task was to help Kane clear the environment in Leafy Town to facilitate the gym's construction and operation. Afterward, it was Wallace's turn, representing the gyms of the Hoenn region and the Coordinator Guild. Although coordinators were still a local organization, in the future, the Coordinator Guild would integrate into the League, becoming an important part of it. and Wallace's rise to the title of champion would result from an agreement among many parties. Stephen simply followed the natural course of events. After Lance finished speaking, Wallace smiled and said, "My task is much simpler. I was asked by the Hoenn League to see if there's anything you might need help with. Also, I can explain some key aspects of creating a gym. After all, we'll both be leading water-type gyms, so we could learn a lot from each other." Kane immediately brightened up. The Sutapoli City Gym was one of the oldest in Hoenn. Wallace's help could be even more valuable than Lance's. Although Wallace was still the apprentice of Sutapoli City Gym leader Hoenn and not the official leader, he was already handling many of the gym's responsibilities, as Hoenn rarely participated in battles or daily management. It wouldn't be long before Wallace officially became the gym leader. Wallace frequently traveled to participate in contests, and only when he was away did Hoenn take on his responsibilities as gym leader. This demonstrated Wallace's vast experience in managing and operating a gym. "I wonder what advice you can give me, Wallace. This is my first time running a gym, and honestly, I'm not very familiar with all it entails," Kane humbly asked. Wallace nodded and explained, "First of all, Kane, you need to understand that the most important aspect of a gym is not the Pokémon, the gym's type, or even the leader. Those things are secondary. The most important thing is the meaning behind the gym's existence, in other words, what it aims to teach challengers." The meaning of a gym's existence. Kane initially thought of badges. When a trainer wins a battle, they receive a badge, and by collecting 8, they can participate in the Pokémon League tournament. But clearly, the meaning wasn't something so superficial. Exactly, the meaning behind the gym's existence. For example, at the Sutapoli City Gym, challengers earn the Rain Badge if they pass the challenge. However, there are times when, even if the challenger wins, the leader might decide not to award the badge. And in other cases, even if they lose, if the leader believes they've demonstrated the necessary qualities, the badge is still awarded. The evaluation is based on the gym's philosophy. Wallace continued, "Our philosophy at the Sutapoli City Gym is elegance. We teach trainers and their Pokémon to maintain inner elegance and nobility. If a trainer can remain calm and graceful in battle, they'll guide their Pokémon with serenity and efficiency." Kane understood. At the Sutapoli City Gym, a trainer's evaluation wasn't solely based on strength but on whether both they and their Pokémon could maintain an elegant and calm mindset. If he were to open his own gym, he needed to define a central concept that would become its main philosophy. Kane fell into deep thought. Wallace didn't interrupt him. Defining a gym's philosophy was something deeply personal, and it was best for the leader to develop it on their own without external influences. "Rhythm," Kane said after a moment of reflection. "Rhythm," murmured Wallace and Lance. "Yes, rhythm. The rhythm of battle, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of the relationship between a trainer and their Pokémon. In battle, trainers need to synchronize their rhythm with their Pokémon. Whether the Pokémon adapts to the trainer's rhythm or the trainer adapts to the Pokémon's natural rhythm, finding that balance is key to maximizing potential in battle. My gym will teach them how to find that rhythm." Kane had just defined his gym's philosophy. While it seemed like a quick decision, Wallace and Lance couldn't deny that the concept was interesting and fitting. Moreover, there wasn't yet a gym in the Hoenn region using this approach. "Since you've decided, there's no issue," Wallace said. "And since you chose to open a water-type gym, I imagine you're quite skilled with water Pokémon. How about we have an elegant battle?" Wallace concluded, running a hand through his green hair with a refined gesture. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Battle against Wallace. Cough, to be honest, even though I'm going to open a water-type gym, I currently only have one water-type Pokémon ready for battle. Kane couldn't help but cough a bit. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Hearing Kane's words, Lance and Wallace were stunned. What was going on? A person with only one water-type Pokémon was going to open a water-type gym? And what would he do in battles? Allow challengers to use just one Pokémon? For now, I only have one that's combat ready, but I'm already training other water-type Pokémon. Also, just yesterday, I applied for a permit to obtain a mudkip from the Hoenn region. I plan to pick it up from Professor Birch once the gym's construction begins, Kane explained. After all, there wasn't even a trace of the gym yet, so Kane didn't need to rush. All right then, let's do a one-on-one battle. Let's showcase our elegance. Wallace leaped to his feet, waving his hand dramatically. If they were in his gym or a contest competition, he'd undoubtedly have received cheers of admiration from the audience. I'll be the temporary referee, Lance said, also standing with a smile. Well, if you're both so interested. Kane shrugged and smiled. And so, the three found an outdoor spot. There wasn't a proper battlefield there, and Kane didn't want to take them to his backyard. His backyard housed many water-type Pokémon from the Kanto region, and if Lance asked about them, Kane wouldn't know how to explain. Fortunately, neither Lance nor Wallace minded. I'll use him. Go, Charlie! Wallace dramatically flipped his hair before throwing a Pokeball. A Celio appeared on the field. Wallace liked giving names to his Pokémon, each with a unique nickname. This strengthened the bond between the trainer and their Pokémon. Celio was one of Wallace's iconic Pokémon. Although his most famous Pokémon was Milotic, Kane suspected Wallace was holding it back since its power was too overwhelming and he didn't want to crush him in battle. Kane's system automatically activated, scanning Wallace's Celio. Pokémon. Celio, blue. Gender. Male. Level. 41. Type. Ice plus water. Ability. Thick fat. Held item. None. Egg moves. Water sport, water pulse, aqua ring, rollout. Basic moves. Swagger, defense curl, powder snow, growl, water gun, encore, ice ball, brine, aurora beam, body slam, rest, snore, hail. Learned moves. Icy wind, aqua tail, super fang. TM moves. Protect, hidden power, fire, ice beam, blizzard, surf, rain dance. This Celio had great traits and level, and it hadn't yet evolved into its final form, Walrein, meaning it still had room to grow. That Wallace considered it one of his main Pokémon showed its great potential. Kane threw his own Pokeball, summoning Slowking. Slowking. Wallace and Lance exclaimed in surprise. Wallace, being an expert in water-type Pokémon, recognized Slowking immediately, even though it was more common in the Kanto and Johto regions. Lance, who would one day become one of Kanto's Elite Four and Johto's champion, also knew it well. Both were surprised, but not enough to lose their composure. I'm impressed, Kane. Your Slowking is so elegant, it truly exudes the regal aura of a king among Slowpoke. Wallace praised. He was captivated by Slowking's majestic presence. Kane flashed a wide smile. The battle begins. Lance announced. Slowking, use Nasty Plot. Slowking's eyes glimmered with a light full of wisdom. Charlie, use Aqua Ring. Wallace issued his command to Celio. Although Celio had a level advantage, its water and ice-type moves would be less effective against Slowking, also a water-type Pokémon. On the other hand, Slowking could use Psychic-type attacks, giving it an edge in this battle. This was why Kane started the battle by boosting Slowking's psychic power with Nasty Plot. Charlie, use Rollout. While Slowking finished using Nasty Plot, Celio formed a water ring around itself, gradually healing. Then, Celio curled up and began rolling towards Slowking. Rollout is a move that increases in power with each successful hit but has the drawback of being hard to stop. Slowking, use Teleport. As Celio rolled toward it, Slowking finished charging Nasty Plot, and Kane gave the order to dodge. Speed up! However, Wallace wasn't an easy opponent. Although Rollout isn't a water or ice-type move, Wallace had trained Celio in all its moves. Celio suddenly accelerated and struck Slowking before it could teleport. Kane's expression changed. How fast? No wonder Wallace was so skilled. Slowking used Teleport again and then Water Gun infused with Psychic Energy. This time, Slowking managed to put some distance between itself and Celio, teleporting to the other side of the field. After finishing the move, Slowking fired a Water Gun wrapped in Psychic Energy, transforming it into a spear-like projectile that quickly flew towards Celio with tracking capabilities. However, Celio didn't try to dodge, letting the attack hit while continuing to roll. The impact slowed Celio down. Slowking, use Psychic. Not giving Celio a chance to recover, Kane ordered another attack. Charlie, use Rollout and finish with Body Slam. Wallace responded calmly. The psychic attack hit Celio but wasn't enough to stop its charge. End of chapter. Chapter 49. Lance's Power. Celio rolled towards Slowking, but just before reaching it, it stopped spinning, using the momentum from its rollout move to execute Body Slam. This type of attack, leveraging the inertia, packs an even greater punch. Slowking, use Protect. Kane ordered. A green energy shield appeared around Slowking, completely blocking Celio's attack. Charlie, use Icy Wind. Wallace continued. Celio shook its body, releasing a cold gust of wind filled with tiny ice particles directed at Slowking. Although Ice-type moves are not very effective against Water-type Pokémon, if the slowing effect of Icy Wind took hold, it could be devastating for Slowking. Slowking, use Flamethrower. Kane responded. Fire burst from Slowking's mouth to counter the Icy Wind. The clash between cold and heat caused an explosion, sending up a cloud of smoke. Boom! Both Pokémon were pushed back, clearly affected by the explosion, with visible injuries on their bodies. Lance watched from the sidelines, nodding in approval. Although, to Lance, these two Pokémon were somewhat weak compared to his own, he knew Wallace wasn't an easy opponent. At the same time, he recognized that Slowking had notable potential and that Kane, its trainer, was demonstrating excellent combat skills. Kane had what it took to become an elite trainer. I think that's enough, Lance said suddenly. There's no need to continue this battle. Kane and Wallace, still engrossed in the fight, paused when they heard Lance. Both knew that if Lance hadn't interrupted them, the battle would have continued until one of them emerged victorious. However, Lance's suggestion made sense. In a place like Leafy Town, where there was no Pokémon Center, caring for injured Pokémon would be more complicated. Moreover, this was just a friendly training match, not a battle to the bitter end. Kane had already gauged Wallace's strength. Although Celio wasn't Wallace's strongest Pokémon, Kane could imagine that his Milotic was far more powerful. On the other hand, Celio hadn't yet reached its final form, whereas Slowking was already in its fully evolved state, making it one of Kane's strongest Pokémon at the moment. Aside from Honchkrow, whose power grew with each battle, Slowking was Kane's best fighter. Despite the disparity, Kane felt that the gap between him and Wallace wasn't as wide as the one he had with Steven. It seemed that even Wallace wasn't on Steven's level. Kane began speculating about Lance's strength. It was likely that Lance was even stronger than Steven. Lance, for his part, had already formed his main team. His starter Pokémon was a Charizard, and his future Dragonite had probably already evolved from Dratini to Dragonair. However, Kane also knew that Dragonair only evolved into Dragonite at level 55 and that a fully evolved Dragonite could reach the strength of a weak elite-level Pokémon or, at the very least, a max-level pseudo-elite. Still, Kane calculated that Lance's Dragonair hadn't yet reached that level, though it probably wasn't far off. Yes, you're right. It's better to stop here, Wallace said, halting the battle. Kane, your skill is better than I imagined. You're definitely ready to open a water-type gym, Wallace commented with a smile. Kane smiled and nodded humbly. I'll probably be the weakest gym leader in the Hoenn region, he replied with a laugh. Kane knew his own level well. Among the gym leaders in the region, he would probably rank last. Don't be so modest. Power is built over time. I'm sure you'll surpass many others soon, Wallace added. That's right. You both have great potential. Don't underestimate yourselves, Lance said seriously. Kane had nothing more to add. Although modest, he knew that within a year, things could change drastically, and he might become the strongest gym leader in Hoenn. Well, I need to investigate the town leaders. If I find anything suspicious, I'll act immediately, Lance announced as he pulled out a Pokeball. A Charizard appeared before the three, ready for action. Pokémon. Charizard, dark blue. Gender? Male. Level. 50. Types. Fire plus flying. Ability. Blaze. Held item. None. Egg moves. Crunch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Bite. Basic moves. Wing Attack, Flare Blitz, Heat Wave, Shadow Claw, Air Slash, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smoke Screen, Dragon Rage, Flame Burst, Slash, Flamethrower. Learned moves. Blast Burn, Outrage, Tailwind, Iron Tail. TM moves. Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Dragon Claw, Hyper Beam, Roost, Earthquake, Fire Blast, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Swords Dance, Rock Slide. Just as expected. Observing Lance's Charizard's data, Kane couldn't help but feel awed. Lance had already reached the level of a pseudo-elite trainer. Although his Charizard was only level 50, its dark blue quality and moves like Dragon Dance and Outrage, along with several fire and dragon-type moves, placed it at a level beyond average. Clearly, Lance was in the mid-range of a pseudo-elite trainer. And even though his Dragonair hadn't yet evolved, when it did, Lance would become an unstoppable force. After bidding farewell to Kane and Wallace, Lance mounted his Charizard and flew off. I think I'll head out as well. We've already discussed the gym details, and with our battle, I can provide a good report. Plus, I'll have the Pokémon League's approval for you to open your gym in this town, Wallace said with a smile. It was evident that the battle with Kane wasn't just for fun. The Pokémon League wanted to ensure that Kane had what it took to open a new gym in Leafy Town, something that would impact the prestige of Sutarpali's gym. This fight served as a sort of evaluation. Thanks for your help, Kane replied, expressing his gratitude to Wallace. No problem. Just choose a good location for the gym and submit the application to the league. They'll send specialized personnel to build it, just keep in mind that the costs are on you, Wallace said. That won't be an issue. I already have a spot in mind, right next to my house, Kane responded. But I'd like to know when I'll be able to request a Pokémon Center. End of chapter. Chapter 50. The final training. For the development of Leafy Town, a Pokémon Center is just as important as a gym. A town with only a gym but no Pokémon Center, no matter how impressive the gym may be, will still lack appeal for trainers. I'm not entirely sure about that, but theoretically, once the gym construction project is underway, the Pokémon Center's construction should also be scheduled. You'll have to wait and see, they might arrive with the gym's construction team, Wallace explained. Kane nodded. Once the gym is built and the Pokémon Center is operational, Kane can invite several corporations to develop Leafy Town's economy. Of course, the Devon Corporation will be the priority. In the future, Leafy Town might thrive. By controlling both the surface and the darker side of the town, Kane could obtain significant resources to advance rapidly. He could finally afford to sustain his two big eaters, Aaron and Larvitar. After explaining some key aspects of gym construction and sharing his experience in managing one, Wallace bid Kane farewell. Wallace's friendship with Stephen was no coincidence, there were reasons for it. Later, Wallace departed, apparently to participate in the Verdanturf town contest. Meanwhile, Kane received the construction team sent by the League. With plenty of tools and manpower, the abundant natural resources in Leafy Town made material sourcing easy. Surrounded by mountains and forests, the town offered plenty of materials to extract. The construction team's arrival brought life to the area, and the people of Leafy Town quickly learned from the workers that a gym was being built. This was exciting news for them. The idea of having a gym in such a remote town promised visible development for the future. However, the mysterious gym leader, Kane, had yet to make his appearance. Although Kane hadn't introduced himself to the townspeople, his name was already spreading throughout the area. He was now the most famous person around. Cain, indifferent to fame, simply selected one of the gym blueprints the foreman had and left the rest to the builders. Gym construction required Cain to cover the expenses. Initially, old Matsuda hadn't mentioned this small detail to Cain, as he had never been a gym leader himself, but fortunately, Cain had some savings. He handed a league card with 5 million credits to the foreman, asking him to build the gym as quickly as possible while meeting his specifications. The foreman, delighted by Cain's generosity, accepted without hesitation. This specialized league construction team was used to building gyms, and in the Pokémon world, many Pokémon could assist with construction, significantly speeding up the process. Cain, for his part, returned to his backyard. It had been some time since he had properly trained his Pokémon. Today, after witnessing the skills of two prodigies of the Pokémon world, Lance and Wallace, both future champions of their respective regions, Cain felt the pressure. For now, he couldn't face them. However, his Pokémon's limitations were no longer an obstacle, it was just a matter of time. Since capturing Murkrow, only 3 months had passed. For Cain, it felt like an eternity, but for others, it was a very short time. Currently, Cain's main Pokémon had reached a light blue quality or higher, something he could never have imagined in his previous life. Now, all that remained was improving their skills. Slowking and Honchkrow were his strongest Pokémon, but due to their roles, they couldn't battle simultaneously. Thus, Cain needed more Pokémon to reach the same power level. His goal was for his Pokémon to quickly reach the advanced level, at which point Cain would truly deserve to be both a gym leader and a Team Rocket officer. Today would be a day of intensive training, and tomorrow, Cain planned to take all his Pokémon into the forest. His goal was to traverse a vast mountainous forest, reach dangerous areas, and finally arrive at Little Root Town in the Hoenn region, where he would request Mudkip, the water-type starter Pokémon from Professor Birch, a key member of his future Rain team. Cain released all his Pokémon. Today would be their last training session before the grand expedition. Honchkrow and Slowking needed to refine their move combinations. Cain asked Honchkrow to combine Wing Attack with Night Slash. The Night Slash move would increase the chance of hitting critical points, boosting Wing Attack's power. This combination of flying and dark-type moves would be Honchkrow's primary focus in upcoming sessions. Cain named this technique Shadow Wing Attack. As for Slowking, Cain had been working on combining water and psychic attacks from the start, and now these combinations could be used in real battles. Today, during a fight with Celio, Slowking used a psychic water gun, which combined psychic power with the water gun move. This same combination could be applied to many other Slowking attacks. For Haunter, Cain demanded an attempt to combine Shadow Ball with Toxic. Opponents usually dodge Toxic reflexively, but evading Shadow Ball wasn't as easy. Haunter could hide the poison within the Shadow Ball's energy, ensuring the attack not only damaged the opponent but also poisoned them. For Sneasel, the move combination was simple but effective, combining Metal Claw with Ice Punch. Enhancing Metal Claw with the icy damage of Ice Punch would make each strike capable of freezing and slashing. Previously, Sneasel used Metal Claw on one hand and Ice Punch on the other. Now, Cain asked it to combine both moves in both hands. This move was named Ice Claw. Finally, Skorupi, who was developing its poison capacity, continued to level up as it absorbed more toxins. Inside its body, a rudimentary venom sac was forming. If fully developed, its toxins would become even more lethal than Haunter's. If it evolved into Drapion, its mastery of multiple move types would greatly improve. Cain didn't focus Skorupi's training on specific moves but rather on strengthening its body, particularly its stinger. Skorupi's stinger was its deadliest weapon, and when it evolved, it would be like having a third hand capable of using a different move with each claw and another with its tail. Additionally, with its sniper ability, it would be unstoppable. End of chapter.